We start the day at session lows here. Market continuing to tumble ahead of what is to come later this afternoon. We'll get into all of that coming up here this morning. We did get this worth noting going back to 8:15. Disregard that. It was 8:15. ADP employment change number much higher than expected. 155,000 versus 60,000 were expected there. That's private businesses adding payrolls in the month of March. So setting up for possibly maybe a better than expected print on Friday. Again, keep in mind, Friday at 8:30, we get non-farm payrolls. In the past, there's been absolutely zero correlation between those two numbers, but worth noting, that's a decent sized beat on that number, 155,000 versus just 60,000 expected. Remember, last month was 84 on that. We will get some factory orders data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. It's Wednesday then, energy data at 10:30. And yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, I guess, as far as Trump is concerned and these tariff announcements. We're not going to know anything all day long. It's 4 o'clock this afternoon. He's going to show up in the Rose Garden, which will probably be 4:30 or 4:45 by the time he actually gets there to make this announcement. So it'll be a day of anticipation, I guess, and a lot of people may be speculating as to what is to come. But downside in a pretty big way here so far this morning, 1.2%. For the NASDAQ, about the same right now for the S&P. Ton of things to talk about individually. Tesla on watch here. We're going to get Q1 deliveries at some point. I saw as big of a forecast as 12% on the decline side, potentially 12% on the decline side. A lot of people in that 3 to 4 range, but let's see. I mean, it's unknown at this point.
Well, apparently FactSet data is saying it's going to be an average of about 408,000 across all of the analysts. A lot of analysts, though, including Deutsche Bank, really lowering their targets heading in to the deliveries reports. We'll have to wait and see what happens. With regards to tariff uncertainty, I think it's interesting, too, because pretty much every outlet I've seen has said that the announcement is going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern. Some were also saying 4 p.m. local time, which would be 3 p.m. Eastern. So we're going to have to wait and see. It seems generally the consensus it will be after the market closes. And as you mentioned, he's usually late.
Exactly. So. I mean, it's Trump. So, I mean, it's going to start whenever he wants it to actually start, right? Rahim Alani, it's worth mentioning. Rahim Alani is coming up this morning. We're going to talk to him a little bit about what this means for the Canadian side of things and some of the different industries and sectors in this country and how they're going to be affected, potentially anyways, because again, we're not going to know anything until about 4 o'clock. Meta, worth noting here, 1.6%, just made a new low, but trying to bounce with the overall market. Big deal with the UFC announced this morning for Meta. They're going to be the quote-unquote official smart glasses supplier for Dana White and the UFC. I mean, he was cozying up with Dana White going back to the end of last year and then beginning of this year as well. So continuing that deal, we'll talk about the glasses a little bit specifically coming up here, guys. But a ton to move. I mean, we didn't even mention the high flyers from the past couple of days here. CoreWeave, Newsmax, again, looking like it might want to do something. Good morning.
Easter weekend.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I was just asking Sean when the Masters are.
Yeah, I think, we were just talking. We're looking at Profit X. And we are checking out Masters. We just noticed that they were up, and he said, "What weekend?" I thought it was Easter, but Easter's always changing. So I don't know. I think it's. Does it say what date?
No, it doesn't
we'll
say
figure
that.
it out. Anyways, welcome to the show, everybody. Yeah, it should be a. The only thing I wrote down was TQQ short so far, and whether or not we get into it now or we wait is up to you. I think it is going to be a short day here today.
It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, it's
a fun day.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a long.
I feel like every day. Yeah, some days you look over at the time and it's like, wow, it's 10:30 already or something like that. I don't know how today's gonna feel.
I think the difference is I can't remember a time where you're expecting there to be volatility in the market, so it should be active, but everyone is kind of waiting for 4 o'clock at the same time, which to me, like when you have a target of waiting for something at the end of the day, it tends to make it longer. The market, it always moves fast because you're actively trading. There's a bunch of stuff that's happening. The market's going to move. I like a few things short, like that MAR 12. I still like, Intel's going to be in there and AMD. No. Tesla, we'll see what happens with this 260. If it gets to 270, that's in play. Randy is in the house.
Randy's waiting for those Tesla delivery numbers, so he's getting excited for those. Those look like they're pretty good ones there.
They do. I have to admit, this one, this is why it's in the trophy. See how, you guys can't tell, much deeper and nicer orange than this one.
Really? I don't mind that one. I think they're pretty similar. Sebastian just called you Rivian Randy, so we'll wait to see what happens with Rivian today. You know what, Randy?
Did you prank anybody yesterday, Randy?
Prank anybody?
Did you get anybody?
No. It was such a muted April Fool's.
So
Such a muted one.
we pranked my daughter, and I was like, I filmed it. I'm like, I'm gonna show the video. It went better than expected. So
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So she's not. She's like, no, you're not. You're absolutely not showing that video. So there's an election going on here, and at the dinner table, I pretended to read an article saying that both the main candidates are favoring year-round schooling, and so that come the fall, we're gonna have year-round school. And then my wife goes, oh, that's okay, you'll get more learning in. And then I say, yeah, but then you won't be able to do your summer camps. And then that, like the second I said that, all of a sudden, and I was like, April Fool's, and then immediately was like, oh my goodness, I'm sorry, sweetie.
Oh, man.
I gave her the hug. But that is just half of it, because one of our good friends and a viewer of the show, Mr. Westermeyer, who got us the Magic 8 Ball, he also decided to prank his daughter. She liked yogurt, apparently, and he decided that you should have mayonnaise in the yogurt container instead. Now, the reaction wasn't just apparently some tears, because that's legitimately mayo on top of his head. And so you can imagine how that did happen. But he said you can he told me to show the picture.
Oh, he switched the mayo with the yogurt.
Yeah, and then he got it dunked on his head.
What else is on his
I don't know what that is. I don't know what this is.
Is that like a pita bread?
Maybe you're wiping it off with a rag. It doesn't look like
a rag,
but
I don't know. All right.
Sometimes, you play a joke and you don't know what the reaction is going to be. Thankfully, Aaron didn't throw something at me.
I think those are the reactions you want.
That's okay.
Yeah, you want those moments, right?
Okay.
Like now you have a picture. It's funny. Reading the news story was pretty funny too. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
Well, you know what? And shout out to the crew, because we have an awesome chatting community. Because actually, a couple of days ago, I did ask in the chat, what are some ideas for pranking my daughter? She's 8, and someone gave that one. I'm like, ooh, year-round school. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for that. My daughter doesn't necessarily thank you so much.
I don't know why I was looking at Rivian for Randy, but it's not really doing anything. It's down 1.5%.
Dude, yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been great. I mean, Randy was here when he talked about missing he wanted this is, I mean, I was trying to tell the guy, you don't need the exact bottom there. He wanted $10.22 or something. That didn't come in. It went to $10.50, which sucks because it's very, very close to getting the fills. Yeah, came right in there. And that's what he was upset about the last 2 weeks. But there it goes now. It's up 30% from those levels. So, yeah, Rivian definitely.
So stay on that chart. I have a new rule about if I'm ever looking to buy something in the long term, like if I'm sitting there and I want to get filled, say 10.20,
yeah,
and I see it
go down into here,
and it goes down to like that 10.50, and you miss it.
Yeah, I know.
When it retests that low, the next day, the day after it holds that bottom, literally that little green candle, you're buying that day. Like from now on, if I ever see that.
Yeah, there's just so many stocks out there, though.
No, I'm just talking about the stock that I'm trying to buy.
Yeah,
like
you have to be looking at it. That
happened to me on ARM, and I go, if that ever happens again, and I miss it by a fraction, I'm just gonna buy it adjacent to it the following day. You're holding it for a long time. You shouldn't care.
We just had Rivian production vehicles actually just came out. RIVN.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. They just had Rivian produced. I mean, it's right. That's funny. See, maybe that's why I was on it. Maybe I should just trade Rivian today for some reason. Rivian produced 14,611 vehicles in the first quarter. So there it is, man. Rivian's production numbers. If you had under 14,006, you win on over by 11. So
yes.
There it is. Doesn't look like there's much reaction to that, but sometimes I'm not sure if they're dark pool wicks or what, but I guess we did have a little bit of a gyration there.
That's real.
So Rivian right now down 1.5%. So yeah, there it goes. Not the delivery numbers we're looking for on the desk there, Brendan and Adara, but delivery numbers nonetheless. So yeah, we'll wait for Tesla.
Nice.
Looks like they also reaffirmed their 2025 entire year delivery guidance between 46,000 and 51,000 here for Rivian. So the total number there, 8,640 vehicles during that quarter. It doesn't say much as far as comparison for that, but yeah, Rivian not really doing a heck of a lot as far as a reaction to that. I want to mention this real quick. CoreWeave with a bit of a downtick here was much stronger than the rest. When I first sat down here this morning, actually trying to head back towards the highs from yesterday, but this 51.50 area. $50 really the bigger number, but 51 and then 51.50 looking interesting here once again for CoreWeave. It's down 3.3% right now, but just an absolutely amazing day yesterday.
Yeah, CoreWeave had a great day yesterday, and MAX had a pretty interesting day yesterday. There were two other new IPOs that came out late in the session yesterday. One of them was WTF, that was the ticker, Watton Financial. There's also WXM. So to my knowledge, WXM is holding up the best of those last three, NMAX and WTF. But either way, they're all going to be on watch today. With regards to Rivian deliveries, checked here on X, I also could not see any comparison, but it looks like they beat general estimates according to a Bloomberg consensus for production anyway. 14,611 versus estimates of 12,380. Vehicle delivery is also slightly above estimates.
I was keeping my eye out here for Tesla. If I remember correctly, last quarter I think it just kind of appeared almost before the market opened.
Usually like right before 9.
Yeah, it was like somewhere around 9 o'clock. So
Yeah.
we'll pay attention a little bit closer maybe coming up. There's that WTF. You were talking about 12.5% downside right now. Tag 20 there so far this morning, coming off a little bit, but I mean, so many of these to watch once again today, guys. WTF, just one.
You just want to remember that of the recent IPOs, there's CoreWeave, and there's these squeeze ones.
CoreWeave.
So like CoreWeave, this is a business. It's I don't want to say legitimate business. They're all legitimate businesses. It's just that CoreWeave, they're an AI play, they're a cloud play, they're leasing out NVIDIA chips. Like they're part of, there's a reason why. You can say what you want about Cathie Wood. There's a reason why she was buying on that open. There's a reason why NVIDIA bought $250 million into CoreWeave and are probably going to hold it forever, right? It's not Newsmax. So Newsmax and WTF, was Watson something? I think it was just WTF's like Watson something.
WXM was one of the ones.
Yeah, that's another. WXM was the other one. So those three are all pure squeeze plays. And if this is the day that the reckoning comes in, we'll see. But sometimes you get like dead cat bounces after the big gap down. It wouldn't surprise me if you saw a little bit of that on NMAX. It was a huge rally. I'm really only had this to 4:30. You can look at overnight markets to look at what happened, like from 4 a.m. But you could see at least a relief rally, and this is still a pullback day. But it's really CoreWeave to pay attention to for a trading aspect, at least here. I'm not touching Newsmax. Even if I think there's a good short coming, you got to pay for the locates. It's incredibly dangerous. But it was a great stair step up on CoreWeave. And anytime something breaks out, let's put a 15-minute up. Once you've broken away from the initial IPO range, which it's well above now it's a matter of just buying dips, mean reversions, whether it's 46, that would be an obvious level if we fill the gap, or the 50 level, which is a big psychological one, or any mean reversion in between. Like I think once you've broken away, you want to try to ride that wave for as long as it tries to last.
Yeah, we had, that's exactly what we had yesterday. Unfortunately, we had to cut the trade because it was at the end of the day. We had 50 long break right there on CoreWeave right at the end of the day. It went up to 53, up to 54 and change there in the after hours. So, keep looking at them. Newsmax, we just talked about these. Expect a down day today, I would think. But, we did have... The thing is, I feel like trading it off the halts are probably, most of the halts have continued in the correct way. Here it halts there at the top, and then I guess opens down halt, but then you didn't even really have a chance, and then rips back up. That down halt worked again there. Some of these halts yesterday, we were moving the way up, so obviously those halts worked. There's another one that worked. There's the down. So I think if you're waiting for it, you could probably play in the momentum of the halt, but then you got to be right there watching it. So for me, for Newsmax, you're always looking at some of these levels to say, what if they break? So for me, that's that 110. Like, what if there? Then you go down to where there's last bin liquidity is like down in the 60s right before we closed there on March 31st. So. Big move to the downside right there. Today is also my anniversary, so
happy anniversary!
I'm surprised that that's Brandon. You remember who he was? I was surprised you weren't in the background in here somewhere. I was thinking like how lucky that would be to to see you there as well.
I was around. I mean, I could have been on the other side.
Yeah, because I was gonna say this was like the Friends area over here. I
Yeah.
would think because that's where they were. But
Aw.
yeah. So
Is Marissa, happy anniversary, Marissa.
yeah, she's
She's probably not watching, but
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, you never know.
You never know. Anyways, yeah.
So,
Long time.
well, can you, do you guys do gifts or?
Yeah, we're doing some kind of gifts.
Okay.
But nothing major.
You don't do the,
No, it's gold. This year I looked it up. 14. It's
like
14 years.
traditional.
What's 14 years gold? Anyways, yeah, it's supposed to be gold. I know you guys do that. You sort of stick with whatever the.
It's a habit that we got into, and now it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Because some of the years are ridiculous, and it's like, what do you get for 10? I don't know, whatever. But
We're just lucky to go out. We're going to go out
Yeah,
for dinner where,
congratulations.
the kids will just be doing their own thing. So that's nice. So
Yeah.
I'm going to give
Celebrate.
her Big Bear AI shares. Yeah. That's happy anniversary and Merry Christmas. So hopefully that's up by Christmas time. Oh, man. All right. We have Rahim Alani ready to rock and roll. So let's get over to the desk and see how these tariffs are going to be affecting, I guess, some cross-border action. Cheers.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're not going to know anything. Raheem was talking about this. We're not going to know anything until 4 o'clock. And you were making a good point in that if someone has a busy schedule, maybe doesn't live in Canada, lives in Europe or somewhere elsewhere in the world, are they going to release like a timetable for, like Canada's first?
Going at first.
Yeah, then
exactly,
France
right?
is second.
Yeah,
And then how's this going to work?
Exactly. It's like a bad viewing party we were just talking off camera.
Yeah.
Like a bad viewing party for an NFL draft or an NBA draft. Like, who's my team going to go? Like, there's no order. At least if we knew there's an order, then we know that, okay, got to tune in at 4:05 to hear what they're saying about Saudi Arabia, at 4:10 about the UK, because who knows, right? You want to tune in to watch your team.
Yeah, we could sit here and speculate as much as we want. At the end of the day, we just don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people saying 20% maybe now is the number right across the board. And then I was also reading last night that he's kicking the tires on potentially ways for countries to get around these tariffs, if possible, if they want to play ball, for lack of a better word. But again, we can sit here and speculate. We just don't know. So let's touch on a few things that we can maybe provide a little more value on, and that is, A, what is going to be affected on this side of the border specifically, and then where can we find some opportunities?
Yeah, and again, whatever we talk about today, it's complete speculation because we don't really have any rhyme, reason, color on where things are going. As an example, they're saying with broad 20%, it's a $3 to $4 trillion hit to the U.S. economy, which is $4,000 to $6,000 to each U.S. household on a per month basis, which is a big number for low and medium class households. So you put that all in. The immediate factor is produce, as an example, because that's just an immediacy of it, versus maybe a 6-month term might be your widgets, your toys, your things like that are already in your warehouse. You can still inventory out before tariffs hit. And then you can look at the way that other countries have done stuff, where you want to come into my country, no problem, your goods are offerable here, but we own a piece of that asset. So yesterday I just read briefly that they said anything with the Made in USA label is going to be tariff free. I don't really quite understand how that works, but in theory, if I am XYZ Co, does that mean I go and set up shop in the US from, say, India or Pakistan or wherever it is, set up shop in the US, then am I a Made in USA good, where then I'm not affected by tariffs, but then do I have to give up 20% of my equity to the US to allow that to happen? I don't know.
I was reading an interesting article on the auto industry last night, and specifically European brands. And the simple fact that Mercedes-Benz, I think it's Arizona, Mercedes-Benz has a massive manufacturing plant in Arizona that covers the entire US inventory that they sell there. So theoretically, yes, Mercedes is from Germany, but
if the part's made in the US,
if the car's made in the US, they can skirt around these tariffs. Where a BMW, for example, is going to be on the other side of the spectrum here and under a lot of pressure. So it's going to go both ways. Let's talk high level here as far as investment is concerned. I mean, we've touched on this over and over again, and we can't stop talking about the simple fact that gold only goes up. And I mean, it's done nothing for 2.5 decades, and now it just goes up every day.
Yeah, no, gold, we're going to hit, the first, the bullish targets were 2,500. Then it was 3,000. Now we're steadily above 3,000. It wasn't just we ticked 3,000. It's come back down to 29s. No, we're over 3,000. 3,500 is the next mark. I was talking to a guy I know last night. He has a gold company. We're just chatting about some stuff. And he's like, I think we're going to 5,000. And I would have normally just, kind of laughed that one off. But I don't think it's as laughable as it was a year ago. Right. So I think those numbers are going to continue to go. Like we've talked about on the show many times, is gold is a precursor and an indicator for when there is chaos in the market, and it's a safe haven where people can go and really put their money into something when there is volatility in the rest of the world. How that peters down to equities, still to be determined.
As far as individual names go, I mean, we'll throw out a few here. B2 Gold Corporation, TSX name here in Toronto. This does not look like the gold chart.
No, it doesn't. Some of them don't. Some of them don't. And again, it is slightly different because it isn't as large a producer as, like, say, a Barrick, who they're just like to like. Barrick goes up, gold goes up, Barrick goes up in line. B2 Gold is a smaller producer, and they do have some geopolitical risks. But again, the geopolitical risks used to be because you're in Mali and you're in Namibia, and that's where B2 Gold is, in addition to Canada. Those were your risks. You're in a country with some potential political instability, but now that instability is the U.S., so they're not as tied to that. So you might see them move on the fact that they are not in that jurisdiction.
When it comes to these types of companies, though, what's the advantage maybe between someone going out and spending, on a Barrick or something that's higher priced versus the lower end of the spectrum here, as far as upside goes?
Yeah, it just comes down to your risk tolerance, right? Like, if you are looking at that Barrick is going to be tied to the price of gold in a very small delta. Price of gold goes up 20%, delta might go up 5, 10, 15, 20%. Price of gold goes down, it won't go down 20%. Price of gold goes down 5%, Barrick might go down a couple of points. These higher delta names have that larger opportunity where you could go. It could go up 10, 15, 20% irrespective of the price of gold, simply because of something that happened to one of their neighbors, like we've talked about before. If it's, it's closeology. If you're close to someone who's gotten really good results, that affects you because the ground doesn't know that there's a border in your property line, right? And the ground goes where the ground goes. So if your neighbor does well, you do well, things of that nature. So you get that higher delta name. And in addition, when they announce drill results, like all of a sudden, and I won't bore the audience with details around grams per ton, so I've learned our lesson on that. But when you get those massive results that mining heads really get their heads around, you see these, again, larger deltas where a stock like B2 Gold has gone between, and this is a small delta name, but between 315 and 460 this year, right? So it's a 50% move if you caught it at the bottom. But conversely, it's to the downside. You've also got that.
One that has ties to other Trump-related topics, FM here, and I'm speaking of the Panama situation.
And so that was one that I thought was interesting. Again, it's not a gold name, but it is a copper-based name. But that one is interesting simply because of all the geopoliticalness that goes into everything that's happening in the world. There's ports that are now being bought by Blackstone or by the Chinese, and there's all the different ports that are being bought in the Panama Canal. There is Panama itself, what they're doing with First Quantum, which was the former government, stopped everything. They're in arbitration currently. And you've seen the stock rebound nicely. I mean, it went all the way down to, again, as a larger cap stock, went down to the $14 level. It's come back up to the $23 level, and it's trading around $20 now. Massive properties producing copper, and now it's just a geopolitical thing. Which way will Panama rule? So it's more of a geopolitical name versus a commodity tied name.
The one thing that's blatantly obvious here on all of these charts, regardless of how you look at them, they're nowhere near as weak as most of the other market at this point and holding up, a little bit better, which is kind of the point and why we're having this conversation. Let's go to more tariff-related names or potentially tariff-related names. On the consumer side first, as you were mentioning, there's the food aspect of it, and that's very wide-ranging, not necessarily just on the produce side.
Food items are across the board, and I was listening to somebody yesterday, and being Canadian as an example, there is a lot of pro-Canadian mentality. I was passing by a restaurant yesterday, sign said 25% off Canadian wines. Someone kind of almost frowned at the fact that somebody ordered a bottle of California Cab. Everyone was like, you can't. It's America. You can't do that. Bourbon, all those things, goes all the way to that end of it, as well as into produce. Like, again, Canada, we're highly reliant on produce from other countries, particularly from the U.S. Yeah. So how does that work? And the U.S. is highly reliant on produce and goods from all over the other parts of the world because there's only so much that they can do as well. And if you look at what they get from Canada, there's a lot of grains, there's a lot of pulses, there's things of that nature that come in, plus beef, and then there's the whole dairy issue that I won't even get into.
There's the aspect as well, I was reading this yesterday, of South America. We get a lot of produce from South America as well. a lot of that to date has gone through the U.S. to get to Canada. So now you're putting all this pressure on those types of smaller producers to find different ways around to get their products to market, which is crazy. I want to show this one real quick. This is Loblaws. This is a grocery chain here in Canada, but what is this, all-time highs?
They are just $1 shy of all-time highs. They might have actually hit it yesterday. And again, this is a name that's trading at $203. And if you caught the bottom correctly this year, on a $200 name, you made 45%. Their low on the year was $145, getting up to over the 200s. And they've done a really good job in Canada. They really don't care about the U.S. And in terms of who they sell to, maybe I'm sure they do care about the U.S. But in terms of who they sell to,
probably not.
But yeah, if you walk through a Loblaws, which is a grocery store here in Canada, you'll see "Made in Canada, Made in Canada, Made in Canada" signs, and they have their own Canadian label called President's Choice, and so you're seeing these things permeate through the economy where Canadians are backing up Canadian-made goods and entities.
I was trying to find something to compare it to, but it's hard almost. It's not necessarily a Whole Foods type of store, but it's getting to a point where it's in the higher end price range at least.
Yeah, it's getting like maybe not Whole Foods, but like a Trader Joe's for sure. It's probably getting up there.
That's probably
Trader Joe's does have better food, so if you guys want to send us any stuff, we're very open to it. I'm not sure if actually, no, never mind. Tariffs.
Those peanut butter pretzel cube things.
It'll cost us too much for you guys to send it to us, so don't worry about it, Trader Joe's. Tariffs. We'll pick up the tariff if you send it.
Raheem will pick up the tariff. Raheem will pick up the tariff if we send it. Rails specifically.
Yeah,
probably something
that's going to be a massive thing now, just because of the way everything's going. Infrastructure. Canada's done a really, in my opinion, poor job of building out our infrastructure. We've rested on our laurels and said, okay, well, the pipeline that connects Alberta, as an example, going to oil and gas for a second, that connects Alberta to the East Coast, if it goes through the U.S., it's fine, but why? Why didn't you build it going through Canada? Why would you have that resiliency on somebody else that built a pipeline just below us? Doesn't make any sense to me. And so now with goods that are going to have to cross borders, again, if it's Canadian wine, if it's Canadian grains, if things of that nature, Canadian seafood, that are going to have to pass, that rail infrastructure is going to have to ramp up significantly, and it's going to have to go this way across Canada. So I think there's going to be a massive opportunity for CN Rail in terms of everything that's going to have to go cross-border this way versus people that were always looking south for their sales are now going to have to look laterally.
I didn't bring up that chart, but it's
$140. It's near its, $135 was its year low, got up to 180. I think this is a name that's going to be massively predicated on what happens with tariffs.
This is CNQ. Just real quick, we'll wrap up with this one. Canadian Natural. Another one that, you're just talking about the simple fact that half of our energy products have to go cross-border twice just to get from one side of the country to the other.
Yeah. So this is a name, again, it's based in Western Canada. They've got assets in Western Canada. But in addition, slightly geographical diversification with assets in the UK as well as Western Africa. It's trading right down the middle of its 52-week high-low. But it's going to be a name that will be affected by whatever happens today. So depending on which way things happen at 4:07 or whatever time we're on the ledger.
Whatever draw slot we get.
whatever time our slot begins. That'll be a name to watch out for, and it's been one of the more active trading names because of everything that's going on.
Yeah.
And what we've always said, if you love yourself, you buy yourself. So they've had a normal course issuer bid. They've got a dividend. So those things kind of just provide that comfort that if as an investor, you also get that dividend on the back end.
I mean, I think just the simple fact that we, show up here this morning and there's so much to talk about, we could probably break this into 2 or 3 different segments. And maybe we should, because
I'll just sit here all day.
As
a Canada commentator.
As we were saying, we don't know what's going to happen. So once we do know, I mean, you had crypto on here a little bit as well, and I think it's worth mentioning what the effect of crypto is going to be. But I mean, we can get into that another time. Let's all hold our breath collectively for 407, maybe this afternoon.
Yeah, depending.
The over/under.
Yeah,
I think he'll show up.
We should set it out.
I think he'll show up around 4:30.
We have a gambling company that's involved now, right? So we can put an over/under.
Place a bet. Yeah. We can actually. That's a good idea.
Let's do that.
We can actually create a line.
Yeah.
On
what time will Canada get announced?
That's actually a good idea,
okay.
guys.
4:11.5 is where we'll go.
Shout out to ProfitX.
You think we'll be that up? We'll be up.
I'd take under.
is that even the
I just think it's
beginning,
going to be
though?
immediately at 4 o'clock.
But who knows? Like, it could be 4 o'clock, and then all of a sudden you're talking for a little bit, and then you don't actually get like anything till 4:20, or it could be right at 4:01. It's an interesting thought. I had to put some thought into it. But one thing that Raheem mentioned, well, two. I had a conversation with a good friend of mine who runs a trucking company. He says it's absolute chaos. They do a lot of business back and forth. I think that's what you're seeing reflected in the rail charts. And when that settles down, they'll probably rebound. But for now, they're in a bunch of pain. And as to Barrick Gold and some of the producers, like you get these lagging moves. Like gold is breaking out. These are only now trying to catch up. So I think that was a great look for Barrick there. And it hasn't really broken out that 52-week high just yet.
Deliveries must
Tesla's
be out.
out.
Yeah, Tesla right now. Making the move down, Brendan. Tesla delivery numbers are out. I don't see them yet, but they are. Oh, there it is. Tesla. 75. Oh, no, that's not the right story. All right, well, there it is, man. Tesla, I don't have the numbers, but they are going to the downside right now. Tesla, 257 and change. We had just put out the sticky note, seeing that we'd wait to see where, I didn't
337,000 units was delivered, and production was 362,000. So delivered 337, and production was 362.
Yeah,
the
so
numbers are from Tesla.
Yeah, so the delivery is 336 versus 380.
Yeah.
So that's the big number.
That's
there.
that's the.
Yeah, so 336 versus 380. So a decline of more than 10% of expected there. So quarter over quarter. We'll
production missed by 10% as well.
Yeah, exactly. So production missing and deliveries both missing, sending Tesla much lower here, now down 4.5. We were just down 2 and a bit. There goes Tesla, move down. So yeah, all right. So those are the numbers that we have. Tesla reports Q1 deliveries 336 versus 280, 495 quarter over quarter. So way down quarter over quarter. Last year 495 and now 336. So there goes Tesla. Just to look at some levels where we may get into here. I honestly think like this could be a break of there, 243, 244. It's not good. That wick might give us an idea, right? 250, 253. Where are we now? All the way back up there. Okay, so that's good. So it's nice to see a little bit of a recovery there. At least now there's some kind of a bottom that we can play off of there. 253 and change. You know, you can now trade this kind of like earnings. Like it's an important number. So when there's a gap, then you play the fade right there back to VWAP. So, you know, could be a good play there for Tesla. Starting to get down, man. 260 right now for Tesla. Do we get to that 220 bottom again? It looks like it's absorbing this pretty good. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe not as bad as we all thought. Did anybody push the bottom there, or are we waiting? So right now the 200 period's at 265. That's going to look like a good shorting opportunity for me if we can get into 265 right there for Tesla. So not bad. It's not. I don't think it's as bad as maybe the market thought.
Well, last time they missed deliveries, 2%. It was, remember that disaster morning? It was much more extreme the last time they had a deliveries miss. So I'd say this is not as bad. But look, it had support yesterday at 261, like where we are right now, like 60 to 63. So as long as you're not breaking out that range, I think the short stays a little bit constructive here. But you got to let it settle down a bit. We haven't even had a second candle on the 15-minute, and we'll have a couple before we get to the open. So Tesla, not as crazy to the downside as last time on deliveries, but still under pressure. And then remember, with tariffs coming, it's not a good start to the day. The NASDAQ was already weak. NASDAQ and the ES were both weak before this all happened. Yikes. Brendan?
Just reading through a couple of other points on that, on the Model Y. We'll get to that in a second. But, I mean, the stock's been crushed already. So let's just talk about it a little more. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page. And then all you need is your email address. And you can get the watch list for free. Every single day comes right to your inbox. I mean, this thing is down so much from the beginning of the year. How much of these numbers are already priced in. So there's the daily chart, 256 right now. We're back to the bottom end of the range. But yeah, nothing good about what we just learned. Do you have those? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I found this visual online here as well. This is just posted here on X. And if you can see here, this is Q1 2025.
Yeah.
There's definitely a drop. From what I'm seeing, apparently deliveries down about 32% quarter over quarter and 13% to the downside year over year. But again, these numbers not great. Just to repeat these, they delivered 336,700 vehicles for Q1 versus estimates of 380,000. And then also here, the production was 362.6 thousand versus 412.2 thousand. So again, average analyst estimate, as I mentioned earlier, was about 408,000. We are well below that average analyst estimate, that is for sure. This might be a little bit weaker than what we were looking for, even worst case scenario as a market for Tesla here.
It's definitely the bottom end of the range. I mean, I saw a couple of people even mentioning maybe 300,000 was going to be the number when it comes out, but
it's not great.
Yeah, definitely not good here, guys. But I think the bigger point, again, we're down so much from the highs. How much of this is going to already have been priced in?
That's the Q2.
The thing is, though, yeah, even if you say it's priced in, we just bounced from 220 a couple times here on the daily. So it's not like Tesla didn't have a relief rally. We had a solid bounce. You bounced twice off, like you said, that 220 level. You got to the 200 period. You've already rejected it. So there's overhead resistance we know at the 80. I actually thought if it had come out good, it would have been a fade going into 80 somewhere in there regardless, just based on what happened yesterday. But at this point, you got to look. It's just a little bit different. Like, this is breaking down heavily. Now you're starting to really accelerate to the downside. So I think the short is into 60 to 63 and then just try to pick it up on trend here. VWAP's going to sit right at 60, and if that holds throughout the open, it would have to break back above that 63 for me to be convinced that this is going to be some kind of a relief rally long. And then you probably get to do all of this over again tomorrow, because after the tariffs get released, you'll have even more volatility coming into Tesla. Long term, I think this might take a little bit longer for things to settle on Tesla than everybody realizes. I know I'm not buying the 220 again if it gets down there. I'm probably waiting at least another quarter.
Yeah, I mean, 220 is like another 10%, like more, right?
You can be there tomorrow.
I don't know where this is going to go.
Wait,
I just put in you know, like we just held that 255, but I just put in like a short if we break it one more time just to see. We did get that wick down to 254, 255. So if we break it, then I'm going to try the short. But I do think that, yeah, as we, motor our way up, I mean, there's going to be better short levels for sure. I just think I'd rather join the pain train to the downside. And then if it doesn't happen, we do have levels to get out. Like I'm talking about like half a unit or something like that on some kind of a break lower right there. But it's holding pretty good. I wonder if this is a bullish. I almost had a hard time saying that, because maybe it's not as bad as many had feared, right? Everyone was saying, wait for the quarter, wait till you see what's going to happen to Tesla. I mean, down 4% when we sort of started, even pre-number, we were at 260s, right? So you're only down $2, $3 from that level. And the Nasdaq's trying to hold as well. Maybe that's not as bad as we thought, and we look forward now. And I just can't see the consumer. Goldman Sachs yesterday had the recession priced at 35% for the US this coming year. So if that's the case, are we rushing to buy new vehicles? And if we are we buying a Tesla anyways at this point for some people? So I just think there's been some damage done to the brand. And yeah, I don't, if money becomes more expensive and, prices start going higher in our everyday life, we just had Raheem on right there. As these tariffs hit, if things become 20% cheaper or more expensive, that's a hit to expendable income, which would be something that would go towards potentially a new car or anything here. I mean, I think it's still worrisome for Apple and for some of these big consumer names, right? So we'll watch out for Tesla. There's reasons why Amazon's been going down to the downside, and Tesla's facing that as well. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But yeah, breakthrough 254, 255 right there on the low, I think is worth it. But here's the gap right to VWAP again. So yeah, this is probably a decent short underneath 260 here. So yeah, kind of I feel like no man's land right now. Maybe it's not right. I'm going to cancel that short. What time is it? 9:10. Yeah, okay, let's just cancel it for now. But anyways, that's going to be a play, I think, right off open then, that 255 break.
All right, let's go on to Newsmax here. Meanwhile, Newsmax continuing to just mind its own business here, trying to get back to, $200 and see if it can actually break back above that this morning. We're down big time versus where we ended the day. I mean, we ended the day way up here yesterday. So nothing really new to talk about as far as Newsmax is concerned, just a ton of interest online. I mean, an ultra-right or ultra-conservative news platform, maybe just the sign of the times here.
Yeah, apparently it's almost as valuable, if not more valuable, than Fox as of yesterday, which is interesting too because Fox got a little bit of a pop on Monday night, or the end of NMAX's first day of trading. It's worth noting here too, apparently their viewership is not as good as Fox's. NMAX though, right now about $190 after closing with roughly $28 billion in market cap yesterday. So it does not sound like we're going to open with that much market cap, but let's see if we're able to reclaim 200.
I mean, yeah, listen, it's not heading down at this point. I mean, that's something in the pre-market here, guys.
What stock was that? Oh, Newsmax.
I mean, yeah, okay, so it's not heading down. It's actually slightly grinding higher, which is a weird thing to say when it's actually bounced 10% from recent support. I'm usually of the thinking that the day that it goes down or gaps down big is an important one, but a lot of times, I said this when we started the day, sometimes you'll see a relief rally early and then the fade. It's when it does that, like if it tries to break 200, closes out the open range underneath and then can't hold VWAP, I think that's where you start to think you're on the other end of it. I do feel like if I'm trading one of the two, I'll be real, much more likely to trade WTF than Newsmax. Vastly cheaper locates for us to go short. It's also the sympathy play, like it wasn't going first, it's one was going second. It's weaker on the chart, like everything about it is a little bit weaker than Newsmax. I'd use Newsmax almost like the futures. Like Newsmax fails a high and look at WTF instead for some kind of a fade. Maybe off of VWAP, but it's kind of like the tail of the dog here. Let's let Newsmax determine what happens in WTF. For me, I'm not going to touch Newsmax in particular.
Yeah, just a tough. I'm still looking at Tesla. I think I'm going to take that 255 break short. Yeah. So yesterday, I'm just going to go over. We had CoreWeave, and it was a big trade. It was my number one stock 2 days ago. It was my number one stock yesterday, and it was just breaking this $50 level, and we didn't even have it until 350. Or so. We first had it on this first break. It went down $1, then we had it again. So lost actually the first time, then hit it the next time. So it's back-to-back days where CoreWeave was my number one trade, P&L-wise. Not number one traded name volume-wise, but definitely because the move happens. What about a 54 break right now? I mean, everybody was like, wah, CoreWeave didn't have a great IPO, but then 3 days later, we're right at the high end of the expected range. Right, and so we are looking at $55 as a high-end expectation. So we just IPO'd, and now all of a sudden it's Wednesday, and we're right here right now. So I would say get ready for this one, man. 54.50. I mean, I like that break. I think if we can get there, we even go higher. So yeah, for me on CoreWeave, I should have added this to the sticky note. I like this trade, 54 CoreWeave. So we'll have to have a look there. I think it gets there. We do have the imbalances coming out. There's going to be nothing right now, as it's all New York-related names. Obviously, we're looking at some of the big Mag 7 names, and CoreWeave being in NASDAQ is also not going to be on here. But pretty mixed so far. Nike with a bit of a sell. I mean, we saw off Lulu, off Nike. They haven't been able to get going. I just said my piece about where I thought retail was going, not in a great spot there. XOM, oil, energy, has been ripping.
BlackBerry, by the way.
Yeah, they had earnings.
Reported this morning, they're down 21%.
Yeah. So maybe some volume there, 1.7 million.
Yeah, they're bleeding.
Could be something there for sure. Yeah, BlackBerry. Yuck. Yeah, there it goes, man. They had the tariff hit them like real time.
Yeah.
So there's the minus. So I think BlackBerry's just taking the tariff thing a little, like literally. They're just taking their stock down 20% immediately.
Exactly.
Just to say like.
Just get it out of the way.
They're just like, forget it. We know it's coming. The stock's going to drop 20%.
Very efficient.
Very, very, very good, BlackBerry. Well done there. Well spotted.
Or they just don't make money.
All right.
Or this, that.
Yeah, I don't know what that earnings report was, so let's not think too much about that. Just a quick look here to see people looking at Tesla still. Yeah, so still at the same levels, 257. So we'll wait to see what happens here with TSLA. Those imbalances could spark one way or the other here, and those are in 10 minutes.
We were just talking about Blackberries and how they just vanished. and like you said, it was like almost you woke up one day and everyone had an iPhone, and that was the end of BlackBerry. Let's go on to Meta, down 1.5% here this morning. If you missed it in the pre-market, UFC partnership coming through. They made it official. I mean, Zuck's been hanging out with Dana White for a better part of a year. They're going to be this says official fan technology partner. I also read official VR glasses or smart glasses partner for the UFC. I'm not sure how they're going to integrate that, but kind of cool for Meta.
Interesting look here. I want to talk a little bit more about these Hypernova glasses.
Sure. Yeah.
So this is their old glasses, the $299 Meta Ray-Ban glasses. According to the Bloomberg report, these new Hypernova glasses are going to cost more than $1,000. They could sell for as high as $1,300 to $1,400. And apparently the screen's only going to be visible on the right lens, near the bottom of the lens, best viewed when looking downward. So really interesting look. Again, this is just an early report here from Bloomberg, but here are the old glasses. We'll have to wait and see what the new ones necessarily look like. Also in Meta AI world, we had a report, or I guess an announcement here from Joelle Pineau, who is the company's leader of AI. Apparently she's stepping down after 8 years.
The prototype that they showed, I guess going back to the end of last year, I mean, I hope it's a little bit better than those at this point, but we'll see, because those were not there yet. But he seems to be all in on this technology anyway.
Oh, we actually had CoreWeave on the board there. Okay. Yeah, so for Meta, look, I can't believe we're talking about a story about UFC deal for these glasses. Like, that's not a very strong story there. It's nice to see that these glasses are coming through at $1,200, something like that. Seems to be too expensive, but we'll wait. I mean, people pay up for high quality items, and obviously with Ray-Bans and everything like that, and the tech that's going to be in there, probably worth it. But I was showing this earlier, and it's down 21%, right, from its top, even to right now, let alone where we had just come from. So there it is right there. That's 18%. That bottom's 21. So depending on what we do right now, down 18% from the top is Meta. So that's bear market, right? I mean, if depending, I guess my numbers aren't exact. So this has come back into the 200 period moving average. I still think you got to let these things fall down. I mean, it's one of the names that I like the best out of the Mag 7. I talked about Meta at Amazon. I really hating Google right now. I don't know if Gemini's going to make up for what they're going to lose in search. Really interested to hear what this next quarter brings for all of these names. That was a gift right there for sure. 650. If you can ever get something like that again, that'd be great. And that was only last week. So we'll wait to see if Meta does have that oh my gosh moment and battles all the way back. Would all like to see that happen. But for me, still not that much volume. I don't hold that much to that story. If anything, like that's not a catalyst, and you can see today down the same as the NASDAQ right now. Obviously, these high growth names going to get hit. And yeah, money just coming out. It's been such a great run for Meta. Like even now, you're just back to where we were at the election, right? Like, so it's not the end of the world. It's all this unrealized gains that everybody's lost. So when you sort of sit back and you put on a weekly chart or anything like that, you're going to find that some of these names aren't really that bad, but yeah, 20% down from the very peak is a tough look when you're thinking about it and you're looking at your account daily, weekly. It's tough. And Meta right now, remember we were like, hey man, it's had 25 straight up days or whatever it was. Yeah. Like well celebrated, and now, disrespected that whole move, and now we are underneath. So I think we are learning something now, especially some of the new investors, and myself included. Like when you get these kind of moves up, even if you do fall back, there's always worth it to take something out. And I think even right there, it could have took something out. But at the end of the day, I think you just want to invest wisely. And I'm not sure Meta has gone down far enough yet. So we'll wait.
Yeah, I think you're going to lose the 200 period potentially today. And if that actually holds underneath it, I don't see a reason why 500 seems pretty reasonable of a spot. Like the absolute goal zone, I said this like a week ago. If it gets under 500 anywhere near the 424 half, that's a load 'em up. I don't know that it'll get that bad for Meta, but if it does, That's at that price, forget about buying once a quarter. If you're DCAing this year, I'm just buying twice at that level if it's there next quarter. For today, I don't necessarily like a day trade on Meta. If anything, out of the Mag 7 names, it was more the 225 on Apple that I was kind of cued in on. But the problem with all of those is you're really far away. In 225, it was a buy and balance on Apple, and it just went up there and then reversed at 225. So you know there's some resistance up there if it can get there. Maybe we get a rally and it gets to that price. The only thing I wanted to add, I didn't get a chance to mention on CoreWeave, which is now breaking out. I like that 50 level that it's already held, but now that it's breaking out, going to have to look at VWAP for continuation. I thought maybe you were going to get the old dip and rally, which, I mean, that's kind of what's been usually happening on most stocks, dip and rally. So I was looking for that today. I guess we'll have to look at VWAP instead. And yeah, I mean, everything's sliding, so it'll make sense that the semis would too.
Yeah, Steven, as far as groups are concerned, here's Intel, just about to break the low from yesterday right now, down 1.6%. NVIDIA looks maybe even worse at this point as far as what is happening this morning. We're already through yesterday's low. I mean, there's nothing significant as far as news, but obviously going to be on watch coming up tonight.
And one thing, too, that I want to note beyond the tariff concerns, too, is AMD, Broadcom, and Marvell are all attending this OFC conference. It's the optical fiber-related conference. So this conference has been going on since Sunday. But today, of course, we're going to have three semiconductor heavy hitters attending. Marvell especially does have a tendency to move a little bit on these conferences. So I think that would be something to be aware of. Broadcom will be there tomorrow as well.
CoreWeave, yeah, I mean, I just heard a downtick there, but do we even talk about it in the same sense at this point? 50% for Intel in the last 12 months downside, guys. Where's the trade here today?
Short the pops. I mean,
down 1.6.
Yeah, like I don't know.
They're all going to
typically been the name of the game for, at least for this stock. It lost the 50 period yesterday. There's nothing really outside of every even dollar in the 20 level standing between it and the fresh lows that it's been bouncing off of, which is actually 19, not 20. So I think continuation today. You can pop, the thing is you can pop right into prior close and have the afternoon short levels, which was 22 to 22.10 or so. So that's the first look. And if it breaks that, then I'm looking at the close before, which is like 22, I think it was like 22.60. So call it the 22.5. I'm shorting pops in that. And then AMD as well. That's the other chip name I'm looking at. Very defined range the last 2 days. Outside of the early move that you got on Monday off of the open, it's been holding 101 and resisting 103. So if bearish, short 103. So those are the two chip names that I have on the mind. AMD shorting if it pops into 103. Also, if the open range holds under 101, I think you gap fill down. But it's Intel that we've kind of, I feel like I missed Intel yesterday until later on in the session. So if there's any play into that 22, I want to make sure I'm able to grab it.
Yeah, for sure. Intel's been a tough trade there from new CEO to all the way up to $27, $28.
He inherited
right back into $20 again. Damn you. All right, so I wrote down there on the sticky note today, obviously we were going to be celebrating Liberation Day, but there it is right here. IBIT, I just want to talk about that quickly. 47.75 short. Still flat here in the pre-market IBIT, which is a little bit strange because I've been thinking that it's following the NASDAQ a little bit. So if it does play that catch-up game, I'd like to see it break. And it was sort of, again, not that wick really means anything. It was a breaking back down below 45. I just wanted to give it a little bit of room to make sure that we're right, or 48, sorry. I just didn't want to whack that, so I just kind of went over here. This level right there, 47.80. So this was what we were looking at as a break. So hopefully we can break in there and then make that move down. It was a good hold. It started that rally. We did hold again. So, you know, if we get up to the top 48.50, I mean, I'm long crypto. It's just into today. I'm surprised IBIT's holding out so good. So this could also be the long that we're looking for sure. So again, happy anniversary today to my wife. All right, so Tesla right here on the way down. It's getting to that level. I am going to go short 255. So if we do break, I don't have a cross down too much, only to 75. So we'll see. Hopefully the liquidity is okay. like I said, about a half a unit or so, just to see if we get going, because we are into right now less than 1 minute. It's 9:24. 30 right now. So if we call up the imbalances, we'll see these in just a second, and it'll probably spike something on Tesla, so bear with me. We can also have a quick check. Well, we were just looking at NVIDIA because we're talking about some of the semis. This could also go today. That bottom's like 104, so I would think that could come into play as the NASDAQ's going to start pretty pukey here today. Let's flip it back to Tesla just to see. There it is. So, no, not even yet. 3, 2, we just see how it moved a little bit. 1, so there we go. So they're now out, so it doesn't look like it's doing too much of Tesla. If anything, it's just gone to the upside. And there's really nothing on here, right? So I'm not seeing...
NVIDIA.
There's NVIDIA. Okay, so it just got jacked up to the top there. Not moving too much, but a nice little 50-cent move down on NVIDIA. Apple with a sell. So that was quite a nice trade yesterday. Apple, so that was a nice move there. Coming back in, down 1%, trying to go. Google with a sell, Goog with a buy, so that might be a mixed opportunity there. Lucid is 250 now. Okay, that was 240 yesterday.
Oof.
All right, so not much else, man. It doesn't look like there's any those IPOs on here either.
Well, because we didn't. Usually we have it on the board to talk about crypto. So I'm glad you mentioned it, because I didn't remember to go over one name that was on the note, and it's Mara at 12 again, because the last 2 days. I mean, it's easy to see here. Just underneath the 12 level has been resistance for a couple of days in a row. So let it travel into, or at least close to $12, and put on the short. That's also that prior low, which it's continuing to hold underneath. So as long as Bitcoin isn't breaking out over 85,000, I mean, it could be, it could be there, but as long as it's not screaming above that level and trending higher and all that stuff, then I want to still look short on Mara in front of 12. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to get myself an order out there so I'm ready, because at the open, sneaky suspicion that the 2 stocks that we'll be looking at the most are Tesla and if CoreWeave ever settles down at 56 right now. So Tesla,
that was a great break.
I don't know if we'll actually get this at VWAP, but look, Tesla can move $3 or $4
Damn, shorty.
easy. So it could pop into VWAP quick, and then you're right back into this 360 in a few minutes in here. So it's going to be, I expect there to be crazy action off the open. I know people are looking at that Newsmax still. It's pulled back underneath VWAP, looking weak once again. So the squeeze IPO names are going down, which is your WTF and your NMAX. But you've got CoreWeave, the real one, headed to the upside. So that's continuing to go. VWAP is no longer at 52. It's now all the way at 53.5. So I guess it'll be like first available dip. Yeah, it's going to be a wild one today. I mean, it's hard to pick what will happen at 4 o'clock, but right now the market is bleeding in anticipation. Sometimes you get that early rally off the open. I think that's where I'm looking to short.
Yeah, my bet is actually stuff comes out like way earlier. Like something's going to get leaked, and they might even just tell us what's good at any time.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, ears to the ground here for sure, all day. Like all someone has to do is get their hands on whatever this, I guess what he has to sign them all into. I don't even know how it's going to go. Like
they're executive orders, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so. So
pretty sure they're executive.
I guess so. So he's going to be signing all those, and I guess one after another. There, we'll find out which countries are affected, which goods, and how they plan on dealing with it, which we already know. They're going to be there, and we'll see some other countries, come up with some reciprocal ones as well. 2 minutes to go here. CoreWeave, there's that 54 break, man. We talked about that. That was such cash. And there it goes, now up to 56.50. So congratulations, anybody that took that. CoreWeave, definitely on my radar as well. Tesla, we're about to get short, so get ready. Right off the open, I will be short, it looks like. Anyways, looks like it's going to break that 255. It could break it right now. And again, even if we're in it, it's just going to be one unit. I'm just going to be in it basically for the roller coaster potential crack lower there. If we can sort of make that one whoosh down, and we want to be in it. Now, we may even miss. I'm only crossing down 25 cents, and that might miss right off the open, because right now just the open market spread is 40 cents. So we'll have to wait to see if that happens. And then, yeah, as Neil mentioned, up to VWAP would be great, 260 and change. The name's down today on a number, so I treat all those when there's a gap. you play that back to Mr. VWAP. And then here, it's going to break, so we should be able to get short. You'll see me in a second on the bottom. I just wanted, there we go. We are now in, so we didn't get that much of a slippage, did we? We're at 86s, so a good little level there. It's just bouncing off of it. Just quickly, Palantir, if it does get anywhere near yesterday's close, fine by me. But for right now, that is also down 3%. Okay, well, we're short Tesla. We'll go to 254 like 01 here. We'll put out 10% to see if we can get a fill for $1, as it might get lower right now. We're waiting out for 250 flat. We'll see if it can hold that. It looks like it's going to work so far, but the market's about to be open. So good luck to everybody.
Yeah, good luck, everybody. It is Tariff Day, Liberation Day, whatever you want to call it. It is also sponsored by WorkSport, WKSP on the NASDAQ. Shout out to them. But this Hump Day, this Tariff Day, this Liberation Day, Tesla Delivery Day, it's going to be a wild one in Adara. Let's ring that bell. Brought to you by WorkSport in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right. There it is. So we are really starting to crack a little bit lower, man. Instantly $1 in the money there. We took some out, as it's still $1. Just went down. It was a little bit of a wipe down there on Tesla. It went to 253, it looks like, 252.98. So we get our 01s. That's where we were bidding. Now it's, okay, hopefully it gets a little bit lower there as we wait to see what's going on with Tesla. Let it settle down, man. We only got out at 10%, as well, a little bit more than that, actually. As we said, I think it was 12% at the lows there. So we'll wait to see. Again, not a huge play. We're going to see if we can get a 250 fill. My next bid is 250, 250, and then 250 flat. So there it is, man. Nice little dollar to start the day. Good trade there. At least we talked about that one. We did miss out on CoreWeave.
58.
Yeah, CoreWeave was a play that we should have had on board, but was a little bit too early to take that. There it is, man. There's $3 now. Screw you, CoreWeave. Who cares? There goes Tesla right now. Nice little trade there. 2 and change in the money.
Great trade on Tesla. CoreWeave now, it just hit $58, as you mentioned. The prior high is now VWAP at 54. So this little double top in here is we're going to look for a little bit of a bid. You're already starting to see it pull back. It just pulled back $2 in a couple of seconds here. So I think it comes into this level pretty quickly. Remember, this is still like a failed break of the high. So you want it to settle down off of the volume weighted average price. Yeah, that's the one I'm watching right now because Tesla is not giving any kind of a bounce as it's just head to downside. I'm going to cancel that order. Once you break the low, not looking for that VWAP play as valid, at least in the short term. So it's just going to be CoreWeave on this dip. And Intel, we didn't grab Intel. Oh, looks like we missed by a couple pennies on Intel there. Had my orders going into 22. Looks like I got to 21.94. You just cancel those because obviously we missed them by a couple cents.
Yeah, we did get that 250, 250 there. So good trade there. As a good thing you brought up that CoreWeave because that is coming back in just a little bit. Look at the market, baby. Starting to get back up to the upside right now. So a nice little trade there for everybody on the market if you went long. I'm going to put out another piece right there on Tesla. We just got 250, 297s there. So far 5401s, 5250 as we said, and 5297 right there. Waiting for a bump up into 58 to see if we can reload it. But as Neil mentioned there, no real move higher except for right now. So if you are looking to go short Tesla, Merry Christmas, you just got $2 of a bump there. And if you wanted it, you could have took it. We're already in it early, and this is definitely on purpose, man. We knew that we were going to be staring at this, looking at it, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now. What's going on with Bitcoin? It's kind of just hovering. So
not doing anything.
Yeah, not doing anything. Well, yeah, I mean, almost broke 48, but yeah, not doing something. Okay, all right. Here we go. Let's get this down. 250 flat is where we're bidding right now, and we'll see if we can get that. So come back in right now for Tesla. Now, $1, $2, $3 right there. The only trade that we have on board. Like we said, we're just trying to make a little bit here because we didn't take too many shares. So we'll have to wait for that. CoreWeave does make that move all the way down and all the way up again. So nice move down to 53 going into the 50-period moving average. Now trying to hold VWAP at 55. CoreWeave right now 56 and change.
Yeah, and the market's bouncing pretty nicely here, so I expect if you're looking to short pops, you're probably going to start to get them a little bit. AMD did not look. We already talked about 22 on Intel for the short. AMD nowhere near 103. Prior high is sitting at 101.60. So if it comes in and does another wick like this, then we might get into that over Intel. CoreWeave is going to break out the high. That was a silly wick. You have to remember, it's not as liquid as you think on CoreWeave. No. So when it dipped into 54, it spent no time there. It was right back at 55.5 within a matter of seconds. So I think you have to sit on the bid and get swept up out in front of your level instead, or just take clean breakouts on CoreWeave, because this one is absolutely squeezing. Maybe we can still get something in the 55 range, but that one's absolutely running. We just got Intel, but I want to have something on board if CoreWeave comes back in here. Whoops, I just put $5.55 instead of 55.
Yeah. Nice. All right, so we're gonna start. The trade now on the futures. We wrote down 57.50. I think we'll just respect that level. If we break above 57.50, then we're gonna get out. So let's just put this stop right now. 57. If we come over here, Fabian, that'd be. We can just show this quickly. 57.50. That is that pre-market high. We're gonna get more at the 200 period. That's where we want it. There's 57.50. We could be wrong, no problem on this one because it's an early trade. So we'll wait. We got to get some more short though. 57.25 is where we're looking right now to sort of put on a spot and see if we get run over. Basically, at the end of the day, we're willing to go. So we'll wait to see if we can get anything at this level. Looking for 57.25, not getting into too early right now. That would be, our bigger trade there. Oh, what just happened there? Okay, so we get 57 flats. So we're still waiting for this trade to come in. So hopefully we'll come back up here. We'll be able to get more at 57.25 and then use this 57.50 as our stop. As there goes the futures, I don't know, big move, right? Big move up to VWAP. I mean, we like to say that those are the trades. So now we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. Short Intel over there, short Mara. I mean, we like the crypto.
The market's coming up though. Market's
big
at
time.
The NASDAQ's at VWAP right now. So quick, I'll show the first one first. Intel just made another topping tail candle underneath 22, underneath the pre-market high. I didn't get it till 88. I'm trying to get some 90s as well, but that's the one that's holding, at least attempting to hold. But look at Mara go. So Mara might break this pulp. So this is that $12 level, and the prior high there's $12.15. I'm letting it go if it gets past $12.10, but I'm not adding to it until we see a little bit of a curl. That's going to be very important. Oh yeah, WTF. WTF is halted to the upside right now.
Wow, this is going now.
So I don't know what's going on with Newsmax, but WTF halted to the upside, down 9% because of obviously gapping down along with Newsmax overnight. But coming back into the downside is CoreWeave. Sorry, WTF. Yeah. CoreWeave also coming back in. That's the other thing that's happening. So, there was Mara. Mara just broke.
Everything is breaking.
1208, so I'm out. Intel's holding, but Mara just definitely broke down or broke up. But it's CoreWeave I got to focus on right now. Don't want to add to any shorts unless we get some kind of a trend break or lower highs.
We're about to get stopped out.
But this CoreWeave, it's two topping tail candles. That's not very bullish. I want to see it hold the prior high. If you can't hold the prior high, this might be one of those gap up, fail, and then flush kind of moves. So you got to be careful. This is 53.5 it's been holding. I think if it loses that, you could actually have a short day on this. I didn't even pay for locates on CoreWeave today.
Yeah, so there goes. So we'll go for one there. That, well in the pocket there on that TQs. Like we just took it at the 200. Today we are actually pretty good with it. There it goes to the upside. This market is really, we had known that today was going to be a day, but did we think it was going to be this kind of a day? No, is my question. I did not think that we were going to make this kind of a move higher today, but it looks like we are doing that. So we're going to take some shares here. 247, 258, 247, 258 right now on Tesla. So watching out for a 260 break right now on TSLA as that just continuing higher now and just kind of ignoring those numbers. And, I don't know. We did kind of think about something like this.
Didn't get to 50.
It's a nice move.
60.
No, it's 60s are coming inbound ASAP here on Tesla. So that's going to be the stop, man. A 260 break. We're just going to get out of it all. So we can see we made a little bit of money early. We're giving it back here on this Tesla short. So let's wait to see. Not giving it back yet. We got to wait to see how this settles. But right now, Tesla downside is what we're expecting, but it's looking like an upside move. What's up, Adara, I think?
Cap names to watch out for. This is Connect CNTM announcing that they received a $1.60 per share buyout offer here from 3 institutional investors, currently trading around $1 or $1.50. So CNTM and watch the buyout offer. Then we have WOOF. This company has no catalyst today, Petco Health, but nicely up on the day. These are 3 straight 3-minute candles to the upside. They have a 21% short float. Back to you.
Right.
Oh, I didn't get that Tesla at 59. Where are we sitting? I got 58s on Tesla, but I'm sitting into 260. We only got one fill
Oh,
up
boy.
there. That's heading right back into the downside.
Oh,
I think
boy,
we can
dude.
get this 254 in here. Right now, a couple bucks in the money. Just waited for it to short that pop. Let's see what can happen here on Tesla. CoreWeave now above 55, but it still looks incredibly weak to me. I don't really like what I'm seeing on CoreWeave for the long yet. Not yet.
Oh boy, man. That was good. That was real dang good right there. Thank you, Tesla, for everything. That saved it. That saved that whole futures trade right there. Just looking at Tesla, man. That was. We're out of now 65% of this trade. I'm going to punch out a little bit more here at 255.50. So that was really good. Ooh, like the fact that we got some 255s there on Tesla, that was really, really nice. I'm now bidding 254.77. We'll see if we do get that flush down. I am back into the futures here because I just realized that I actually wrote down 58, and I even wrote down if we break 58 is where we kind of want to get out. So we'll avoid the massive hit on the futures and not hold it all the way to 58, but let's re-engage right now and just to see where we're going to go on that one. So yeah, man, out of a big part of that Tesla trade. Okay, it's coming back. I'm going to get out of another piece here in the 50s, so there it is. So it's $2 in the money, so we'll take it on, honestly, a good amount of shares there because we were waiting for that 260 to break, so we'll wait to see now. Now it's worth it. We took $2. We're out of 65% of it. Let's see where it wants to go. It's the futures is the only other name that I'm looking at right now, and it continues to go higher there now as well. Palantir apparently now at 85 and change.
What?
Oh, it goes to 86.
Oh, wow.
Where am I? I'm not even sitting there. That was the short that we were looking for. And we wrote down, is Palantir going to get here? If it does, let's try the short. This has been the weekly top here for Palantir, but for right now, yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
very
go,
quickly,
go.
I'm not getting into CoreWeave. Just to mention to you guys, it is losing the bid and lower
really?
highs. So this is not looking as strong as it was before. You can like it on the way up, but you don't have to like it on the way back into the downside. I just trailed out of Tesla. I didn't get filled on my 58 highs on Tesla, but it just really wicked that 55 and came back above VWAP. I'm going to give it another shot to run into this. I think this time I'm actually going to go a little closer to the 250,
yes, please.
9.5 in the 260 area. But if it can hold under VWAP, then we'll have lower highs to work with. Until then, the play is back into the pre-market lows. And then lastly, we got that fade into Intel. It just popped into VWAP, took first profit at VWAP, and bidding into the low of the day. Adara?
Well, keep an eye here on NCNO. This is Encino. It was actually on our watch list this morning. 12.5% short float. It was down as much as 34% this morning on earnings for Q4 2025. They did beat here on sales, but they missed on EPS. Their guidance, though, is the real issue. Below expectations for Q1 and fiscal 2026 for revenue and EPS. Right now, they're trying to bounce off the open. NCNO, back to you.
All right, let's go. Yeah, so we thank you, Adara, for that right there, and Encino, another name there. I mean, I'm just right now dealing with everything. So yeah, we are now short back into the futures on a good size position right there. So if this can fall back, okay. You know, patience does pay for sure. And we had written this down 57. I mean, we wrote down 57 to 50, 57.50 to 58. So glad that we had stayed in the pocket here with that trade, and glad to be able to go back over there and short it, despite me being well involved with Tesla. We did stick with what we were trying to do there, and that is to go short. So the names that were on here, we had Palantir short 86. Didn't even realize it was up there. We should have gone on to that. But there it is. TQQ 57.50 to 58 short. Tesla 270. We didn't get there. We had 260. And of course, we're waiting for that to collapse as well. But so far, so good, man. Let's go futures. Big trade alert right here for the TQQs. So finally, there we go. Yes, sir. So big green day over here for us now, as we're $3 in the money on Tesla. And now a big trade here, 30 handles on the futures finally.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about. Like the market right back, actually only back to VWAP, but Intel does the thing that it does where it is back to the low of the day.
Nice.
I think it's going to break a double bottom here. Let me show you a higher time frame, 15-minute chart. Double bottom from yesterday, but this is also fresh lows. If you take out this, I think you would trend down for the rest of the day, shorting VWAP, but it just gave you the afternoon's range. I'm holding on to half for a break of this. If we get above VWAP, I'll probably take a little bit out if there's a big break and then short the 22s again. I'm back into IBIT because it did Mara. I'm not in IBIT, I'm in Mara. When Bitcoin's on the brain, I'll do this all the time. Topping tail candle, got out on the way up for a loss. I'm back in when it retook 12, but money fills are, I think, 1205, 1206 on Mara. So that's the level that I want to pay attention to on MARA. Tesla, I'm trying to get back in. I know VWAP is at 256, but I'm looking at that pre-market low where we busted through on the deliveries number of 260 to try to get into. So I want to short the pop into this 260 level on Tesla as the next play. And just one more, because AMD is flying, and I said AMD 103. Well, AMD's at 102.5. Like, I was looking, why? We're so strong. There's got to be something that's at the high. Well, AMD and NVIDIA are at pre-market highs right now, pressing into resistance. So a couple of days in a row, 103 has been the spot on AMD. Being patient, it's got to show me either a trend reverse or at least push into the level before we get into it on AMD. Strong rebound in the overall market here.
Big time.
Yeah, and just to go over another name, it's actually going to get pretty close. Apple, I like 225.
It's breaking highs.
That's breaking the highs as well. So this market's trying to go. Hopefully Mara goes down, but at this point, the only thing working on the short is, like, Intel's still at those lows, but everything else is trying to break out these highs. Adara again.
This part of the show is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ, WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer, and they're rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP. Discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Back to you.
All right, man, there goes Tesla, man. 260 and change right now, breaking higher on Tesla. So we are out of that one, as there goes Tesla. There goes the futures. The market, I mean, down 1.5% off open, maybe even a little bit lower. Now to flat, Greensville right now. Look at Tesla. Good, congratulations. We had thought that wasn't as bad, but there it is. We did go short there at that last spot. We did take some more at 258.50. Then there's the stop out through 260 right now. And we said the Qs, man, we got to get out of the way if it broke through 58, so we do. And now it goes to 58.20. So yeah, man, a couple fails there on those last attempts for the short. So yeah, man, maybe this is Liberation Day, man, as we continue to go upside. I don't know if anything's green quite yet. You did mention some of the chip names starting.
NVIDIA's close.
Yeah, so
a lot of things.
Ripping.
Bitcoin is absolutely ripping.
Roblox.
My stop on Tesla is I'm playing off not playing off 60. I'm playing off the prior pre-market low, so it's gotten close. It hasn't really stopped me out yet. I'm beneath 261, but above the $0.50. I wanted to make sure we got into that range. We give it a chance to come down, but I'm bidding prior high in VWAP to see if we can get out of it. The only thing right now, even Intel, like, that's breaking above VWAP. If it closes above VWAP, remember I held on to half of this short. Then I'm going to get another leg out if it closes this bar above the volume weighted average price. So that's the litmus for me on Intel, Mara. That's still pretty much where it was before. Like, it's trying to break out this prior bar high, which is 12.13. In this case, if it breaks it, I'm out. This is one of those, if it breaks the trend, I give it to the prior bar high. So it could not break the high of the day, and I'm still going to get out because that was kind of a trend reversal trade. And once you break the prior bar high, I'm out, not giving it to that high of the day. But the market's looking strong. CoreWeave suddenly looks better.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so it's like I wanted to see CoreWeave show some strength before going long. But of course, that's exactly in the moment when all the shorts came in. So unfortunately, all the shorts came in, and boom, I wasn't on this level too. So Tesla's actually holding underneath 260 right now. If it breaks 259, my first out's in front of 58.
Yeah, Tesla's a huge trade now as we go short and wait to see where we can go from here. So it does break higher. We don't get to the 200 period moving average. We get pretty close to it. And right now we're $1.50 in the money, again, on a decent size. So it's just been one of those days where you have to battle it, right? I mean, the longs were great. The shorts were great. Now let's wait to see. Okay, there it is. Yes, sir. All right, bang, bang, bang. Honestly, good trading there. It looks like the TQs did have that move right back upside there again. So I don't know if that was the move for us to worry about, but I don't think we want to get back into the short. But just looking at where we stopped, maybe, I mean, this is yesterday. So, we just stopped kind of at some key levels there, where we broke down yesterday at 19.580. So yeah, maybe that is that top there. So we could, if we were going to play short on the Qs, it probably would be around now where we're trying to play off of that high. But again, you know, we still have higher to go. So if the market really does want to rip people's faces off, this might be a good time to do it because people caught off guard thinking that today was that deadly day, but it doesn't seem to be too bad. All right, so 260 seems to be good, right? Good outs there on Tesla. Again, this is what we said. We're waiting for the bigger moves, but scalping it out is always pretty good idea. So 259 out right there. We've learned our lesson, man. Scalp that out, watch out now. So here it comes through 261. So it looks like Tesla making us look pretty good for getting it out and not so great for trying to hold. So there goes Tesla all the way back up to the upside. TSLA, bye-bye.
Yeah, I got my fill at just underneath when it broke 59, but then it broke this prior bar. I was sitting at 66 as an out. So there's the stop out there on Tesla. The best we got was VWAP. Now you're just trending higher on Tesla. So unless it gets to 270, you almost have to look for a relief rally to the long side. I said I would take more out if we closed above VWAP. On Intel, it closed above VWAP, so I took a little bit more out. And now waiting for it to retest 22.
Wow, we are gone.
If we blow through the top out, if we hold it, then this is the one that's actually, it's the only thing that's holding underneath its price right now when the market's absolutely screaming. Apple going nuts, but it's CoreWeave that was at least part of the plan, the action plan for the long side. That's well above VWAP. Got to 53, but it looked incredibly weak at that point. I don't like successive high of the day breaks at the open on a gap play. I don't like going long underneath VWAP when that happens. It's a bit of a rule. But in this case, if you broke it, you're absolutely laughing because this market's flying. I haven't looked at Newsmax because they only have so many level 2s, but it's CoreWeave. If we get a dip, VWAP looks a heck of a lot better now. The 53.5 is held. I think you can go long 55s.
Wow, 58 and change now for that.
Could just be a
name.
60 break, too. That's the other side.
On trucking right there. Okay, I'm going to try the long here. We flipped it up into, it's just the way this market's going. Tesla upside right now. The TQs have broke through 58. We said that we'd want to look at 58, get out if it does break it. It's now held it twice. So, you know, trying a little bit of a long now in the futures. So hopefully, I don't know, frustrated because, you know, the short was looking good. First of all, there's the short there. This short was looking real good. And then all of a sudden, you know, we flipped itself on its head, now straight upside. As we look to see on some of the names that are popping right here, Green, Affirm, Roblox, Palantir. Wow. That 86 level on Palantir, that just came real quick. I wrote down that I thought that could come near the end of the day. But it looks like there goes Palantir. Wow. Nicely done, man. That was just at $80 yesterday. So nice move there for Palantir, up 10% from yesterday's levels. Futures trying to go as well. We just had some news about that WTF. I think
it's
that's
halted down.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
28%.
Halted the other way now, downside. But I guess it just kind of opened. It hasn't really traded today, so.
No, keep in mind, Newsmax is bleeding. Well, bleeding's the wrong word. Newsmax is trending down, so WTF is just kind of taking it on the chin. But the problem is, it's, like Sean said, it hasn't really been trading. It's gone halt to halt. The second it doesn't halt right away and gives consolidations, that's when I want to be able to trade it. Because I expected WTF was the one I was going to be in, and unfortunately, as you're trending down, Newsmax, you haven't been able to get in outside of the halt. But this is pulling back up to VWAP. So if Newsmax rolls over,
finally,
hopefully WTF will give us a nice little open and consolidation play. Because this is the one I wanted to be short, WTF. And as you can see, it'll be a 5-minute halt. It'll open up in about a couple of minutes or so. For now, the only thing, I mean, Intel just came right back, made another like lower high, so it's still working off the 22 level. It's just played inside of the range, but if you break out that top, got to get out. Like the market's trying to go in breakout mode. Just because it's working doesn't mean it'll work forever. Rising tide can lift all ships, even the bad ones.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Looks like it's trying to do that right now. We're just trying to play the big ship, man. We're trying to steer this clear of any Titanic icebergs or anything like that, because right now in the TQs, the short did get run over early. Actually, it wasn't really that bad. Even on Tesla, Tesla were flat on the day. It's the futures that were down because it was really this move right here early that kind of caused the problem there for the futures. But now we're trying to hold that 58. So if we break below that, we can get out. We're going to try to get a little longer down here near that 58 level. My stop is a little, oops, that's the wrong stock. I was about to go over to Tesla. My stop is a little bit below 58. So if we do break, here it comes in now. So we now make sure we get some shares. I'm bidding, oh, no, we didn't get them yet. 58.07 is the big order there. I guess I must have had something at 10. We'll wait. We just missed that the bigger, the fill closer to 58. I think we missed it there by 2 pennies. So we'll see if it comes back in, but 58.07 just to try to see if we hold. Looks like we're trying to break a little bit higher on the market today, but we might have just stopped on zeros. So that could be possible. Like it was a nice move up, and we sort of talked about where we were from yesterday on these levels right into here. So we needed to get going. I thought maybe there was an extension coming, but there's our last fill now for TQQs. Going to give this about 30 handles, or not even. If it breaks below 58, 57.95, we're going to look to exit this trade.
Yeah, so I just as an update, I just tried to get locate. So WTF, they're unavailable for us temporarily, which. If you're at real trading and you get an unavailable on a short request, it usually means they're getting repriced, like they're changing the price, and you just try again in a minute. So that's what I'm gonna go ahead and do. Thankfully, the stock is halted, so it doesn't really matter. But topping tail candle on AMD just now. I said wait for it to press into 103, which it's now done. There's a topping tail candle above that prior high. So there's the reversal look. I mean, I swung and didn't get the Intel fill, but I'm sitting on the offer there. But that's what we're waiting for. At least more patience with this than Mara to try to get it on the way down. As usual, if it breaks the prior bar high, which is the high of the day in this case, then I want to get out. VWAP sits at 102 and a quarter. So I think a VWAP retrace here is going to make some sense. But on the other side of it, I didn't get Intel here on the way back in. But it's at VWAP, and if the market is trending up and I get a short off the top, I want to make sure I'm covering in front of VWAP because the market's trending up, right? So VWAP is resist or support until proven otherwise here on Intel, and I'll take another leg out. Fill me on the bid.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if the futures almost broke lower there, and I was like, come on, at least try to go, like try. Okay, we just got something out there at 17s. Just try to go up. We're waiting at 21s. I don't know even why we're 21 there. But we're gonna wait to see if we do get a move. Specific levels on the TQs, probably to the penny, not really gonna matter. But you got to try to play some momentum. There's the breakdown into 94 or so there on the break. But yeah, it looks like it's good out to get something out there on the way back up. But yeah, it looks like the futures want to come back in, and I'm not really certain we want to be stuck long. So we do have our stops. It's going to suck because we were short there, lost, and it looks like we could wind up. I mean, at least this one will be fine. We're not trying to go into huge here. It's a good level, so if it does want to work, we do have upside. And looking at 58.60, 58.70 up there, but it looks like if we do fade out, we should take the 20 handle rip and then get out. So that looks like that's maybe what we'll do on that one. Tesla, just to have a look at something else for now. Not that we're looking at anything else, but there goes Tesla upside 262. We talked about that right into that pre-delivery number level of 263 where we were at. So watch out for that one. Newsmax, again, 160. So we did say that there was going to be some kind of pressure potentially down there at 110. So it goes down to 131 there for Newsmax right now. Anything else going on?
Rocket apparently is going
I hear that
nuts.
in my ear.
We just got a super chat. Thank you very much here from Darcy Santala. Rocket is a rocket ship today.
Sir.
I got a key for that somewhere. I'll get to it. I'll get to it in a second. Ortex has a short float of 22%. I don't know if that's exactly it. I wanted this one.
Yes.
It's an actual rocket. I know we had something for it there. Ortex has short float at 22%. What do I see for Rocket Labs? Just let me fire it up. I had Meta on my other chart there. 23%, 22, 23. That's a distinction without a difference. Absolutely flying. I don't know what the catalyst is here with Rocket Labs, but I mean, things have been squeezing lately, unless in case you hadn't noticed. So it could just be a little bit of that.
Wait, what?
CoreWeave is absolutely load. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Load.
You can't look at a higher time frame chart of CoreWeave. CoreWeave's mooning here. It's actually right back at the highs. It's not even pulling back. It's allergic to VWAP now. So hopefully a little more structure comes into this one. It's got these, like the bottom wicks on all these candles are like $1 long on CoreWeave. So if that settles down a little bit, I think we'll be able to get into a long. The only thing I'm still in the same two shorts, which is Intel, which is holding under 22, and AMD, which is trying to hold under 103. I am bidding right here in front of 80s. So we've managed to get filled inside of the one green candle after the topping tail, and we're trying to play it back into VWAP on AMD. I feel like this always happens. Oh, there we go. I was about to cancel it and then move it, but no, we just got filled at 80. We'll see if this one can get down into VWAP on advanced micro devices. Market is strong. You got to take the profit into VWAP. If you get a reversion, great, but make sure you have structured outs, as we are definitely headed, at least attempting to head to the upside. Like here's Apple about to break high of days as we speak, and remember that Tesla just got to 264. So trend up. I think we got away with it on Tesla today because like this easily on the trend up, it's like somehow managed to not be a disaster, which is weird. And it's got a very distinct trend to the upside now, Tesla. We can actually connect some dots here. So if it's not breaking this trend or at 270, I'm not fighting any Tesla shorts.
Yeah, it did get up that high, huh? Okay, yeah, that's interesting.
63.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at it right now. Wow, I thought that's where it maybe was now because I was like, futures are going. All right, so we did take a bunch out there at 20. It just wasn't going. So we're actually only in. We took out a third about of that trade right there at 58.20. So we're still sitting there to get out a little bit more, but we need this thing to go. We're a little bit higher at day's high here for the futures. What's up, Adara?
We're going to get numbers here. Factory orders and core durable goods revised here coming through in just 5 seconds. We've also seen a schedule, or I'm seeing a schedule circulated here for Trump's Make America Wealthy Again or Liberation Day event, but we're going to get to that after these numbers. Factory orders 0.6% versus 0.5% expected, a little bit higher than expected. Core durable goods coming in exactly in line with expectations for this revision, 0.7% versus 0.7% expected and 0.7% previous. Durable goods a little bit higher, so 1% versus 0.9% expected. So to recap, factory orders and durable goods both slightly upticks here, about 0.1%, but core durable goods revision exactly in line with estimates. Again, I've seen a schedule circulate here on social media and also published. It looks like we have a little bit of a window as to how this event is going to take place for Liberation Day. Apparently, as of 9 a.m., Donald Trump has met with his trade committee to finalize their tariff measures. So that happened as of about an hour ago. 11:30 a.m., we are expecting Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt to preview Trump's tariff statement. Again, this is just what I've seen online, but we'll have to wait and see what happens there. We are potentially expecting a look there. NASDAQ, though, popping into days highs above that 472 level on these numbers. Tesla also really strong despite very weak delivery numbers. They reported deliveries of 336,000 vehicles for Q1 versus 390,000 expected. We also have NMAX and CoreWeave on watch along with WTF. Lots of these recent IPOs still proving to be very volatile today. Back to you.
Well,
that's one way to say it.
Yeah, a little tale of two stories, two cities, I guess, or two trades, because we actually had our stop out there. So once it broke, made that wick down there on the number, went down to 57.80. Thankfully, we got 94s there for the out. And then as soon as it retook 58, I was like, scratch that. Like, I'm not getting stopped out on a number. And there it goes right back to the highs of the day. So thank you, futures, for that one. So I was just saying, like, it's too bad that it happened that way because now we're just making back some of that money that we had lost. But remember, we were stuck long at 10s, so it's like a 14 handle hit. We'll make it back right now, 50 handles back in the money to the upside as Tesla goes 266.
It's still going, and this is why you take out profit on an uptrend if it retraces into VWAP. Countless times you will see, oh, why did you get out at VWAP? And then the stock just absolutely craters. It's because when it does this, and remember, this was a number, so it's kind of a unique situation. Like we just got fill that was sitting right underneath 102.5 and was able to get the fill, and then on the number, next thing you know, it's breaking out the prior bar high. We're out again, getting away with it. Hopefully it's because you wait for the topping tail and get in after it's coming back down and not on the way up. So at least a little bit more patient with that. But as said, with this market getting higher, Intel is right back up at that top. I don't want to sit on the offer in a trending market. I want to see it do another topping tail and then come down and look for the short. So this one's still underneath the top. It still looks pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Somehow it's looking weak, but the way the market's going, it's like it's not enough to just get away with the short. It's great, but you want to make sure that you stay a little bit vigilant. Where is CoreWeave again? CoreWeave is now it's starting to calm down a little bit here on CoreWeave. Not the volume weighted average price. 57 has a bit of a buyer on it. It looked like a refresher from what I could tell, but it doesn't really hang out there long enough for you to find out, but I think 57 is looking like a better zone. We're not going to get 55 or 53 half. Going to look for a long, because I don't want to take a top break unless it's like 60. Like 60, yes. 59, The high is like 59.33. It's kind of a rando price. I'm going to look to see if we can't get something in front of that 57, which I saw a refresher at least on my eyes. So 57 is gone. That means that buyer is also gone, and I would get out of Dodge on CoreWeave. So we got away with AMD. I don't know if I want to reload that one yet. You could still hold this topping tail and then get another one for a reload, but I'd much rather do it on Intel, which to me just seems much weaker. It's down 0.5%. Market just went green, and it actually got to its low of the day.
All right. Oh boy. Finally, man. I still can't believe that. One of the funniest moments in Trader TV Live history, in my opinion, was when we had Tony on here and he told the story of that he went to the doctors and he told them that his problem, that he was sick and he wasn't feeling that well, and that his main problem was that he had paper hands. And I was just he was just telling like this story. I was like, oh man, maybe this guy's like, what's wrong with this guy and blah, blah, blah. And then it was the paper hands story.
He's a fun dude, man.
Very fun in many, many ways. All right, so 58.75 coming through again. There it is, man. Monster win there for the futures, just making that move back up to the upside. The reason why I'm getting out literally like a madman right here is because of this high. We made it. We did it. We did it. Congratulations, everybody trading the futures. We did it. But all we've done is gotten right back to these levels. So you want to celebrate a little bit and wait to see if this is the top or where we are going from here. I mean, I was going to say the same thing to everybody that's trading Tesla. You did it, man. It was a great move higher there for Tesla, and you might want to take some out. But there goes the Qs right at that high. We just sort of showed you, whoops, what am I doing? Right there, that we are at that level. So yeah, that's why we're starting to take a little bit out here on the futures. Could we retrace back up and take out make new highs? Of course. I mean, that's what we're hoping for. So we'll take out a little bit as we get that out there at 66s right there. And yeah, so all is good over here. We still have 40% of this trade, but it's coming back in. I'm gonna get out another 5% right now at 58s. So there it goes again. So nice little trade there for us on the TQQs. Tesla, Liberation Day for Tesla, because everybody was very, very, and I think Adara was using this one the most, but stress-led out about that deliveries number. And that was a big relief there for traders of the long side for Tesla, because although it did come worse than expected, it seems like it is just eating it up right now and loving life. Right now, Tesla, Randy, got crushed there today, was down to 250s. Now you're up to 266. And Rip City goes Tesla right there to the upside on poor delivery numbers. But people say, no problemo for Tesla as it goes all the way back up to the upside. Yeah, Rivian's getting hammered. I don't know. You tell me. Your name is Rivian Randy, apparently. Oh, what was going? Rivian Randy.
Oh,
tell me what's good with that with Rivian today, my guy.
Snap.
Down 6%. My mark, I remember I was telling you, maybe buy the NASDAQ right there.
Deliveries again?
Rivian right now. But you want it to come down. Yeah, because you like the company, you like to see what they're doing, and you like that level down there at $10. It's Rivian Randy, everybody. Thank you so much for the coffee and for the pick of Rivian down at 10.20 is where he does like that. So
I didn't see that.
He says get low. Shody, get low. Low.
Apple bottom jeans.
Even lower.
Something along those lines.
Like Barry White low needs to go.
Barry White. These people don't know Barry White. There's no contemporary for Barry White.
Okay.
These days. Anyway.
Might be insulting some Barry White fans.
I think young people don't know Barry White. But distinctly different Rivian and Tesla right now. Hey,
let me ask Fabian. Fabian, you heard of Barry White before?
Yep.
Yeah, he knows. Oh, he said Betty White. Well, if you know Betty White, then you definitely...
Betty White.
Definitely know
Stop
Barry White.
Stop it, Fabian. Betty White was an absolute legend. One of the naturally funniest people that you'll ever
using her.
You'll ever hear.
I mean, when she did Saturday Night Live, it was pretty epic there.
All right, I promised myself I was going to use some of these puns today because of asking of Val Kilmer. All right, Intel, I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, it's too bad about him.
65 years old. He battled. He was batting health issues for a very long time.
Let's call it like it is.
But he's one of my favorite. He's one of my favorite actors of all time. And it's literally because of two roles. He was the most unbelievable. Doc Holliday was unbelievable. So Intel, lower high. We're going to jump back into that one. It's at least working. But remember, outs in front of VWAP. Tesla's trying to break trend. But you know what?
coming
The
back
last
in.
time I just punched in when Tesla broke trend on an up move like this, it didn't work. And I remember what ended up happening was it broke trend, retested the high, and then worked. So I'm going to let this one do a bit more of a dance than just kind of close underneath the trend and do the traditional trend line, just because of what happened last time on TSLA. Just want to be able to respect it. And AMD, everybody. So AMD did another topping tail candle. So last time it did this, I got in right away. Obviously, it was kind of on Intel there. But AMD, that 103, it's losing the bid above 103 each time with a topping tail candle. This time, 103.25-ish is the top end of that. So I'm not giving up on a few of these to the south side here. Just want to be able to short them at the right time because this market's still looking
pretty weak
relatively.
now.
Yeah, but there hasn't been a red candle on the ES or on the NASDAQ yet. Well, this could be the one red candle. Watch. This is going to be the time that if I had just punched short on the trend break, but I already said what I'm going to do. We're trying to pick up AMD short.
Yeah, we're breaking now. Shoot.
Oh, Intel. No, it didn't get back to 21.95. Right.
Some of the
Let's get back on the offer.
In here, my guy.
Whatever we got out, we're going to get right back in here in front of that 22 on Intel. See if we can't pick up AMD. And Tesla still looking for that short. But I'm looking for it to bounce and maybe retest up here so I can get like 65 short and not 62. That's the idea. Like it's way too close to VWAP already. $3 to the top, $3 to VWAP. That's not a retracement trade. 1-to-1, no. You're against the grain. I want better than 1-to-1.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to just lick the wounds here on the futures because I don't know if we can even get 1-to-1 as it just falls all the way back down to 58. So our stop is that low. So if we break that low, we're gone. We just took a 58. We got 58.13s or something there, less than that 1-to-1 right now as we're long at 58.03. So we do take that 10. Okay, here it comes in. It's going to break. If it breaks 80s, we're gone right now as the futures are heading lower right into VWAP right now. You know, we can hold. Maybe we should, but I'd rather get out and see what happens down there. So a break of that low, here it comes, and we're gone. So it looks like the futures are indeed doing that right now, looking to break lower, and there it goes. There it goes. So there it goes, like slap a last fail there on the futures, making that high. And again, at least we sort of talked about it and we were able to get out of those trades. But at the end of the day, nice pullback in for the TQs and everything else here for the futures, especially, of course, as I'm glad that you at least have a short on board there. So that is real
Well,
good,
not AMD.
so far.
No AMD, no Tesla.
Oh, short, you mean? No short on
Look
those?
at Tesla. See, you break.
know.
Sometimes, and I've said this before, sometimes you break a rule and it works for you, and you have to resist the temptation to break it the next time. That's the place that I'm going to find myself on Tesla because, yeah, it's like you don't want to make a bad habit. I didn't like the R&R on the reversion, so I didn't take it, and like it immediately flushed. You would have just been, you get that $2 right away, and like, okay, well then scalps them out there, and it doesn't matter, but it's the amount that you risk. That matters. AMD still could fill. There's a whole host of names coming back into the downside. Tesla, AMD, haven't even looked at NVIDIA for you guys. It's already at VWAP and about to break it. Apple, which was strong, never got to 225. It's actually still looking pretty good, Apple, relative to these other names. I think you put Apple, for now, still in the strong bucket. But this candle on the NASDAQ is now a topping tail. And if we don't catch a bid off of VWAP here, I think you just got to try to work back into some shorts. I'm just a little disappointed, though. Should have really, really got that AMD. It could still give us the fill, but now I have to wait for it to come back up.
Yeah, I mean, the market is taking a little bit of a breather here for sure. All right, so let's just wait. I mean, now back through $58 again. We still have a piece of that one on CoreWeave. Yeah, I mean, people are saying CoreWeave's money time $60. Wow, we punched 50 long yesterday on this name. Like, wow, what a bounce there into $53. Oh, no, down to the 200 period moving average. Too bad that didn't show up there on the scanner as well. Disney, $97, $98. Still having a look there. Nice play on CoreWeave, whoever has that long. People in the chat talking about CoreWeave. All right, I mean, now we're 30 handles in the money. All you had to do was not break TQQs, but of course it does. As it breaks back down below there, that past level low right there, and makes a new wick low down to 57.50. So, it could always have been worse, but, stopped out of that last piece there. We have on like a quarter. still, it won't matter. Like, unless it goes all the way back to the top, that will be a losing trade. NVIDIA, okay. I mean, Neil just mentioned those ones. What else do you guys want to talk about? We talked about Apple. Okay, yeah, Apple was great yesterday. One of the top stocks for me yesterday. Meta is still holding forward as well. It gets down to VWAP, so still only down 0.3, actually mimicking the market right now, Meta. So, wow, good move back to 590. Wow, that was a nice move today. All the way back there. We opened the day at 574, and then the market took off, and wow, did Meta ever take off? Good move there to the upside. Yeah, I know you're going to look at Apple, so let me look at Google quickly here. All right, so just trying to look at some of them.
I'm looking at VWAP on Apple right now.
Okay, yeah, so pretty much everything pulled back.
Oh, it's on my chart anyways.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, I'm obviously, okay, you guys can see it was on my chart. I'm looking at Apple at VWAP here. If the futures hold, then I want to make sure that I have something that I'm trying to get into the long if we just continue that trend. I like what Apple is doing. Obviously, you can pick and choose any other name. It gives you room to break from here to 225, which I still think is resistance on Apple. I think if it gets to 225, I'd probably still look for the short. Still, obviously, I didn't get AMD. It's pulling into VWAP. Have to come up with an execution plan. If it breaks VWAP, we'll cross that bridge when it gets there. Intel's still holding the volume-weighted average price. So you're still going higher lows on Intel going into that top at 22. I just heard that Newsmax is finally halted for the first time.
Oh, was it the first time? I did hear that. It was.
You just halted down for the first time at 130. Where is this thing going? It could easily see 80. Definitely 100 is going to be a big level, but 80 was kind of like this little shelf here on day one. I think it closed, must have closed around $80. So the first day close was at 80 on Newsmax. I would not be surprised that's where it's headed. You know what? I never actually checked. I wasn't able to get those locates on WTF. I didn't try again. But I would.
All right. NMAX halted.
No, it was the other one. I want WTF.
Oh, WTF, yeah. And there was WXM. Did you just look at that one or no? That's just back down to 350 right there. So let us know. Tisha, if you're here, you had mentioned that there was another IPO coming.
What, today?
So today, I think she had tweeted at me, so I'll have to go back and look to see what that name was. If there's anything that you guys know, wow, good spin there for Tim on the chat. Thank you for all 10,000 of you watching right now as we just hold long on the futures right now. CoreWeave, yeah, up 70%. Tesla with the dump, yeah, 262. We could definitely have a quick look at Tesla, see what that one's doing now as it's come back down. I've only traded these two names today. Tesla, which has been flat for me because we make money on the short, lose. Basically lost twice there, but that was the whole thing, what I'm saying. It wasn't the end of the world there for Tesla. Now it looks like it does want to hold that 260 area. So I'd like to get long down there on Tesla. We're long on the futures right now. That is finally starting to pop, which is good. And yeah, maybe that 260 is a good little level there for Tesla, right? I mean, you have VWAP, you have the 50 period and the 200 period, all just hanging out. So yeah, it could be a good level. The problem is up top. It's just that you've just run into, again, a little level there at 266. So could be something to have a check on. 265, 266 there for Tesla. So something to think about there if you're going to get back into those levels. Yesterday's closing price seems to have been where we stopped right there. So if the futures are going to work, we're going to need Tesla to work as well. I'm going to take another piece out here. We'll take a set. Oh, did we miss? Oh, I was going to say we missed 17s, but we didn't. So there it is, man. It's too bad that, again, we got stopped out there, had to buy it back. We got stopped out there, had to buy it back. So yeah, some of our levels right there on the futures have been great. The levels have been great. It's the execution around those levels, getting stopped out too many times, not being able to hold this. So I think we'll have to extend our parameters there on the Qs. Google might be the one that's dead, but it's trying to go as well, 155.60. So a nice move off the low there for Google.
Yeah, the MAG are looking good.
Yeah, if the market can rally off that, I think we could get something there.
NVIDIA just bounced VWAP.
Thing is, the market might be positive.
You said Tesla just went as well. Apple, which is trying to hold 223s. I got to at least show you the WTF chart because I know we've been looking at Newsmax. This is the WTF chart. Like, whatever happens to Newsmax, this, in my opinion, should be worse because it's the sympathy play. So it could go all the way back to the bottom. The problem is it's opening up and then just halting down on the way to the low. So there just hasn't been much you can sink your teeth into yet. But it's still got $6 until it gets to yesterday's bottom. So there's still plenty of room for it to happen. We'll wait for that to open up. Into Apple, able to get some evens here at 223, actually technically 01s. and I still want to be involved in front of VWAP, so I'll wait till it tests VWAP for any ads. The high of the day sits at the $0.50, so if it does make a new high, I do at least want to take some out at the high of the day here on Apple. Bit of a pivot, because it's not like we were looking at Apple to the long side earlier. It's just, it looks pretty strong to me. I like the bottoming tail candle underneath support, trapping some shorts, breaking out, and holding trend to the upside above the volume weighted average price. I have not reloaded Intel again. We just got some out going into VWAP, so it's still trending higher in my opinion. And we haven't gotten any fills above 22. There's one wick above 22. All the shorts have been in the mid-90s. For now, I'm going to continue to hold that short in case it breaks the volume weighted average price. But as I said, at some point, rising tide is going to lift all ships. If the market continues to go, this will probably take that top off as well. So I'm taking profit as it goes.
Yeah, we just did some topping tail profit makers as well. Palantir was the one that was really starting to go today, and man, did it get through that 86, that's for sure. As you're right back into VWAP right now. So Palantir, again, good move up. It's nice to see a name that's positive on the day. A little bit of a retracement back to VWAP. To me, normally this looks like a buy, right, when you make these kind of moves. So PLTR. Right now, back to VWAP, holding that 85.50. I think it's worth a starter position, so we'll put one on here. I was starting to go against it. Well, okay, we just got the fill, so that was all good there. Long at 85.72 right now. So 73, I think, actually. 72 is okay, good. We had a little bit of we have a part fill there, so we'll give it 72 right now, long on Palantir. Just seeing about a hold of VWAP. We don't have to be exactly specific on that VWAP, but if we are going to zoom in and see where we'd like to get stopped out, again, our levels haven't been great. So that's 85 flat. So there's VWAP. It's been holding. I mean, if we use VWAP, then that goes back only 10 minutes to this level holding for the last 10 minutes. You know, like to see the chance that we do whoosh down a little bit. So why don't we buy and then hold against 85, thinking that, you know, we're still well above right now. DJT something coming out right now. Let me just see for S3 or no, that wouldn't be S3. Okay, nice move there. 18. Okay, so here it goes, man. Dollar straight up for DJT right there. So we'll find out more. Oh, Trump Media issues statement on filing of Form S3. So we'll find out more about that. But there is a nice move right there on DJT upside. And oh boy, man, we finally, Neil, man, we finally play with the right direction, and it's like pay dirt, man, instantly there on Palantir. How about them apples, man? That's a quick one. 45 cents, 55 cents now upside. Sorry, 45 cents upside there immediately on Palantir. Let's go find out what's going on now with Adara and the small cap recap.
I will look into that DJT story when I return to my desk. But in the meantime, Russell 2000 near days highs, much stronger actually than the rest of the market when you think about it. It's only now breaking highs and it's green on the day. So keep an eye on the IWM. We have TTEC. This is the first small cap on watch. The company is TTEC Holdings, and they do have a pretty notable short float, about 22%. They announced last night that apparently there's a special committee that remains ready to consider and engage with an offer, basically for definitive transaction proposals. So keep an eye here on TTEC, apparently consider being bought out there or going private. Then we have Sportsman's Warehouse, SPWH, this one about $1.80, I believe, but it's very much a small cap earnings name. Beat here in EPS and revenue with an unexpected profit to boot. Last but not least, we have Qon Pharmaceuticals, QNRX, penny stock here, 18% short float, announcing some additional data from one of its studies. So keep an eye here on QNRX. Back to you, I will look into DJT.
Yeah, if that was a fake story that that DJT was going to be filing so that Trump could sell the shares in the trust, I mean, you would think that could squeeze the name. But just one, before I get to DJT in a quick second, Apple just got back to the high. It's battling red to green, back and forth here at about 223 and a quarter or so. So I'm going to buy the dip again. If this reverts and holds green and this market breaks out the top, I think Apple sees 225 today. But that seems like a really good story for DJT. Just given what we've seen with squeeze names recently, like how would you not take a shot at a squeeze name on a bit of a positive story? It was gapped down because of this. So I'm just going to try to buy the first available dip on DJT. VWAP's at 19. I think it's an easy out if it breaks the volume weighted average price. So whenever there's a gap, I mean, it only rhymes if you say VWAP.
Yeah.
So
Not like,
I see
it's not
VWAP.
like the greatest rhyme or anything like that.
Whatever, you just pull back to VWAP
Yeah.
on DJT. How about that? So I'm going to buy this first dip
Nice little
into the volume weighted average price. And the idea being, if it squeezes like these other squeeze names have gone, it's down on the day right now, down 3%. If I can get something in the low to mid 19s, why couldn't it press 20? Why not? I mean, the highs yesterday, 20.65 on DJT. And as Apple goes higher, I got to watch out for Intel because we're only in one short over there.
Yeah, we're hoping that Palantir can go as well there. So again, we've been long the queues here. It's too bad that, again, our stop outs just haven't been at the right spots, but we continue to buy. I don't know why we didn't, we got stopped out at that last wick there, just thinking that we were coming back in. We could have been a little bit more sort of, I guess, risk tolerant and tried to hold this a little bit longer. I mean, at least we got back in and were able to hold a little bit of this one. But here goes Palantir, man. This is going to be a good one for me as we continue to go higher. We just got a 25 fill there, I believe, on Palantir, 25 fills. So there it goes, man. 50 cents in the money here as we get reloaded and go back up northbound here on PLTR. So yeah, man, so far so good here as this name continues to go. So we'll continue to watch that. Futures continuously going as well right now. Wow, up to 58.60, back into days high right now for the futures. So let's take something out here. Wow, that was a great move back in for the futures. Tesla as well, trying to go 266 for TSLA. That's the recent high. We'll see if we can get up to there. You're long Apple, short Intel. That's probably a good combo these days. So let's go. And I know that we're going to go ahead with something here.
Yes, sir. Everybody out there, there's big opportunities out in the market, but with big opportunities comes big risk. We all know that saying. However, what if it wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool's redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the markets. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Scan that QR code you see out in front of you. Link in the description. Shout out to them. But we are headed right into Adara at the desk, I believe.
So here's the deal with DJT, which has already given back some of this pop to the upside. So apparently in a filing yesterday, Trump Media and Technology Group said that they basically could sell about 8.4 million shares imminently. That's related to apparently existing warrants issued during the IPO. They also said that company insiders and major shareholders could sell up to roughly 134 million shares, quote, from time to time. So they issued that sales could be on the way. That came through a filing. Now, oddly enough here, the company has released a filing related to their previous filing, and now they're basically saying that this is fake news, essentially, that legacy media like Bloomberg, which basically just reported on the reality of this filing, is saying things are not necessarily accurate. They added here that apparently these shares were already registered last June via an S1 form. So not a lot of clarity from this statement, but it seems as though these share sales were already a little bit in the cards. So again, it's pretty massive, 8.4 million shares related to existing warrants and another 134 million shares that could be sold from time to time. So not a lot of clarity in the statement or necessarily in this follow-up, but that's the deal with DJT. Back to you.
Well, I'm just looking to see if it can squeeze on that. Like if it can get back, as I said, if it can get back to prior close, that's 20 and a quarter, and the high yesterday was 20.70, but it's already pulling right back in here. So yeah, I don't want to add to this if it's not bouncing off VWAP or VWAP, I guess I'm going to say, because gap back into VWAP. Apple's still looking fine. Now I'm just going to be back and forth with that because it's a good saying, but you need to hold 19. Otherwise, this is going to be a fail on DJT. After all these squeezes, you'd like to hope that it could join the party. I didn't reload Intel that last time. Why? Because I was on DJT. And so an important thing to remember in all trading or just in life in general, everything is a trade-off. There's an opportunity cost for everything. You pop over to another stock because it's in play on news and you go punch in or you have a plan of action, and then the topping tail candle happens on Intel that's how we've been getting into the stock on the short each time, and I don't have it here as it's pulling back into VWAP. So remember, every action has an equal and opposite. That's not really the thing, but there is always a cost, right? So I popped over DJT. That's why no reload in Intel. It's unfortunate, but that was the decision I made in that moment, and it might be a bad one as DJT comes down. One other point here. Since making this low on Apple, I'm going to draw this better. I want to respect the trend line into 225. If it gets to 225, that's the target, but the dip buy I have right now is off the level we like. The way I see it, if we hold above 224, the next even dollar, then I want to start dip buying the trend line. So if it holds above 224, which it hasn't done so yet, I'm going to be buying above Fed trend line on Apple. Just want to respect what it's showing me, which is a very strong upward trend. And I'm just talking about since this dip. You put one on the entire day, that's a bit different. Like that's what I would go short off of if it were the entire day trend line. For now, just looking to buy the dip as long as 24 holds. So Apple's working, Intel's working, but we just got into DJT, which is not. That's pulling right back into VWAP. 19 is VWAP, so I'm not putting the stop at 19, and we're underneath that 19 area, but not by much. I don't want it going all the way back into the low. This is DJT after all.
Yeah, DJT. Yeah. Again, yeah, very news sensitive, obviously, as we continue to look at all of that. We did not reload our Palantir, but it did go down into, okay, let me get another piece out there at 01. Did go down into the same area there. I was looking for a little bit lower. I think now we can try to respect some VWAP as we are starting to go higher and higher now. I just was waiting for a little bit lower. We did say that we liked Google at some of those levels down there, and it's trying to go upside. The only hesitancy there is that, like, wow, happy day to everybody right there as the NASDAQ goes green right there for a minute. We've already been green. We went green right there, as we said earlier. And then right there as well, just turned green and now trying to get back upside there. Same as the ES, man. They're both mimicking each other right now. As there we go, huge move. Crude to build as well. There goes, we just got a fill there, and we just got Palantir breaking back down. We did get that fill there at 86. All right, let's go over to the desk with Adara.
This is the crypto segment here. We're going to take a look at Bitcoin. This is still making some higher lows here from this drop that we had in early March, but even well below from these most recent highs, around $90,000. We've seen a little bit of a base here. We actually breached that $81,000 base this morning, but recovering nicely currently here above yesterday's high, trading just below that $86,000 level. Let's see if this can be maintained. In terms of other crypto names, Bitcoin doing very well here. Ethereum up marginally here, just under 1%. Same with Solana. Dogecoin up about 1.5%, as is Cardano. So Bitcoin seems to be outperforming the other crypto names of its ilk this morning. Guys, back to you.
Very much, Dara. That WTF is actually making its first bounce, but just very quickly, just to go over this on Apple, because I left at one point, trailing this trend line. It hasn't closed and held at 224 just yet, so I have a trail on there. But WTF, first up move on WTF, it doesn't matter. First up move, and then it just goes immediately into a halt down. I don't know how tradable this is going to end up being if you can't actually hold open for more than, like, these are 3-minute candles. You're basically doing it right away. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to go to. We wanted to go to DJT. DJT's holding on to VWAP, barely. I think it needs to put in at least a little bit of a consolidation, revert the trend. I'm not offering it. I want to see what happens next. I think if it squeezes, I don't want to just sit there and get taken out in front of like a $20 level when the obvious level would be the prior close here. So I'm giving it a lot of room because I think it has a lot of potential. But if we lose VWAP, I'm just going to jump out of it. When you're looking for a squeeze play, sometimes you aim high on a name like that. The other thing to watch is, remember, people were talking about Rocket Labs. That's pulling back into the volume-weighted average price as we speak, so upward trending stock. I mean, obviously, I liked Apple on the Mag 7 names, but this was one that was rocketing to the upside, for lack of a better term, and apologies for the pun. But this holds VWAP, and I think this can be a nice little long. I didn't have any long ideas today. Like, we kind of winged Apple here because we found it. And I think DJT was reaction to news, but Rocket Lab's already going on news. If it closes above VWAP, I think this is one I want to give a shot at. But that's more of a bounce VWAP. Play it to the high of the day, which is 14.3 on RKT, and it looks like it is going to hold here. Close above, and we're good.
Yeah, we're noticing some of these tops potentially as well, especially in the market again. This is again where we'd already been at earlier today. So far so good, but can we hold it? I mean, that's really going to be the question. Tesla's nowhere near the top, despite where the market is right now. So not to say it's nowhere near, but you're still $4 or $5 away from that top. All right, what else, man? Okay, so. People, what were you looking at? Because RKLB, Rocket Mortgage there, I guess, is RKT. I don't know if people were talking about that one, but that's a nice upside move there as well.
Rocket Companies is the one I'm looking at. RKT.
Yeah, RKT. Okay, yeah. I don't know if people were saying Rocket Lab because that was I only joining the chat now. Yeah, Rocket Lab still.
They're both they're both strong, but it's RKT that has the story.
Right. Okay. RKT. Yeah. Okay, so we'll look at that. Or you just did SoFi with a nice move up to 12 and change. I saw someone just looking at it, just looking to see some different names now. SoFi up 2% on the day. Nice move there for this name. Looking to break out one more time through the daily high of 12.20. I mean, that looks pretty good too. Just kind of like what we've been looking at with Palantir, taking out some of those weak levels, it looks like right now. Although we do have a nice move upside in SoFi, the trend is definitely down. And, if anything, I would think about a fade. Like, I'm trying to think about some longs right now as the market flirts with green. So SoFi, for me, not going to be the trade that I'm looking for long, but that could be one working. We messed with we had a great trade yesterday in JP Morgan, 246. Okay, I was gonna say that seems like it's higher than it was yesterday, and that was in the afternoon. It was a little topsy-turvy for us yesterday afternoon. Yeah, okay, 244, 241s actually, where we had this move down, and we started to buy it, and then we were getting. I think we got stopped out when we broke 242 there, but then we had gotten back in and then rode this back to the upside there into the close for JP Morgan. We did have more shares on CoreWeave long 50s yesterday into the close, but JP Morgan was a nice long, and you could see there today extended as well. I mean, that actually opened up down here at 241. JP Morgan straight up $5 right now. So as some of these bank names look to get going, it looks like this one, the big one there, JP, nicely cooking to the upside. I want to look at Wells Fargo, 71 and change. Okay, that's a good level. Some of these names are pulling back. I am going to wait a little bit on Palantir. I'm not going to load up there. I'm going to wait to see what happens at 85. So that's going to be my next spot. We do have something sitting here at 85.50. I'm actually going to cancel and replace it with a little bit less shares there, just in case we do test VWAP one more time, because it did do that and we missed it. So we'll put on 1 unit and we'll put on like 4 or 5 units if we can come back into 85, and then we'll watch to see what happens. So yeah, right now we're bidding down here on PLTR. Bidding 54s just got missed on that level. So yeah, that's it. I don't know if there's any other. MLGO was a good stock to trade, with recently. And if you are down 14%. All right, if you don't believe our charts, the one thing you could do though is for sure scan that QR code right there, because eSignal will have the best charting available to you. Period. Track 24 hours a day, any exchange. The Mercantile, any random ones here in Canada as well. It's entitlement based. So if you want to find out what Nintendo's doing as they release the Switch 2, I think today, or something like that, you can go check out NTDOY over there on OTC markets. So it is, again, extremely customizable. Second charts, tick charts. We love eSignal around here, and I think that if you're going to be part of the game, you want to have the best equipment. And right there, it's like, why use a normal bat when you could use a torpedo bat, right?
Basically, that's exactly.
So that's it right there. But definitely have that look. Thank you, eSignal. Scan it. I don't even know if I said the best part. It's first month free. So.
And to further that analogy, highly customizable, right? So you want to make sure. Like, you play sports, you trade, whatever it might be. You want your head in the right space, but you want to be comfortable. You want to sit in a nice chair. You want to have a monitor that works for you, a layout that works for you, and then a system that works for you as well. So shout out to eSignal. I did trail out of Apple. Remember, I drew that little trend line that we had going on. It just broke it underneath 224, so we're out. But I think dip buy. So if we get back into either the volume weighted average price, you saw the bottoming tail candle. So it wasn't VWAP. It was bottoming tail candle, kind of close higher, take the break above the prior bar close. That'll make sense. If that same thing happens, I'd go long the same way, or we just wait for the volume weighted average price there on Apple. Strong mover. Rocket, unfortunately, here, I'll show you what happened in Rocket. This is what happened in Rocket. Obviously, I could say a pun right now, but Yeah, the second I tried that same type of entry, bottoming tail candle, break the prior bar, on Apple, no problem. On Rocket, yeah, it just flies right into the high of the day after that. So that was the idea, but we didn't get it. Maybe we can get a dip buy and join this Rocket ship. At least it'll let me show you there's room today for Rocket. Like, I know it's up 13%, but there's just nothing in terms of resistance until you get at least a 15.5 bucks. So as long as it holds trend in standard fashion, pull back, hold VWAP, break highs, pull back, hold prior highs, that kind of thing, room to 16 bucks over there on Rocket. I just didn't get that fill off of VWAP, but we showed you how we wanted to get in. We just didn't get the fill the way we did on Apple. So Apple's starting to pull back, looking to see if we can grab VWAP on the way back in here.
Yeah, we're doing the same thing. We just waiting for Palantir to come back in. We did get out. We're pretty much out of our TQQ trade. We're waiting for VWAP at best, which is 70, and then we're waiting for the 200 period. That's where we're going long. I'm not going to buy on the 50 period here because then I know I'll just get wicked out potentially right there. It's not worth for me to put any more back in. We already talked about this being the high, and if anything, man, we just missed getting more out up there, and even missed a short back in. Like, if this day is going to be what it is, and that might be just calm down right now until we get exact news about tariffs. As you know, man, ear to the ground, we're going to be connected here to Adara with breaking news. We're connected to Benzinga Newswire. We have all this in our ear, and we're ready and willing to go. So there's a little bit of a reload. We did miss the big reload down there. Not the big one, but I had to buy 70s because we didn't get 54s because it went to 54 and we just never got filled on the bid. Like, how crazy that sounds, but that is what happens. And there it comes back up to the upside. So again, big winner today will be Palantir. And it's just because we finally were able to switch up our opinion, I guess, on this name and decided to, not on this name, but on the strategy of just trying to play safe. We're playing off of VWAP right now, and it's been working a couple of times. So for me, it's going to be a good trade there with Palantir. TQ's back up to the highs as well. AMAT, I see some ASML, people wondering about Tesla there with bad delivery number. Obviously, that's trying to fade out. I was just looking at 260 again, just bounced off 260. That's their VWAP level. So, all right, Adara, it's your time to shine. Adara with 1040
Sector
update.
watch. Thank you.
This is Sector Watch here, and here are the sectors, and as might be expected given all of the weird and wild volatility in this market today, they're pretty mixed because we did have, of course, gap down both the futures and both major indices, trying to find their way back to the upside. You basically see that reflected here. Finance doing pretty well, though. JPM, AXP to the upside. Retail trade here, Costco and Walmart holding down the fort. Health technology has some strength in J&J, which had quite a bad day yesterday on some updates with their talc lawsuit, and Lilly also to the upside. Consumer non-durables a bit weaker, health services a bit weaker. Consumer durables, you might expect the sector to be a little bit worse for wear, given some concerns here with tariffs, but we actually have GM to the upside, Tesla though sharply to the downside on much worse than expected deliveries. Energy minerals pretty weak here as well. In terms of technology services, Oracle looking pretty good. You may recall that ORCL is very much in talks with regards to a bid for TikTok, so that could be a positive catalyst there. Netflix and Palantir also up on the day, and so is CrowdStrike. Electronic technology a little bit more muted here. NVIDIA, Red, and Apple and Broadcom a little bit more mixed. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. There was a question about ASML in the chat.
Yeah.
I remember seeing, I don't know if it was a super chat, but specifically about ASML. So full disclosure,
Go futures.
I have some ASML on my personal account. I have not bought it in quite some time. It was last year, and it was these lows that we liked. Well, the problem is you're right at those same lows again. So again, if you're in something for the long term, fine. You can buy levels you like. You can buy quarterly, whatever it might be. I can tell you personally, I'm not buying here again. On downward trending tech stocks, I'm not for the buying, especially chip names and chip-related names. I'm not trying to buy at the same level as before. I think if you're trying to build into it in the long term, sometimes let it play the downtrend out and be a little bit more patient in this market. So ASML, I know it's on those lows. And for anyone that doesn't know, they make the high lithography machines. You can't make advanced. Basically, think of it this way. The machine that makes the most advanced chips in the world, you have to buy from them. They have a near monopoly on it. So it's a good name. It's just been beaten up. Part of it's because of China and tariffs. Well, it's not really China. not really tariffs, import restrictions is the best way to put it. Right. That's what it is with regards to China. So they're under pressure because of that, and a lot of this trade war action has been an issue. So Apple, we got out, and it does not pull back into VWAP. Not much happening here except the trend up. If it gets to 225, I still think that's going to be the short. DJT is now holding off of VWAP. I said I'd add there, and if we lose the bottom, get out. And I'm looking pure squeeze or nothing else. Like I'm looking at the range from yesterday, and if it breaks that low, I'm out. I'm not waiting for the bottoms, but I want to see it break into those highs, cover into the top, and then hold some for the absolute dream. Rocket Labs just broke out the high of the day. Well, it broke the high of the day. I can't say it broke out the high of the day because it's still kind of there, but it just broke the high of the day. I still want the next available dip. We missed that dip into VWAP on Rocket. Want to see if we can't get the next one. Looking very strong here today. And Tesla, as you said, bounced off VWAP, still trending down into the volume weighted average price. I'd like to see a consolidation or a break of that trend. Otherwise, I'm going to stick with trying to buy the dip on Apple and Rocket Labs over Tesla.
All right, 56. I was looking at this 57 level. It doesn't matter. We're not anywhere near there. It's going to set up some of my stops for these names. But okay, so good move up there. We got some out of Palantir again. It looks like the market is going to just do these dances. We said that, man. It's back to Greensville. So let's try to find something that's maybe a little bit strong or something to look at that maybe we haven't been looking at yet. We looked at some Mara, some Bitcoin right there, 85.5. Let's go have a quick look at IBIT, see what's going on right now with, okay, so not much there for crypto. Here's Bitcoin by itself right now. So we'll have a quick look, a 15-minute chart. We'll refresh this just to make sure we got it right. We'll call up maybe, let's do a 5-minute just to have a quick look to see what we're talking about for crypto. So yeah, IBIT tells a story, of course, because it is what this is. But 86 and change, we had sort of talked about some of these levels. It looks like it does want to hold right there, 85.2 for Bitcoin seems to be a pretty decent level there for me anyways. If we do dip in, that would be a good spot. So if we're going to relate that to maybe what IBIT's been doing, then I guess it's that 48.50 level right into here. Again, held. We thought that IBIT, again, looks like we're going to be right about the relationship with IBIT to the market. I mean, as the market goes up, you can see what the NASDAQ did here early off on the morning, and then almost an identical trade there. As it's almost, there you go. Come on, just get back to the upside. It looks like the NASDAQ right now trying to break through highs. Crypto not necessarily near there, but I guess we still have a little bit to go. Look at it ride the 50-period moving average right there. That is IBIT, that is Bitcoin. And then there is the NQs. We did give a big shout out to our friend yesterday, Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends there on the after show, because he had brought to our attention that unfortunately anybody invested in Ethereum has been getting waxed so far this year, man. $31 down to $15 right there, down 44% it was year to date. So yeah, that continues to make new lows right now. Ethereum, it was new lows 2 days ago. Today, a little bit of relief that we bounced off of that level, but still down 2%. So ETHE, man, expensive and nowhere to go. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with that name. Occidental, everyone's always excited about this name because we have a buyer underneath it, but it's already had that nice move off of 45. Oil and oil stocks, as I know Adair just looked at Sector Watch there and gave us a good look at some of those names that have been popping there today. Just to have a quick look to see what's going on with the sectors, individual sectors themselves. Change so far today. Looks like the lagger will be energy. So, as the NASDAQ battles back a little bit, makes sense. Energy was the hot one yesterday, as was gold. It's been, getting to the downside a little bit. We'll look at gold there. It's been ripping, but I could see it being down as the market takes off. All right, here we go. We're doing well, man. The TQs and the NASDAQ back to the highs of the day. What else is down? Comm services, materials, information technology. So that's going to be the NASDAQ. So what's leading the way today? The financials. We just showed you JP Morgan straight up $6. Utilities, looking for that dividend again. Consumer staples. Tesla, consumer discretionary and staple name there, both upside right now today. But you can see relatively muted on the sector watch, as we'll wait to see if there is anything specific to these markets hitting around 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. Should be some spicy times for the market. So yeah, there's the TQs right back up there to highs. We actually got another piece out the last time it did this. So for right now, we wait. I'm not hearing anything about Newsmax. It's not really coming on my CoreWeave is back to 56.
Newsmax has been, it's just been
Maybe
bad.
CoreWeave.
Newsmax is at the low. It's just basically chilling out at the low of the day. Unfortunately, and I wanted to go short WTF, but I didn't want to be. Look, it's still doing the same pattern on WTF. You could make the argument that this has been the easiest short of all time, and that is fair because it halted down, and you really haven't been put to the test. It also cannot stay. Just flat out can't stay open. It's opening, dropping or popping, and then insta halting. So there hasn't been. I just don't have a trade for that, to be honest. Unless you get it really early on a flat bottom break and take the open underneath, maybe that one works because then you just give it to a prior stop. But this just can't stay open. I might have paid for the locates essentially for nothing. It's still not at the absolute bottom, so there's always a chance a better structured trade comes in because it's got room to go. It's at $7. The bottom yesterday was $4. It's not ridiculous that it could return to that low. I believe it if it did. Apple's still trending up, so we haven't had a chance to buy the dip on that one yet. And yes, I am aware that I keep messing up, and instead of saying rocket companies, it is just pure muscle memory. I would wager to say over the last few years, 99% of the time, if we're talking about one of them, it's Rocket Labs. So if you hear me say Rocket Labs, I do not mean them. I mean RKT, rocket companies. That's the one breaking out. That's the one I'm trying to buy the dip in. And I apologize in advance if I say it again, because it's just muscle memory, that's all.
Yeah, no worries. I don't think people understand what we're talking about. Put them in the chat if you guys want to talk about any names. Of course, there goes Palantir. I mean, we're just going to talk about the same names that we're in because Palantir upside, we're taking some out at the 50 period, hoping for more. Look at CoreWeave, man. What a I don't want to say a rug pull because it's been a great couple days for CoreWeave, and I don't think that's rugging anything. But yeah, up to 64, down to 55 right now, 56. So nice little push back down in from 64 down to 56 right now. Again, the 200 period has meant something on this name, so we'll see if it can mean something again right now. So $54 coming into play. That's 54, 54.30 for CoreWeave if you get down there and you're wondering for a level to maybe mix it up a bit. Yeah, all right. Let's go over to Adara. It's Money Talk. Let's go find out about the DXY.
Before we get to the US dollar, I found this story here in Rocket Company. So this actually seems to be a story from 3 days ago. On Monday, the company announced their $9.4 billion acquisition of Mr. Cooper. So this is now apparently now 1 in 6 of U.S. mortgages are now under the company's roof. So keep an eye here in RKT. 23% short float for that one. Again, day 3 play. In terms of the US dollar, nothing super, that is Bitcoin I will pull up. DXY, my bad. The only economic data we really had to digest today was the US factory orders coming through at 10 a.m. A little bit higher than expected, 0.6% versus 0.5% expected. We're currently, though, trying to take out this support low from Monday, March 31st of that 103.75. Currently trading around 103.77. The other piece of economic data we had this morning of note were these ADP employment numbers coming in well above estimates, 155,000 versus 120,000 expected. Previous was 77,000, so well above the previous and forecasted prints. And tonight, it's all about tariffs. At 4 p.m., we are expecting Donald Trump to deliver this reciprocal tariff announcement, as mentioned earlier this morning on this desk with Brendan and myself. He is often late, so this announcement might not come right at the time we are expecting it, but it's something to be aware of nonetheless. According to a schedule I've seen floating around on X as well, we're expecting Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, to preview his statement at 11:30 a.m. as well. So watch out for these markets at 11:30 and all day as Liberation Day confusion comes to a head. Back to you.
And shout out to Profit X, everybody, because in sports playing, flexibility is absolutely everything. And at Profit X, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot, customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offer price when you can set your own? And by the way, if you check their book, it's going to beat a lot of the odds that you see out there. We've seen it in real time. Plus, the mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. Profit X, it's a fantastic place where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Use code TRADERTV and get a sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to $300. I know, obviously, when the Final Four comes around, we're going to be taking some shots at that. I don't like Duke. I'm going to try to be objective about it. Going to wait till a little closer on. These will get more liquid every single day. That's how it works, right? So it's kind of like, think of it like the pre-market. You get less liquidity in the pre-market. You get to the day of, and then these will start to juice up a little bit here. But I am a pretty decent. I like Auburn this year, so He's kind of watching the interest in Auburn right now. You got the yes or
Yeah,
no, but you can bet on the individual games. Because it's the Final Four, however, like you can bet the yes or the no and then cash out of it after you get the first Final Four game and take your profit before you even get to the championship game. That's the advantage here. You have the no side of the bet and not just who's going to win. So shout out to ProfitX. Tesla, just a quick update. As you can all see here, a trend line, and I'm going to draw trend lines and then also explicitly state this. Shouldn't always look clean, like connecting, to me anyways, connecting like, ooh, let's connect the top of these wicks. You want the most points of contact. Like, where's the trend really holding? So it just broke above the trend above 262. So I'm buying the dip into 262 and want to give it to this prior bar low. That's the plan of action here on Tesla. We started out short, and all of a sudden, I think you have a chance to get back into this high, which is the prior day close. So buying in front of that 262, as we mentioned. Intel just doing the same thing. It has been. It just finally broke VWAP. Why sit at 81 if the bid is showing up at 82? Let's go to Adara again.
Keep an eye here on Boeing. BA undergoing a Senate hearing right now. Currently new, I guess now he's been there for about half a year, but Kelly Ortberg of Boeing currently being is questioned here by the Senate committee. He said he is not pressuring workers to go in fast in order to boost production. So keep an eye here on BA. The Senate hearing happening right now, currently underway. Back to you.
All right, let's go over some super chats just real quickly. Thank you to Jimmy Emond, Raider Emin. Thank you so much for the $14. Thank you for all the work from the Trader TV live team. Cheers from Quebec City. So what's up to you over there? Thank you so much, Jimmy, as well. Patrick Jam, Tesla low of the day yesterday, going to hold. We'll see if what's going on with Tesla, because right now it does hold VWAP. It does hold that 252. Good little look there by Patrick talking about yesterday's low. And I'm sorry that we missed this, man. There's rocket companies. There's a rocket ship today. Ortex, you are 100% right there. Ortex with the short float. And then Darcy wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. So RKT one more time. Rocket companies, yeah, good little look there as Adara's been covering that day 3 play. So thank you so much to Darcy. Mr. C, guys, look at SPY. I've been trading the TQs. I hope that's been helping you. They've been identical today pretty much. So good storm. You want to hit the money storm. I mean, I know that was actually saw that earlier. So shout out to you. More on Wall Street. Thank you so much. And then T-Money also there wants to watch out for the market there. Trap retail and then a possible dump there. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Thank you, T-Money, for that. So there it goes, man. That's what's all about. We want to say thank you to everybody. Will today be? I've already voted Green Day, and I voted that in the pre-market. So let's wait to see what winds up happening. Despite looking short early right now, we'll wait to see what winds up happening with this market. But, you know, one thing that everybody does look forward to, too, is like what's for lunch. So let's just quickly go over what's for lunch there. I just heard Joe was pretty excited about this, and it's going to be a good one today. Many people that have missed this in the past, I think this might be the first time that this chef has provided this. It's chicken fajitas today. So
I thought tacos.
Yeah, close enough, right? Chicken fajitas there with Mexican rice. The toppings include diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, shredded cheese, with again the chef's choice salad. So looks like we'll be in good hands today.
Well, crazy. I had tacos yesterday.
Oh, so kind of something
right,
similar
we made tacos
there for you.
But it's
That one.
the running joke is we had tacos once from our caterer, and it was a day that I wasn't here. So they finally made tacos.
Yeah. But now you get something close.
We get some fajitas in there.
Corey's
That'll be a heck of a lot of
breaking,
fun.
yep.
I actually voted for Greensville. I'm just surprised. Pure chaos with more votes than Flat Day. Because the announcement's at the end of the day. So you would think that there'd be more votes for Flat Day, just given the fact the NASDAQ's exactly flat.
Come on, NASDAQ.
But a lot of times you'll get that, like if the market's flat, people will vote flat. Still looking at rocket companies, which is not doing much of a pullback. So probably more imminently, possibly getting Tesla after it broke that trend. I'm looking to go long off that downtrend break, and see if we can't grab it off 262. Keep remembering that after I draw a trend line, I have to hit save, and then it decides to. There you go. There. So I want to go long, give it to the prior bar underneath, but looking for that dip trade on Tesla. And Rocket and Apple are the other two that we're looking for that long. Apple's starting to crest again, but it's really holding on to the upward trend. It tried to break it, didn't get very far, maybe about 20 or 30 pennies before it went anywhere. And the DJT one, I don't know if it wants to squeeze everybody. Like this is Like it might turn into a scalp trade if it stops doing anything. You pop to the upside, bought dip in front of the prior low, bought dip VWAP, stop underneath, not offering till it gets into the range of the top. But if volume doesn't come into this over lunchtime, I'm not punching out because my stop is actually right underneath here, so there's no point. But DJT, a bit of a nothing burger. And not much happening on those crazy IPOs unless you were short this morning. Like you basically, either you had to sit short in those IPOs or just short them on the way down. Newsmax still at the low of the day. And same thing with WTF, which there's a pun I could say, but you guys can figure it out. Like that keeps halting to the downside. And there has been no end in sight to all those halts, unfortunately. Yeah, nasty. But you knew this day was coming. Happened to HKD. It happens to all of them eventually. You have fun while they last, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're having fun every day here. That is for sure. And there goes the market right there, up to 59 again. Props it up. Anybody that's long this one, we're 110 handles now in the money, 57.80 long. Palantir also is starting to work. This is going to be a good trade for us here as we get into the midday show with both Joe and Obi. Joby will be there this midday. So there's a nice move there on Palantir. Obviously getting that high. We're still in this. I do have my next offer at 53s, waiting to see if that can get us something there. So, yeah, so far so good here on the day. So, yeah, there it is, day trader cut. Congratulations on that one there. If you are in, like I said, though, you got to be in it to win it. And, yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough day, right? We talked about some of those fades today, especially with the TQs not being able to hold when we needed to. Like, we should still be hella long right there, and we're not. So, but it's a nice move back there to the upside, up into the highs of the day. So it's a good thing that we stay long and strong, right? I mean, we're going to leave you now about $2 in the money with 70 cents on Palantir and about $1.10 right now on the futures. And then assuming Tesla, again, great bounce off VWAP, so look out for that. I don't have too many more pending orders or anything here. Looking to buy dips if the Qs do come down. We've sort of talked about that, levels that we would like down here, 57 flats. Would be our stop. So anything close to that, 57.50, 57.20 would be a good trade, but I don't know if that's going to come through. Nice little dip down right there. Look at Palantir. Whoops. All the way down as the futures collapse a little bit. So that's why take outs where outs lie, because we don't know where that's going to be. TQQs as well. Days high, then whoops, all the way back in. So those are the levels that I'm looking at. For me, I'm not sure about for you, but for me, it's not going to be a green day because we did have some sloppy outs there on the TQs, but we'll hold this and hope for a good afternoon. So 11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, as many positive symbols as red symbols, but it's slightly, we'll see, because DJT kind of tips it, though, because we're looking big, and I'm not scalping out DJT. This will be for the other, you guys are going to flip over to the midday show, but anybody that has a quick explanation as to why you're breaking highs on Rigetti while QBTS is looking like a dog, I'm very curious as to what's going on here. Rigetti is absolutely breaking out, and D-Wave is looking weak. So usually these follow each other. Anyways, I'm going to do some digging myself as to figure out what's going on here. Maybe there's some kind of a trade. My first thought was maybe we catch up in D-Wave and I can buy some bids or buy some dips. Yeah. But I'm not really sure if there's a story specific to Rigetti. I have not seen it yet, but we are heading you over to not Sharif. No. It is Obi and Joseph, which we call Joby, and learn to trade. Go get them, guys.
Bye-bye, Joby.
Fletch.
Boom. What's going on? Trader TV Live traders. Hope everybody's having a solid Wednesday. It is hump day, so looking forward to that one. Yes, exactly. Double bang on that front. Waiting for some people to crawl into the chat here. This is Joe, obviously, and my guy to the right of me, Obi, ready to put on some more trades for you throughout this session.
Yes, sir.
And the poll is up. Make sure that you guys get those votes in. Let's see what everybody's up to. My guy, ADL, Obi doing good. Back-tested model and came to 154%. Let's go, ADL. Charlie Taft, my guy, Gorev, you already know what it is. We're going to hit the money storm for you, my friend. Obi looking buff in that shirt, says Day Trader Cut. Let's go. Ron John, Retro Stocks. What's going on, my friends? Dan Gale. Doug, I see you there, Retro Stocks. Fat Finger, all right, I see you. Stevenson, my guy, what's up, brother? Okay, we see you in there, Retro Stocks. You don't got to put it in all there all the time. Mike DeRider, City Boys 305, Parker, morning, good. Hey, Pizza Rat, What's up, my friend? I'm glad you're here. Let's see up TX Trader, Sid. One more, Jimmy B, Erie Pages, and let's find one, Julie B. What's going on, everybody? And my guy ADL, Adam DeLuce across the seas. How is everything this morning, Obi?
Not too bad. Not too bad. A little bit of a rough morning for myself, but in terms of price action on the market, definitely very opportune to say the least. Again, today is Liberation Day.
Liberation Day.
So a lot of anticipation there, and I might have fumbled the ball a little bit.
Happens. Yeah.
Put on a little bit too much risk.
Okay.
In the morning session.
Well, I guess we'll talk about that a little bit more. Or did you want to talk about it now? What were you trading?
I was trading TQs.
TQs. Okay.
So I got a little cheeky with the Qs there in the morning. I saw that 58. We can go down to a 1 minute chart. I saw this like 58.20 level holding. Got a little too aggressive with the short going into the number. Didn't really cover here on the stall when it did drop down. Mm-hmm. So that was a bit of a miss, and kind of gave it to the highs over here, and pretty much shut down on the day today. So no more trading for me here, but we'll be taking those reps. We'll be here taking those reps in the demo here on the day today. So, but more than that, I'm just going to be observing and just talking through some potential ideas and trades. And I see that you have a lesson for us planned. What's the lesson?
Yeah, we're gonna finish up the creating a trade book, day trading trade book lesson. So we'll get right into that. But first, we'll pull up my screen here real quick to see what we had going on today, guys. That's IBIT. But first, we'll go over the TQs. I was with Obi. I actually tried to take a short on it not too long ago, and then I got stopped out. So you see this topping tail candle here. I'm like, okay, let's see if we can get that move back to the volume weighted average price. But as I was monitoring a lot of the Mag 7, we're hovering around certain levels around the volume weighted average price and slightly extended from that, and we weren't really breaking down any. So I started really small. This was going to be my out, and then sure enough, we got stopped out right there on that short on the TQs. But then we traded IBIT this morning. Worked out pretty good here. You can see that we opened up above the volume. Well, we opened up below the volume weighted average price, but then as soon as we sat on top of it here, guys, I entered the position. I then doubled my position, took it some off here, and then I whatever I had remaining, I doubled it right there again, and then just took the remaining up, and then I eventually got stopped out break even because my average got lifted up here. And so it's kind of been chopping around a little bit. I did like this wedge that we're forming here, but I bit the better trade, and then a small loss on the TQs there, guys. So not too horrible of a morning. We had Tesla yesterday. That was a monster trade on Tesla, but unfortunately we finished red on the day. But that's okay because we took a lot of hits on IBIT earlier in the day. But let's get right into this lesson. Mary S. Lehman wants to say hi, guys. Yeah, we're going to say hi to you as well. So there we go, biotech boom. We're going to get into the chat later, and we're going to have a lot of talking to do because it is Liberation Wednesday, apparently. But let's get right into this lesson here, guys, to see what we got going on. I do like IBIT as it's continuing to climb higher, and we're going to talk about some high levels of open interest on Tesla and how we can utilize that and implement that within our day trading. All right, so just to go a little bit over what we went, where we finished off yesterday, we'll take a couple steps back here, guys. Not too many slides to go through because we want to hop right back into these markets. So here we go. Trade criteria and stock selection are key factors in consistent trading success. Being in the right stock with your trading parameters will help increase your day-to-day success. Stock screeners are a great trading tool that allow you to filter through the market and find in-play stocks that fit your playbook's trading metrics. Analyze current technical levels, mark out key support and resistance levels for your in-play stocks, establish potential trade scenarios, breakups, breakdowns, reversals, and continuations, okay? Bitcoin's starting to break out. Missed that trade, that's okay. We'll find another one. Good for the long term here, though. All right, guys, here we go. This is just a basic filter. You can see that we have a low of $13 and then a high of $1,000. You can obviously compress that a little bit. Then a low of 900,000 shares to essentially infinite shares. So that's what we're looking for. And what this does is just filters out multiple stocks, right? You don't want to go through all 500 today. You want to set, in your morning analysis, you want to have set criteria, and that's what these screeners allow you to do, okay? So collecting data. Numerous points of data can be collected for your specific day trading or investment criteria. Select and collect key points that best fit your system. Categorize your entry, all right? So you got 9:30 to 11 a.m. market open executions, 11 to 2 p.m. midday analysis with OB and I here, 2 o'clock to 4 p.m. power hour and closing session. That's one way you can categorize your trading, all right? Ranking weight of catalysts, upgrades, downgrades, macro data, news headlines, mergers and acquisitions, and then you have earnings, all right? Risk per trade, you also want to collect this. Collect data on your risk units per trade. This can help you scale trades and setups you're more efficient in, and reduce risk trades, setups you're less accurate on. And I believe Day Trader Cut said this yesterday, you have to document your data to find what you're good at and what you're not good at. And I think I couldn't agree more on that fact there. So journal as well as collect screenshots after each trade. Obi does that. I do that myself. A lot of traders, Adara does that as well too. So keep up with that, and then you can just go back and review what you did good and what you did bad. Document your psychology before, after, and during trades. Analyze how you managed each position. Document accuracy with short and long positions, all right? So this is just some basic criteria. This is as simplistic as it can get right here. So the trade number, so it's your first trade, second trade, what's the stock, what's the pre-market volume, what's the RVOL, what is the strategy, right? So everybody has their own names for their strategies. My two basic strategies that I like to implement on a day-to-day basis is called the VWAP breakups, very simplistic, or the VPA, the volume price analysis anomaly, the VPAA, all right? So strategy, time in, what session was it? Is it in the morning, afternoon, or in the evening? Timeout. Result, what's your risk to reward? How many risk units were you implementing on that trade, and what was the result of that? How many shares did you end up taking? What was the catalyst? And then what was the level of the catalyst? And then obviously, very important is the date. All right, so tricks of the trade, define your goals, develop a repeatable system. Successful trading playbooks require structure, discipline, and data-driven decision-making. Consistently analyze what you're good at and dissect the key metrics that provide the success. Always manage risk accordingly. Do not take outsized losses, all right? So that is very, very key. If you keep those losses small, and then eventually you'll hit that trade where it just wipes out all those losses. Opposed, you don't want to have, again, small wins is part of the game, but you don't want to have something that's outsized, and then eventually it just blows up everything. And I've had that multiple times, and it's not fun. Months and months of work gone just due to the fact that I didn't want to follow my rules and just blow everything up. I remember about a year and a half ago, Obi, I was actually doing my best trading when I was at home, and the month was unreal. And in a span of 2 days, I gave everything back. And yeah, I had to do a couple laps around the house. And enjoyed a nice cold beverage after that one. But as long as you get back on the horse and get back to those rules, you will be okay, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. I think you always great lesson there, Joe. Thank you for that. You always have to have like a set process for the day, right? And that kind of brings you in that discipline of holding that process kind of brings that discipline into your trading as well, I've found. And yeah, some of the worst times is like when you're not being disciplined in your personal life, then that leaks into your trading as well. And sometimes maybe you're not being disciplined with your playbook or your rules. That happens to me every now and then. Day Trader Cut was asking in the chat kind of to go over why I lost and how I shut down, because so it is our losers that we learn the most from. Man, there's not too much to learn here, I think, in my opinion. But we'll go through it. Like, I know exactly kind of what I did wrong. So I answered the 3 questions that you had there. Right here. So I was gonna reply to you, and it didn't really. It didn't let me write all of this, so this is what I'm gonna kind of go through here. So what I did wrong is I oversized aggressively. So I had already been trying to get short. I think on this pullback here, I tried here 57.80. So you can see we can kind of compare that with I guess the Nasdaq as well. Here we go down to 3-minute on the Nasdaq, and I think the contract is is the M contract currently, right?
I think so. I just got a notification on it the other day. I don't really watch.
The M contract. That's why I'm like, this does not look right, because that does not look like today's price action. Okay, here we go. So here's a 1 minute chart. So we'll go to 3 minutes here on the NASDAQ as well, and we can compare that to what happened here. So I'll go to 3 minute as well on the TQs, because that's what I'm looking at as well. So basically, hold on. You know what? 1 second. I can actually bring up the actual chart. I took a screenshot of it earlier. I'm not logged into my live account here. So if you want to take over for a couple of minutes, I'll pull up the chart so we can go through it a little bit more effectively.
Most definitely. So yeah, guys, I see a lot of people chiming in on that stuff. I think it's really a part of the journey, right? I don't think you've gone through the trading journey unless you've made those mistakes. But as long as you learn from them, then I think you'll be off pretty good. And I like what Daniel B said in the chat. He's like, yeah, you do that, and then you feel so garbage that you don't want to do it ever again. And yeah, and it's not even that it happens once. I've done it multiple times, and it's just not a good feeling, right? So again, you'll go through it to eventually you'll just be like, yeah, I'm sick of this and I'm no longer doing it. I would rather take a small loss, come back the next day, and be prepared, and then next thing you know, you're going to be like, oh, okay, nice. I had a really, really good day. I'm glad that I only took a small loss. Oh no. Okay, all right, yeah, that's all right. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to try a short here on the TQs. Let's see if we can get this move back into the volume-weighted average price. We're slightly extended. I did get a better price than what I had before. Slightly delayed on the entry. I would much rather be long in IBIT. Now I have to give this significantly more risk here. It's about 50 cents. So I'll be patient. As long as we don't crack that, I think we'll be okay, because we are starting to pull in a little bit here. But yeah, so let's see what everybody's saying. Couldn't agree more, Joe. Keep getting. Lance Brinson almost quit, kept trading, and went on to make. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Lance, I know Obi's a big fan of the one, the only Lance B. Yes, and sir. Yeah, I think everybody who's going to make it through this journey is going to go through those obstacles. It's just a matter of if you're strong enough and willing enough to go through the other side, because you're going to do it multiple times. I've done it multiple times, and it's not a good feeling. As long as you learn from those feelings, then I think you'll be off all right. Sorry, yeah, Obi, did you figure out what you had going on?
Yeah, so I got my chart here. So let me pull up the TQs as well here on my charting software. So right here. So we got the TQs here. So this is kind of what I did. These were my entries. So I took this earlier on. This is a 1 minute chart. The screenshot's a 1 minute chart. So these are my entries short. This is my stop out here. Getting a little bit aggressive here on the pullback as well. Stopped out here once again. So getting a little chopped up. Then a kind of double tap here. This I definitely sized a little too aggressively at this point. I might have been a little tilted. Kind of looking for that move to come in. I was aware that we did have a number coming in at 10 o'clock, and I didn't really expect it to do too much. But I guess I was definitely wrong a little bit there. I didn't really have a stop in right above the highs here, and I was the most sized here. I got into how much? I was risking like three risk units here, and then I think I doubled up right here. So automatically I'm risking 6, maybe even more risk units up to the high. So one of the mistakes I did was, what I'll do next time is like, all right, if I'm doubling up, if I double up on this, I have to trail the risk to that prior bar, or much tighter, or to the first entry, something like that. Some sort of rule to be like, okay, well, if I'm taking an aggressive action to double up on a trade, which I shouldn't necessarily be doing in the first place, unless I think the probability of the trade has increased significantly. But even if that's happening, I should be taking that stop right there, not really giving it past these highs. But that bid comes in pretty aggressively. I did have time to take it off here. I chose not to, so that's something that I do have to think about as well. Kind of being in this market, being nimble and being like quick with the fingers as soon as something doesn't really work. You have the ability to get back in. I stop out pretty much at the highs, and then you can see it takes that beautiful reversion back down into into VWAP right after. That's kind of what I was looking for, and then you know, we've been kind of trailing back up. So I got a little too aggressive too early, put on way too much risk for that trade. So that was a big miss on my part. And on a day like today, where volatility is definitely a little bit expected. So why am I sized so aggressively so early on in the day? It doesn't really. What's going on here?
What
What's going on, Neil?
What is that? There you go. I didn't make it.
All right, that's sick. So we got a meme that was delivered by was that
Who made
Ramin?
this? They're calling me a boomer, guys, essentially.
He's just staring down the chart, the chat. Yes.
Oh man, no way. Is it really like that these days? Jeez, I guess I gotta get some glasses or something. I don't want to be like, I don't want to have that. You know how your parents look at something when you show them something on your phone and they do like this look. It's like, all right, yeah. So maybe I have to increase the font or something like that. Yeah, I guess I'm around those stages. So. You know how it is. This is how it is, man. Oh, yeah, it's all love. Yeah, you guys are all laughing at me in the chat now. I see how it is. All right. It's all right. I'll remember that, guys. I'll remember that. All right, no, it's all good times. Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to Adara.
Just keep an eye here on MNMD. This one got a little bit of a move here. Marijuana Moment reporting that apparently Trump Secretary of Veterans had an eye-opening psychedelic experience here in a talk with RFK Jr. And apparently he plans to get Congress to act on this. So again, just to summarize this report from Marijuana Moment, reportedly the Trump Secretary of Veterans had a talk with RFK Jr. Looks like they're potentially going to be going to Congress to act on psychedelics, so it's unclear what these actions will be. Seemingly, though, positive. Keep an eye on BA as well here. Again, we still have this meeting ongoing here with the Senate. This testimony from CEO Kelly Ortberg. It's been kind of chopping around here, guys. Back to you.
Here we go. The missus says even Superman wears glasses. All right, so there we go. So yeah, Clark Kent. I'd rather be James Bond though. I think James Bond. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, guys, we're talking about stuff here in the market. I took another short. It doesn't look like it's gonna work out here, OB, unfortunately, as we're continuing to squeeze. So don't want to fight this too much longer. I do feel like we have that overhang and that cliff going on in the market. But if we want to climb higher. This is going to be my last attempt here on the short because it just doesn't seem that we want to break down to the volume-weighted average price just yet here, Obi. So I'm not going to try to force something and give back the majority of my day here.
Yeah, no, you definitely have to. Again, we're awaiting what the tariff news is potentially going to bring into the markets, and so far we've been bidding up pretty aggressively already right off of the open here. I see across the board, the strongest ones out of Mag 7s here on the day. Tesla pretty much at its day highs here, attempting to push a little bit more, all the way back to 270s, man. Day low is 250, so about a 20-point run almost. There goes that 270, 271.32 current day high. Here goes the TQs as well, pushing up the market. Look at that go. That 19-6 coming right back in from yesterday. We kind of trailed right back up in there and consolidated, pushing a little bit higher here. I got to go back up to a 15-minute on this one. There's news on Tesla saying Neil. So let's take a quick look at that one. I do not have my news source up, but we have Videra. I think she'll come up with what the news might be. But the market right now. Elon will step away. Okay, Elon will step away. Okay, so let's go to Dara. Let's see what's up.
Here's the news here. Politico reporting that apparently Donald Trump has communicated with his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping back from his current role, quote, in coming weeks. He was expected to leave in 2026, or that was how long the term was supposed to last with the Department of Government Efficiency. According to Politico, though, Elon Musk could be leaving within the next few weeks. So keep an eye here on TSLA and that news. Again, it's been heavily considered by investors that Elon Musk being at Doge has been distracting from his role in Tesla. And even Wedbush analyst Danny Ives, who was a notable Tesla bull, actually released a note saying that he thinks that Elon Musk needs to take a step back or it could be hurting the company. So keep an eye on TSLA. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yeah, I mean, Danny Ives saying that it's a pivotal moment for Tesla and shareholders. You know that a lot of individuals like myself weren't happy necessarily with Elon and how he had more involvement and wasn't hyper focusing on Tesla, especially how he's kind of been lagging in the autonomy race because we got cars from Waymo out and he still hasn't got this robo fleet out in Austin. So it's, in my opinion, being a shareholder, I sold at 230. It may be a bad trade, but I do believe there's going to be some more time to get involved in some of these names, Obi. Come the end of next week, JPM starts reporting, right? So the banks are going to start reporting, I believe, on the 11th. And then now we're going to get right back into earnings seasons. Can we have a good Q1? I think so. But I think one thing to note and really pay attention to is the guides, right? We want to pay attention to guidance. And if companies start lowering guidance due to these tariffs and reciprocal tariffs, then you can see some potential pullbacks and drawdowns in some of these names because you know how the market is forward looking. But NVDA is just continuing to rip. I went 0 for 2 on TQs, guys. I gave back about like 33% of the day. That's okay. So it's unfortunate I didn't get a part of this bit long, but here we go, 0 for 1, 0 for 2 there as we broke through those highs. And we just never got that move back to the volume weighted average price. And then now NVDA is absolutely blowing the top off here, guys. NVDA running through some key levels here now to 109, running into 110. Guys, you know we have high levels of open interest at that 110 strike price, and let's see if we can get through this. I was messaging Katina Man earlier today, and I'm like, hey, 250 on Tesla, 23,000 open contracts. Look where we bounced off of in the earlier mornings, okay? So now we got 41,000 open contracts on NVDA at that 110 strike price with 21,000 on the put side, 41,000 on the call side. Let's see if we can break through this, because if we do, there can be some drastic squeezing here. But let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
I read this Politico report here with regards to Tesla, and I want to mention it's a lot more complex than it might appear based on the headline. So again, the headline from Politico was that Donald Trump has told his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping down in the coming days, and it wasn't super specific as to what he was stepping down from. From what I'm reading here, apparently Trump or Elon Musk was granted status as a special government employee for 130 days. During that time, he would be exempt from basically, I guess, ethics concerns. So people were initially expecting Donald Trump would be looking to push past that 130-day limit to give Musk more time in his administration. The 130-day limit would expire in late May or early June. Now, though, apparently, due to some concerns over his roles of political liability, Elon Musk will reportedly be stepping down from his role as a special government employee. However, he is expected to still remain very much involved in the White House. He will be seen in the White House. He is expected to remain an advisor in the White House. And also, apparently, someone from his team told Politico that anyone who thinks that Musk will be gone from Trump's orbit is, quote, fooling themselves. So apparently his role in the White House is not close to over, but his role as a special government employee might be. And again, this is just as reported by Politico. Zero confirmation yet. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, this action on Tesla is pretty wild here. 275s churning as of right now. Kind of a bit of a consolidation happening in and around this area. 275s here. I can kind of pull it up on this as well on the chart. But yeah, this the tape is not the same here. The book is not the same here. So let me pull that up right here. So 275s, you can see kind of trading here. Let's put up a bit of a filter. Let's put up a highlight for greater than 99, so we can get anything that's greater than a 1 lot here. 275s holding as of right now. Let's see if we get that continuation. The market pushing to the upside here as well. 19.7s on the TQs and 5.7s here on the ES as well. Let's see if Tesla can hold this 275 area. This consolidation is pretty nice here. Market tailwinds definitely on our side. 59.50s here on the TQs. for anyone who is looking at those. NVIDIA 110.50s incoming here. And let's see, what else is breaking its highs? Softy about to break its highs as well. Apple breaking. Alphabet almost on its way there. Amazon, not really. It's still consolidating underneath a prior high there. So let's see if there is any sort of continuation off of this volume that's been coming into this market, man. Pretty crazy. Again, we expected some volatility today, and we are getting that volatility. And that reminds me, let's see what the VIX is up to here. Probably getting a little crushed off of some of its most recent highs here. So yeah, a little bit of a chop. Look at that. This is a 3-minute chart, up to 23 halves, back down to 2170s. Gonna keep an eye on this one as well to see if there's any sharp turns here on the VIX as well as it comes back into some prior areas that might be of interest. 276s, oh boy, here it goes. Tesla on its way. Can we get 280s today, Joe? Perhaps. Apple's pushing its highs as well. Let's see if we can get that 225 on Apple. This market is bidding up pretty aggressively, and I was saying that we've been selling off into this potential catalyst here today, April 2nd. Everyone's anticipating some volatility and potential opportunities on today, and those are definitely coming in pretty hot. Across the day, we got some crazy moves on those factory orders numbers in the morning at 10 a.m. and now on some, I guess, I don't know if Trump and Elon is the specific news that's bringing in this volume, but definitely the market coming in with a lot of volume and volatility today.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front as well, Obi. It's unfortunate. So yeah, I had a pretty good day via options yesterday. I told you guys that I bought some. I got a nice fill here, so I placed the order the night before. And if I were to pull up the option, actually, I wish I could here. Maybe I will. I'll do that later. But you'll see on this expiration cycle, the October contract. I got this fill. So this was me down here getting filled on options, and then I sold half of it here, and then now I'm sitting in a couple remainder contracts here, and I'm looking for this to break. As the market's climbing higher, Amazon's not participating. Maybe it's laggard, but you can see that we're running into some key support and resistance zones. But what I noticed on the weekly expiration cycle is that 197 fives and then 200s might be in the works for today. So I'm like, hey, can we climb to 195 today? And then I'll just get all out of the position. So that's my game plan there on Amazon. And then iBid is just continuously climbing higher. I'm kind of frustrated at myself. Sorry, we'll go to Adara in 1 second. I'm frustrated at myself that I didn't take this second entry and I shorted the Qs instead because the market seems relatively strong. But let's see what Adara's up to here, guys.
I just want to recap the Tesla story for anybody that missed it. So basically what happened here is Politico reported that Donald Trump has apparently told his inner circle, including cabinet members, that Elon Musk, who was the head of Doge and had been designated a special government employee, apparently he's going to be stepping back in the current incoming week. So it's worth noting, again, his status as a special government employee was set to expire anyway, or at least his exemptions from ethics concerns were. They were set to expire in 130 days. That would be late May or early June. However, even if he does step down from his role as a special government employee, as Politico is reporting, he's still very likely to retain an informal role as an advisor for the Trump administration, and he's very likely to continue to be both in Trump's orbit and around the White House. So again, Politico reporting that Elon Musk, whose role with Doge was considered to be a bit of a liability for Tesla, will be stepping down or stepping back from said role pretty soon. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. I think that's going to be good for Tesla shareholders, most definitely. I have some notes here, guys. I'll pull them up for you that I was just doing last night. Let's see what we got going on. This is just more tariff-related stuff here, guys. So on January 19th, the average weighted tariff was about 2.7%, so the average weighted. So with the projected increase, the average weight would move to about 10.9%. That's quite a drastic increase, all right? So that will unwind about 60 to 70 years of past tariff reduction that has been unwound in a span of 2 months. So with every 100 basis point increase in weighted average price on those tariffs, so every 100 basis point increase on that average weighted tariff, that can add about 10 basis points of core inflation, all right? So those are some key numbers, and that's why traders and the market was weary is, okay, this is kind of inflationary, and you need to monitor this stuff very, very cautiously. So those are some good numbers. The average weighted tariff was 2.7%. That will now be increased to about 10.9%, okay? So those are really, really important, and now you can see the expense of certain things. Yeah, there we go, Rivian. I mean, it's facts, no? So you just gotta be weary of this stuff. But yeah, a nice look here on NVDA. Do we have those topping signals here? Possibly. What I'll do is I'll pull it up on this chart, a nice inverted hammer candle. The thing is, though, people are saying, Joe, the Qs are ready to short. I've already taken it multiple times, so I'm going to be patient because with a market this strong and then you have certain names lagging, if they really start to pick up steam, then you don't want to be shorting the Qs. So you want to watch the Mag 7 and see what they're up to, but this is a good potential short signal here on NVDA. We'll be a little bit more patient. You can just have this as your risk profile, just the break of that 110.63 we'll call. You want to give it a little bit of room just in case, but there is some potential options pinning at this 110 strike price here, Obi.
Yeah, I'm kind of just watching this Tesla, this 275 kind of holding, chopping around. We dropped down to about 270, was it 273 halves there, kind of making some lower highs potentially, but the market's still holding up, 19.7s here on the NASDAQ, and that 275 kind of just chopping around. We can look at here the 3-minute chart. We can go down a little bit lower here. So you can see we're holding consolidation near the highs as this kind of builds up and kind of consolidates to see where we'll go going forward. So we could kind of break down, we could break up. Those are different iterations of potential price action. VWAP is all the way down at 263.40s. Here, the current highs at 276.99. So yeah. Let's see if this market continues to the highs. I'm curious to know how quickly we may potentially get back to 20,000 if this bid kind of continues this week. So far, Joe, has been pretty strong. When the bid does come in, it's been coming in pretty hot and aggressive. Distinctly different from some of the price action we've been getting over the past few weeks as well, right? A little bit more selling dominant pressures over the past few weeks. And yeah, distinctly different. Wow, there goes Tesla, some pushing past that 276 half. So some fresh highs potentially incoming here for Tesla. Again, that 277, not that far away, only about 10, 15 pennies now, trading in the 80s. So this is, again, I love watching this price action, kind of interesting stuff, and just getting that seat time, right? This is what I was telling a few traders as well. When I would trade at home, and I've mentioned this before, I've blown up a couple of accounts, but wow, 277 halves right away, beautiful, holy. This is actually pretty wild action here, but no. So I would just sit down and continue to watch. Like it's not that just because I can't trade for the day doesn't mean that I'm still not gonna sit here and learn and observe.
Yeah, exactly.
Because regardless of whether I participate or not, the market's always handing out lessons, and I'm more than willing to kind of sit there and take part and sit in for that class, right?
No, it's great.
I feel like you feel some type of ways about that.
I don't feel any Rich Homie Quan on that one there, brother. You know what I mean? So, R.I.P. Rich Homie Quan, though, by the way. Hey,
yeah?
Yeah.
Was this recent? I'm not.
Yeah, he died a couple months ago, or last year or something like that. And then rest in peace, young Scooter. For all my Atlanta individuals out there, losing Rich Homie and Scooter in a span of a couple of years. And my guy, Trouble, as well, too. A couple of years ago, I think Trouble was passed away. But yeah, I mean, enough of that stuff here, guys. Bitcoin is absolutely running to the top side. I feel FOMO so heavy on this, Obi, because I'm like, I wanted to get in right here, but instead I'm like, okay, let me short the Qs up here, and this would have been a much better trade. So just stick to your guns, I think, at the end of the day here, guys. So I'm only taking a bit of this. I got half of the move here, so again, I've seen this consolidation phase, a nice, consistent higher lows here, and then I didn't take that break, and you can see the volume by time profile. really start to pick up. So yeah, RIP Val Kilmer as well too. So I think one of the better Batmans. I know a lot of people are saying rest in peace Scooter and stuff like that. 3-7s, we don't got him yet. We pick him up in on the 11th. So we'll get that. We'll get Raptor up here. I know his name's Milo, but we'll call him Raptor. But yeah, shout out. Yeah, exactly. Damien, there we go, man. Shout out to all my ATL guys, Trouble, Scooter, and Rich Homie Quan. So yeah, we're not feeling any type of way about that here, guys. We want to focus.
Incoming.
Pardon me?
280s
280 on
Tesla.
On Tesla?
This market's ripping, dude.
Am I looking at the wrong stock here? I see 265.
It's 279.80s right now.
What's going on with my charting
Tesla.
here?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's going crazy, dude.
Am I like?
Wild.
Am I?
280s
Oh wow!
Wow,
Okay,
look
so
at
this
that
is
break.
so laggard.
Holy,
What's
here
going
we
on with my
go.
chart here? I'm
Oh
not getting
my
any
God.
information
Wow,
on
talk
what's
about
going.
taking reps.
280s on Tesla here, guys. Off of these delivery numbers, now up 4.5%. Some good stuff. So I don't know why my chart's telling me we're hovering around 265. Thanks for that information there. That's not really working out for us. Okay, let's take a look. What do we got at 80s? 27,000 open contracts there, guys, on Tesla. Let's see how we react around those specific levels. It's unfortunate that I don't know why this is relaying false information for me here. So 265, they got me on this chart, which is not good. We don't want any of that stuff there, do we, Obi? But yeah, watch out for 280 here, guys, if we sit on top of that. Now 20,000. What did I just say it was a couple seconds ago? 27. Okay, yeah, so 27,000. We're now north of that. It looks like, Obi, 280.51. So shorts may be trapped at that 280 level. We can continue to climb higher. If you see that cover rally really start to step in, that's when you can see that gamma squeeze, and then we can get into 282.5s, and then after that, guys, it's almost blue skies. There's no real heavy open interest up until 290. So yeah, be weary for this. Really squeezing out here, Obi.
Yeah, no. Again, we talk about taking reps. So I definitely took some reps there on this one. I don't think the board, the what do you call it? The position board. Sorry, the position board is not on. I think it's definitely back on my live. I remember saying that. Don't forget, I'm trading on the demo, just taking those reps here. 280s coming in on Tesla, 280.50. So now we consolidated on the 275s. Now we're consolidating in and around 280s. Wow, again, my demo account is slightly different, so I did size accordingly to that, but yeah, no, 280 is kind of, looking over here, 276.45s. I got in. I kind of built into the consolidation around that 275, looking for that continuation, and we're getting a little bit of that continuation as of right now. So just watching that. If that 280 holds and continues, that would be nice. But if we do take a pullback, again, keeping in mind that VWAP, we've become pretty extended off of VWAP, 264.70s, right? So, okay, so we're coming right back in here. So I do want to kind of piece off of that a little bit. Because if that trend breaks, don't necessarily want to be in and around there for that trend break, because that could be pretty aggressive to the downside. As the market turns, 19.7s we're pulling back through now on the NASDAQ, 279.30s trading here on Tesla, still holding higher highs and higher lows. We could definitely pull back a little bit, but I'm kind of piecing in and out, just waiting, being patient for that next trade here. So yeah, no, pretty much out of that whole thing now. But yeah, no. So basically, what I aim to do is make the right kind of decisions. Right. Again, got shut down in the morning because I was not following my rules necessarily. So a good thing to do on the demo is make sure whatever you do, regardless of what you do, you make sure you're following the process, following the rules. It's more of an exercise to kind of put in the reps for following the rules for me than it is to just take the trades, right? It's like, all right, so this is how you get into the trade. This is how you get out of the trade. Are you following the rule? Are you putting the stop in? If you don't have a stop in, are you engaged on? You got your trigger finger ready to punch out if that reason to get out comes in. within your risk limit, right? Tesla taking a little bit of a pullback here, back through that 280, 278s and change as of right now, 279s back in. But yeah, we're still consolidating. Let's see if this consolidation holds up a little bit higher. I'm looking for a pullback closer into that prior structure high here at 277s, maybe 275s. Gives us a little bit of a pullback, but the Nasdaq is pulling back here off of that 19,700, and the ES a little bit off of that 5,700, and we got 3 minutes left to finish printing this 15-minute candle here, so a little bit of red coming in. Let's see how much further we take a little bit of a pullback. That was an aggressive bid. I don't know if this is going to be the top, Joe, but we are kind of seeing a little bit of a slowdown for now. But we could just be consolidating. That's what we did around 275. We could be doing the same around 280 and then take another leg higher here. Again, I always got to watch out for when things start to really push into that momentum. We've got to be patient for that 3 pullback, right? Shout out to our boy Elliot. Elliot Wave Theory, kind of waiting for those 1, 2, 3s legs to kind of really assess whether the trade is on or not. What's up, Adara?
Q1 2025 is over, and so in light of that, get ready for a few infographics coming through on your timeline if you follow TTD Research on X. I am really doing a series here that's going to look at the top and bottom performers in the major indices and in each sector. So we're going to kick off here with the top NASDAQ 100 performers in Q1 2025. And the top of the list is actually PDD. That is going to be Chinese ADR PDD. Next up, we have EXC. This one was a great performer this quarter. You're going to see this in a lot more infographics. Amgen was a good look as well here. T-Mobile for the communications sector. And actually Coca-Cola Europe Pacific Partners taking the 10 spot. So keep an eye on this on X at TTV Research. Next up, it's going to be the 10 worst performers in the NASDAQ. And yes, we will have all 11 sectors on the S&P 500 best and worst infographics. Stay tuned. They are at work. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. I know a lot of people calling the tops out here, but the thing is, so we don't I'm short NVDA. I'm 1 for 1 on the longs today, and I'm 0 for 2 on the shorts. So I'm gonna see how this works out. We have those topping signals placed here on the chart, and let's see if we can get that revert back to the mean. If we can't, then that's it. At some point you gotta be like, hey, I gotta follow the trend. And here's some more notes here. So again, I mentioned that next Friday, JPM starts reporting. So that's the start of the earnings season, okay? And with that, if the earnings come out good, but our guidance is lower, we can still be stuck in this pinning type price action. So I'm gonna be really, really patient. If we decide that we want to continue to move higher and higher and that the earnings are sufficient and good enough for us to continue to climb and start to recover some of the losses, then we go with the long. But if guidance and everything along those lines is not looking too good, then I got to continue to follow this trend. And I do believe that it's consistently to the downside right now. Even though we are recovering nicely, I think it's good that Elon is back focusing on Tesla and not in Doge. And as you can see how that's reflected in the underlying. So there it is. We're short some NVDA. We're going to get all out at the break of this, or at the test of this possible resistance zone. I think that's where we can run into. I talked about the high levels of open interest at 110. Let's see if this is going to be defended or we decide that we want to squeeze. So we're rejecting right now. That's a positive sign. We're going to wait for 109.40s before we take anything off the table here because we're looking for that 2-to-1 risk to reward. I'm risking 50 cents. Wow. So I'm going to need a little bit more. So 109 to be honest with you. But we'll start piecing out at when we run into some resistance there, Obi. Yeah, and I know you put on some pretty good trades here in the simulator. And one thing, sorry, before I send it back to you, one thing to note is that Amazon wasn't participating as everything else was rallying, so that's kind of a bummer. But nice topping signal on IBIT and Pizza Rat. I said, I don't know about those 50 calls, but you printed on those, brother. So good luck on that one, my friend.
Yeah, so Tesla with a little bit of a pullback here. 276 is incoming. So are we headed towards VWAP? I have no idea, but we are getting that selling coming in a little bit more distinctly now relative to before. But we've pulled back into that prior structure now at that 277. This is what I was talking about. This prior high, this little pullback. We're looking at, this is a 1 minute chart. This is a 3 minute chart here on the P Pro 8. But you can see 277 277.5s kind of holding, pulling back into 276s. I kind of like the consolidation here for the continuation and some strong reasons to sell. Wow, look at that selling coming in. 276s, are you going to print? 276s, 275s as well, kind of maybe interesting, that consolidation. But yeah, we're pulling back in. Let's see if buyers kind of step up and continue the move here. The market's pulling back as well off of that 19.7, like we said, in that prior 15-minute candle. So we are pulling back into some moving averages here as well. So yeah, just looking to see if that bid will potentially come in. And if it does, do we get back up into 280s? Or if we consolidate, do we go sideways, kind of holding that 275? That was kind of consolidative a little bit earlier. Or if this kind of consolidation low breaks at that 273.19, then yeah, prior structures all the way down here at 267s. This is here again on that 1 minute chart. So that can definitely bring us down into that VWAP area if the market does, if this is the reversion on the market here. But yeah, a little bit of a short potentially coming in here. Let's see if that 275 prints, and let's see if we get that 19.6. Let's see if that selling can bring us all the way down. I'm curious to know. We've been having bidders pretty aggressive since about since the open, since 9:30. So since right about the open, buyers have been pretty much in control. This is the first kind of one of the first times you can see that it's sold off aggressively as well before. We can go to the TQs as well to get a better idea of the broader market. You can see that again, strong selling happened here in and around 10 o'clock, pulls back into VWAP, bids back up. So since then we've been chopping, we got a strong bid, and this is the next kind of strong selling that we've been getting. So there it is, 275s and change incoming here on Tesla. So that's coming in pretty nicely. Do we get all the way down to VWAP? On a 3-minute chart, I have an 8 EMA at 276.30s, so we're trading below that as well. We were holding above that EMA, but let's see if this candle closes above that and we maintain trends. Because you can use different indicators to kind of signal trend, right? Sometimes I like to use moving averages. Sometimes I like to use trend lines. Sometimes I like to use just higher highs and higher lows. Really depends on the setup and what I'm kind of looking for and how the stock is behaving at times. Sometimes it's not following a moving average. I'm like, this is not going to work. Obviously, if it's not following it, but like maybe it's not following the moving average perfectly, but it's holding structure, higher highs and higher lows. So then in that scenario, I'll be like, all right, well, to define a trend here on this stock, I'm not going to use a moving average. Maybe I'm not even going to use a trend line, but I'm going to use higher highs and higher lows to tell me that this is still trending or not, right? So it's like just kind of switching it up based on the behavior of the stock itself or the vehicle that I'm trying to trade. But Tesla coming back into a little bit of a moving average. Let's see if it holds this trend indicator here for now. But again, the ultimate kind of trend indicator, maybe potentially VWAP, and VWAP's all the way down, all the way here at the lows. For TQs, we got them just shy of that 58 level. I'm curious to know what happens to the price action once VWAP gets above 58. That's going to be interesting. Let's go to Tesla here as well. Yeah, so Tesla VWAP all the way down to 265.60, so over 10 points lower. Here is VWAP on Tesla, and you can see that. You can see kind of why a lot of consolidation here, and then this price action. Sure, it came in with expanding volume, but we haven't been. We didn't really spend too much time at a lot of those prices, so obviously not a lot of volume done on that push up. So, would you say this is a low volume pull up? I have no idea, but a little bit of a pullback we're getting as of right now. Let's see. Let's put on some technicals here. Let's see. Bit of a trend line. Let's go from there. So let's see if we can hold that as well. That could be interesting. But yeah, that's what I'm watching here. Nothing too crazy. Volatility definitely dominant on the day today. Seems like any sort of catalyst, any sort of news coming in is bringing in a lot of volume into this market.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, brother. Yeah, guys, I'm short some NVIDIA. I actually tripled up the position here as we started to break down, but you can see that we're starting to run into some resistance that is now acting as support. If we break through that, then maybe we can get to the middle of this range here and tap into the volume weighted average price. That's going to be one of the targets, but yeah. Because I was looking for such a bigger move, I'm like, okay, we're breaking down. Let me just triple this up here. So I started small, and then I just tripled that position right here, looking for the continuous breakdown. But one thing that I will note is that it's not always the best idea. Like I'm like adding into this for the anticipation of the break. And sometimes anticipation always isn't the best. You want to participate, as we like to say. So again, we'll just be patient and see if the overall market wants to come in. And if it does, we can maybe get the middle of the range here. So there we go. Nice look here on NVDA, 190.04. We're going to Fabian, hit the diamond hands for me, even though we don't know how this one's going to work here. But I'll hit the bang and wait for those diamond hands from Fabian there. Wow, what? Oh, the reversion here? Yeah, the reversion is,
so nice.
It's coming in nice here, Obi. Let's see if NVDA is going to want to participate there. Ooh, Abdullah, my guy. Abdullah, nice work, man. Yeah, he's like, Joe, I'm short. So my guy Gorev and Abdullah there just killing it. So nice short there. Nice signals on that one. We took a couple attempts on it. Didn't work out. But you got that right entry there. So good work there. Let's see what everybody else is up to. If you want us to go over some charts, then feel free to just put it in the chat. We'll do so. So here you go. You can see, prime example, if we can pull up my chart. Yeah, thanks. You can see that we just couldn't break through that resistance zone. I had a feeling I should have probably taken some off right here. Yeah, so not looking good for this potential squeeze. This primary trend is still fully intact, which I'm not absolutely in love with here, because if the market's really strong and decides that it just wants to go parabolic before we hear from, oh, Amazon. Let's go, Amazon. Obi, my guy. Let's go. That's what we need here, guys. Amazon.
Calls,
I'm like, it was those calls. I mean, it was lagging. I'm like, what's Amazon doing? Sure enough, all it needed was a couple breaths, and then now climbing higher. Let's go to those calls there on Amazon, breaking through. I have a game plan, 195. I have an order set out for these contracts, so let's see if we can run into that. That is insane. Look at this volume really step in here as we break through. There has to be some news or something along those lines on Amazon. We're going to get it from Adara if it is coming out, but that is a really good look. Look at this breakout here after that consolidation phase on Amazon. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame, but we're just consolidating and we were climbing higher and higher in some of these big names, and Amazon wasn't taking part. Well, so I was like, what's going on with that? Of course, the one position I'm in isn't moving, but here we go. Amazon volume. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
I have news on Amazon here. So the New York Times reporting that Amazon is making a bid to buy TikTok in the U.S. Again, just a report as of right now, but New York Times reporting that Amazon is looking to make a bid to buy TikTok in the U.S. Keep an eye on ORCL off of this as well. Oracle is one of the companies that's been mentioned probably the most with regards to a potential TikTok bid. ORCL, maybe unsurprisingly, dropping off of that news. So Oracle and Amazon on watch after the New York Times reported that Amazon is going to be bidding to buy TikTok in the U.S. Back to you.
Thank you.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna start doing TikTok dances with Amazon here. Come on, Amazon. That's what we want. I still have to find that one. I need some choreography and some music. You know what I mean? Maybe we can fire one up there together with me, and we'll get Fabian and everybody else on a Trader TV Live TikTok dance. There we go. Maybe. Starring Sharif, because he used to break dance, so he'd probably be the better dancer.
Really, I didn't know that. I didn't know he used to break dance.
Yeah, he used to break dance. Yeah,
okay, we gotta. I want to see some of those moves then.
Yeah, bebop. Yeah, b-boy. So there you go. Amazon 300 options.
Wow.
December. You have Jameson. You have Amazon 300s. That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, here we go. 194 on Amazon, continuing to climb higher. Let's see if we can take another leg down lower here on NVDA. Obi.
Yeah, this bid's coming right back in. Here, you guys okay over there?
Yeah, what is going on back there? It's like a war zone.
Yeah. What's that? Mandatory upgrades, Ramina's saying. That bid coming in pretty aggressively here on the TQs. You can see again with only about 4 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Look at that bottom wick that's forming as of right now. About to break back through open, it would seem, here on this 15-minute candle on the TQs, maybe on the ES as well. We're saying we're keeping an eye on the VIX. A little bit of a bounce action here on the VIX. 2161 is the low there. 22's coming in, but nice little reversion we've been getting. Nice little range action here. So we've been holding this at 2160s area for the past couple of days here. Let's see if that hold comes in again on the VIX. So that hold would mean the VIX kind of goes up and the market kind of maybe potentially perhaps goes down as well. So is this turn the turn? I have no idea, but we might have a little bit of VIX confluence on our side as well when it comes to that level. But if it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold. More than willing to be wrong a couple of times at the very least, and totally wrong at the very most as well. But 15-minute chart on Tesla. Opening price is 278.55s. We're currently trading 277.70s. So that's coming in with only about 3 minutes left. So that could definitely go a little red to green on that 15-minute candle as well. So just watching these markets here, it's about, where's the time? It's 11:57 as of right now. So almost 12 o'clock. And when do you know what time around he's going to be coming out with? I
think like 4 o'clock roughly.
4 o'clock.
Everybody
So
seems
right
to
after
be-
they close.
Yeah, seems to be the narrative. So
interesting.
everybody's saying AREB there, guys. I know Tisha in the chat is going on about that. So is a couple other individuals. So we'll take a look at this one. Yeah, American Rebel Holdings just absolutely going parabolic here, guys. From 11:25 this morning. I know this is definitely Sharif's ballpark here. This is a different world of trading. You got a prestige to get up to here, as Obi was saying yesterday. 265% on the session, from 150 all the way to a high of 586. So there you go. That is the nice move on AREB. So good look there. Yeah, Mean Green, I got you. We'll take a look at RGTI for you as well. RGTI. Really good look here on Rigetti. I thought this thing was just down to like $4 or something the other day. Okay, yeah, so this is my issue with this. So you want to go through the fundamentals on stocks. These guys aren't making any money whatsoever. They're not doing too good. I want you to, again, I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but go through the likes of a company like Hood, right? So go through Hood's past like 4 quarters and go through Rigetti's, and you kind of want to compare it to this, to the extent of like, hey, Hood is consistently growing, they're raising guidance, et cetera, et cetera. But meanwhile, RGTI still isn't even on the profitable side of things. They're like double misses here and there. That's my look. I do think that this space is going to highly come into play at some point. I do want to get involved in this name, and I'm glad that I didn't get involved in it all the way at the peak here. RGTI and RR. I know it's kind of different sectors here. This is quantum, but these, again, like Rich Tech Robotics, I want to get involved in this name here. So that's what I'm looking at. And QBTS, I believe QBTS, is it? Or QUBTS? Yeah.
QUBT? Or QBTS is one.
QUBT, right?
Yeah, QUBT is one, QBTS.
Yeah, those are 2 different ones. So yeah, another name that I'm looking forward to getting into is the quantum space. So yeah, we'll be patient. You don't want to chase things too much. I think April earnings are going to be really, really important here, guys, especially the guidance forward-looking market. So just be patient and wait, because you might be able to get some of these good stocks at good numbers, especially at good prices, especially if they lowered those forward looks for Q2 and the rest of them. And if you get full year guidance downgrades, then by all means, it's probably going to be a buying frenzy at that point there, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. I think that those are things definitely to look forward to. Watching Nvidia, that's 110, man. You can't really get through this 110. We know that 110's been a little bit of an interesting area as well over the past a little bit, and that 110 can't really get past it. Day high currently 110.49, so couldn't really get past the half as well. Futures continue to pull back a little bit. We did close green on that prior 15-minute candle, but now with the fresh candle coming in, only 30 seconds into this candle. Right now, we're getting a little bit more selling at the beginning of it. Let's see if that buying kind of continues. The one we saw that made the prior bottom wick there of that candle, we did go a little red to green on that bar, on that prior 15-minute bar. So just being patient, watching. Let me know what you guys are trading as well. I want to know. I'm curious to know what people are involved with. We can quickly go through some volume leaders as well. I know that a lot of people involved in some of these small caps that have been going crazy over the past few days. Again, NMAX, some of these IPOs as well, right? That seems like that's been the theme here. Some of these IPOs going crazy. CoreWeave was going crazy this morning as well. I got to take a look at that one. Didn't really have eyes on that one after the morning session. Palantir, wow, look at that nice little push off of the opening session, holding consolidation near highs. AAL taking flight there, right back above that $10 mark, 1050s. 1056 is the day high. CSAI, that one's been moving. QBTS, we saw Joe just take a look at this one as well. A little bit of a chop, VWAP orbit on that one. Intel, oh, hello. Wow, that is some nasty action there. Nice little chop sideways grind on Intel in and around that VWAP mark. So that's coming in. Rivian, oh boy, okay, so we know that cars might be of interest on a day like today. But 13 rejection right off of the open there on Rivian. SoFi is still trending to the upside. Pretty strong action there. It's pretty extended off of its VWAP as of right now as well. No idea what that ticker is, BTG. But NEO, okay, NEO holding below VWAP as of right now. RIG, contract drilling, and that's a little bit to the downside. So maybe RIG is getting a little drilled. SMCI, 34 day low. Okay, yeah, I was like, wasn't that the day low yesterday? Yeah, 34 area day low as well today. So maybe some demand coming in once again off of that level on a back-to-back day basis. Robinhood as well, kind of strong. A lot of these tickers holding their gains that they've had from the morning session, holding above VWAP. Again, strong market tailwind, definitely playing a little bit of a factor there. So those were the volume gainers on the day as of right now. But yeah, ICCT, let's take a quick look at what NMAX is up to. I know a lot of people were involved in that one. And that one, the shorts yesterday were pretty juicy in terms of pricing. And it seems like that came in by the end of the day. There are 280s at the highs in the after hours. And then, yeah, most of that price action as most of the best prices kind of being done in the after hours and the pre-market. So you kind of got to hold some of these overnight and put on that risk if you want to capture that move. But again, this is a day 3, I think. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, day 3 move for NMAX. We did get pretty overextended there on that push up into 280s. What was the other one as well? There was NMAX and WTF.
CRWV. You go over that one already?
Yeah, CoreWeave, I got to go over that one next. But WTF was pretty strong 28s there, and then nice little flush. Look at back-to-back halts to the downside off of the open after a single halt up. So couldn't really get past some of these pre-market levels and cracks down. What a beautiful short on this one there. Nice little action on WTF. And CRWV as well. CoreWeave, let's see what our friend CoreWeave is up to. 64 high. So I was watching this action to the upside in the morning session. I was like, oh boy, look at that VWAP pull. Look at that opening range high break. Not really clean, but it's giving you that trend, higher highs, higher lows again on that choppy action. So this is kind of a scenario where, yeah, maybe some of the moving averages aren't working. Maybe a little bit of trend is working, but you kind of find out, you see that's not really clean as well. So go straight to just structures, prior highs. Are we holding higher lows? Are we holding higher highs? Yes, we're trending up, and that trend kind of breaks in and around here. Let's see what's happening now with Adara.
Here's the NASDAQ generally still pushing to the upside with a little bit of a bottoming tail in this last 15-minute candle on the Qs. Then we have the S&P 500 looking almost identical to the NASDAQ. IWM here, I would say looking even better, up almost 1% in a much cleaner uptrend than either of its larger peers. So long story short, this market's heading to the upside. TSLA here, a bit of a misleading headline from Politico, but long story short, Donald Trump reportedly telling his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping back from his role as a special government employee, but he's still very likely to be involved in the White House to a large degree, according to this Politico article. Then we have AMZN on watch, another mega cap name with a pretty exciting midday catalyst. Amazon reportedly making a bid to buy TikTok in the U.S. Oracle, which is one of the names that's been voted around the longest with regards to a potential TikTok bid, did drop a little bit on this news. So keep an eye on ORCL and AMZN, as well as TSLA heading into the rest of the day. Tariffs, we're still going to have to wait until 4 p.m. Eastern to get any word on those. Back to you.
For that one, yeah, Jag, my guy, just go back and watch. We can go over some things now. Like, if you're looking for tops and bottoms, what you want to try to be able to identify is selling pressure at extremes. So you can see at one point this was just a nice pivot. You didn't get the isolation on it, but you can see that we're at an extreme high, and you have a nice isolated volume signature, and then you have that selling pressure in here. So buyers push it up, sellers push it back down. But you want to look for these indecision prints at extreme highs and extreme lows. I also like what Adara pointed out right there. That's mid-range, but this is what we're looking for, is It's signals like these that are more isolated, so you'd want an isolated pivot. Let me see if I can pull out my trusty tool and draw something for you real quick. So essentially here, we have a stock that's going up, comes back, pulls up. But what we want to be able to identify is candles that are isolated from here, and then you can see that we just continue, and the same thing at extreme lows, right? You continue to move to the downside. I know my artistic skills are absolutely horrible, but that's okay. But you want to look for extreme indecision at extreme levels, so an extreme high or at an extreme low, and then that's when you can get that bounce up there. So yeah, there you go, my Picasso style of drawing there. But again, it's just a rough estimate. Go back and watch those volume price analysis. The Bart Simpson indicator, is that what it looked like? I mean, go back and watch the volume price analysis lessons, and then you're going to get a good understanding. Also ask individuals in the chat. Abdul knows what he's looking for. Los Polios knows what he's looking for, and my guy Gorev most definitely knows what they're looking for, and they can help you identify what specific signals you want to look for those reversals at extreme highs and extreme lows. I don't love this NVDA trade. We're just not breaking down. We're running into some support levels, and we can't break through them. We keep testing them. I mentioned before that this consolidation phase right here was slightly alarming, and then you can see that we come right into the peak of it, and now we're just bouncing up it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it got squeezed out here, and I'm significantly heavier, so that'll probably just chew up the majority of my gains on the day, if not all of them at that point there, Obi. So yeah, I appreciate you, Jag. Lay, the caffeine, I don't even drink. I try not to drink too much coffee there, Sid McThomas. So yeah, I guess takes 1, 2, 1, I don't know. But yeah, you Tesla traders aren't shorting enough, adds to your position and hold overnight. Thank yourselves in the morning. Epic strategy, I don't know. You don't want to fight this trend. Why would you want to fight a stock that's potentially squeezing, right? Just like how NVDA is probably going to crack through the highs here momentarily. We're not getting that move back. All right, KNNT. I've got a low tolerance today here, so you're going on a little bit of a break here, my friend, if you continue to do that. Sincerely, we appreciate you and everything, but that's it. So take a little bit of a breather and come back when you decide not to spam the chat there, my friend. But yeah, not looking too good here in NVDA. I do believe we get squeezed out, Obi.
Yeah, the squeeze is definitely happening here on a lot of tickers. Yeah, no, it's still got eyes on Tesla. Tesla, I think, is definitely, again, potential intraday catalyst as well. And we're getting that continuation off of some of those levels that we saw the 275 hold. We saw the 280 kind of fail, but that 275 comes back in, and now it's holding as well, pulling back up into that 280 mark. So now we're a little bit of a sandwich between that 280, 275, high of day at 281.60s as of right now. But yeah, Bazooka saying Tesla can go to 300 easily. Yeah, I think so. I think it can definitely go to 300 very easily there. Bit of a bounce that's coming in well within range, right, of the bigger picture move and the volatility and the ATR that Tesla has, well within range with the next day move as well, right? Well within range of a single day move, but very strong on the day today. It seems like we're getting some continuation off of that level as of right now here on the day. A 75 hold, man, that was pretty nice. That 75 kind of running away from that 75 area here. Potentially, yeah, maybe back up to that 300 mark. And Sean saying, yeah, he's right in the money bowl there.
That's my guy, man. Let's go.
Palantir 85 long, saying Sean. So let's take a quick look at Palantir 85 long. Let's go. Wow. Okay, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's see.
Bang.
Wow. Oh my God. Wow. Right there. So you were sitting there. Boom. Yeah. He went swimming and he got that. That was beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. And then that's where the bid comes in right off of. That's wild there. And it was at 87s, that prior high. And this thing is headed for that day high, Sean. This market's coming in real hot. Palantir, let's see if we can get to 87.35s here. Only about a few pennies away from that day high on Palantir. So absolutely wild action there. Strength coming in all across the board in this market here. So let me know what you guys are trading. Yeah, Bazooka. He really wants that 300 coming in. Yeah, only about 20 points, man. 20 points. I don't know specific. I don't know off the top what the ATR for Tesla is, but we can take a quick look right now. And believe me when I tell you, well within ATR's range is that Tesla mark. If not, then maybe about 2 days. Yes, exactly. So 1969 is Tesla's ATR. So about 20 points away from 280s is that 300 mark. So well within that range. Just pretty much pushing that limit, but definitely within range. 281.60s day highs potentially coming in as Tesla is hot to the upside. This market coming in real hot as well. You got any trades on? What are you looking at?
I'm still in this NVDA short that's not looking too good here, Obi, as the Meg 7 look like they want to take an additional leg higher, my guy. Google pushing through those highs. Amazon now tapping into 195. The Q's putting in a new high day, and I'm here short NVDA. Never mind what the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, I guess, there. It's all past history, and we don't do that. We don't do if, ands, or buts, or maybes. We do for sure's around here, guys. But that would have been a nice trade. I would have been really happy if I had the ability to stick through this. But yeah, NVDA not looking too good for me. I'm going to hop out of this trade there and not just take too big of a loss, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So we'll wait for another opportunity to arise. It does look like the longs are fully in play here today, Obi, as Google breaks through. NVDA going for the high day as well, too. So it's just a slow grinder here. I don't want to chase anything to the top side right now either. But yeah, that's it. So out on NVDA, tried that short, ran right into this resistance zone, and then just rejected it, and now climbing and about to probably go and crack the high day. So 0 for 3 on the shorts, 1 for 1 on the longs here. So still slightly positive, not by much though. Gave back the majority of what we had going on for the day with those short trades as the market continues to climb higher and higher here, guys. Yeah. So yeah, be patient. I'm going to be really, really patient on that next entry. I do like Google and I do like Amazon up here, but that's the thing. I'm not going to chase all the way up here just yet, Obi.
Yeah, I know this bit's coming in real hot. So we reclaimed that 19.7 mark here on the Nasdaq, and that 5,700 is coming right in on the ES as well. ES hasn't broken its highs just yet, kind of lagging a little bit behind here relative to the Nasdaq, which has broken its highs. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Keep an eye here on TSLA. We have comments coming through from Dan Ives of Wedbush, who earlier today actually said that he thinks that Elon Musk being with Doge could be a bit of a problem for the stock, though he did maintain their overweight rating and $550 price target. Now he's on CNBC saying that he actually thinks Elon Musk will stay with Doge in some form. That basically echoes what we heard in the report from Politico, suggesting that he would be stepping back. And he also said that he believes Elon Musk's government involvement is about a $100 overhang for the stock. So let's see what ends up happening here. This report has not been confirmed, but Dan Ives here chiming in on the earlier report suggesting that apparently Donald Trump told his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping back from his government role in coming weeks. Back to you.
You for that, Adara, much appreciated. So yeah, I mentioned for shareholders, I think that's a positive thing for Elon to be stepping back. I think that was just a gimmick because he paid so much. Like Elon funded Donald's campaign, essentially gave him a lot of money. And so he's like, oh, here you go. Here's this Doge position. But then you can see what that did to the stock price for a long period of time. But now we're starting to recover here, Obi.
Yeah, a little bit of a recovery happening for sure. I mean, let's take a higher time frame look on this Tesla chart as it kind of comes in. Look at this strength, man, on the day. This is a 3-minute chart. Beautiful action here, kind of holding prior structures, pulls back into that 275, pulls right back up, breaks the high a day right now, and currently we are blasting to the upside here, 282.60s incoming here. That is the current day high, but we'll go to the higher time frame here, go to a 3-hour chart and take a look at what this thing has been up to right after we get back from Adara.
Another day, another very volatile IPO here for these markets. This is Topwin International, TOPW. It's already halted. This is its first 3-minute candle of trading. This one was priced at $4 per share, opened around, looks like $4.95 per share, about 2,664,000 shares involved. So TOPW already halted within its first 3 minutes of trading. Looks like this very volatile IPO season is only just beginning. Back to you.
Lies, Bobby Posey, what is lies, my friend? It was a tax write-off, yeah, I guess. So there you go. Yeah, I'm saying it's just not enough to keep grifting. So things continuing to climb here. Obi, I'm going to be a little bit patient. Do you have anything going on there, brother?
Nothing too crazy. Just watching this Tesla move, I was going through this 3-hour chart here on Tesla, right? So we can go back. I know. Again, I got a lot of indicators. I don't really use a lot of them. I do have to kind of go in and clean a lot of this up. But oh boy, so we came down into this downtrend. We broke above it. This was a little significant, in my opinion, and you can see that we pulled back in. Hold that 215 is the low right here on this day, and then we kind of pull right back up. So a lot of confluence for the long here on this 220. I think that prior day low was like 220 and some change. We grabbed that 220. So I really liked this kind of place for that potential long. It's coming in pretty nice here. Look at that aggressive bid, man. So prior highs at 291.85. We're currently trading at 281.70. So well within range of that prior high. And if we continue to go back up, you can see this black anchored right here is the anchored from the highs. So you can see sellers were dominant there until they finally kind of didn't let it go past that. And then we kind of extended away from that average and sold off pretty aggressively and kind of puked. You can see the volume bar here. I'm going to take some of the indicators. We can see that volume bar on the flush down that we had that day. Pretty much the highest volume bar since last year November. It seems like so. Pretty significant volume that came in on that selling. We've been only making higher lows since then. We got some breaking news with Adara.
More breaking news. I apologize. I feel we'll be doing a lot of this today, but here is NVAX. This one dropping to the downside after the Wall Street Journal reported that the FDA has apparently missed its deadline for granting the full approval to the company's COVID-19 vaccine. They're apparently sitting on the Novavax decision because their vaccine chief is currently gone, though the FDA had been poised to grant full approval to the Novavax vaccine by April 1st. So again, NVAX, no word here from the FDA yet. The FDA missed the deadline, but we're expecting an approval for their COVID vaccine as per Wall Street Journal. Also, keep an eye on Amazon and Oracle here. David Faber of CNBC saying that the decision on TikTok with regards to it, whether we're staying in the U.S. or not, could come as soon as today. Amazon, in case you missed it, is reportedly making a bid for TikTok's U.S. operations, as reported by the New York Times. Oracle has been heavily in talks since the beginning to be making a bid. So RSCL and AMZN on watch here. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adiri. I was just talking to Officially. So again, I had the order out for 195 on those contracts and got filled there. It's crazy. So I got stopped out on the open on Monday, right? So I told you guys I had a position, and I'm like, okay, I like the bottoming signal from a daily perspective. So we'll pull it up from a daily to see what we going on and just like essentially what the thesis was here. So I was essentially long here. I had a ratio spread set, so a 2-to-1 ratio spread on my contracts, and then I get all the way up to 206. I'm like, I was being a little bit greedy and I didn't take it off. But then as we broke through the low, my stop got triggered. I'm like, oh, okay, that really sucks. But take a small hit. It was all pre-planned. Take a 3-figure hit. Nothing crazy. Then I'm like, okay, I like this daily print. Let me get back in and place an order lower. And I wasn't looking to, I put it out there, but I wasn't expecting to get filled, Obi. But then this bottom wick fills me. So then I had some out the money calls filled at 185 roughly. And then now we took that ride all the way up to 195. So a 10-point move there on Amazon, looking really, really good on those contracts all out now there, guys, because I wasn't going to make that same mistake twice. I should have took some off here, didn't, but then I like this setup better. And then that's why I went. I didn't even ratio spread it. I just flat out bought the contracts, and then we got that nice move up there, brother.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, this is. I guess it's
Oh, you're not
working.
tapped in. You
Oh
gotta
no,
tap
I gotta do this.
I'll hit it. Obi's hit the bang.
Yeah, let's go. Great,
Yeah.
great trade on Amazon
I
there, bro.
appreciate that, bro.
Awesome
Yeah,
trade
yeah.
there.
So-
Nice little bounce that
Towers.
we got off of Towers. Let's go. Yeah. Didn't you say just
it's
yesterday
Friday.
we're going for Towers?
Yeah, on
let's
Friday
go.
we can maybe
Okay,
go back
yeah,
and see what
Friday
Brankos is up.
potentially. Yeah, let's see if
You doing anything on Friday? Or?
Not that I know of. I gotta check, but yeah.
I know you. You always got a little something.
You
always got a little something cooking up there. But
I've been going out a lot more on the weekends, I guess. Just hanging out.
That might yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're trading. That's Obi's old guy. But yeah, I guess you got the Miami fever when you were down there. You saw spring break.
Yeah. I was like, a lot of people partying, and I was like, yeah, it's definitely. The warm weather definitely gets you into that
going.
vibe.
Yeah, it definitely gets you going.
Well, we've been seeing a little bit of warm weather here. Last week we had one day that was 10 degrees, and all of a sudden it's freezing
Now
this
it's
week.
cold.
But yeah, it's we're waiting for that summer weather to come in. It's not here just yet, but. Potentially, it will come in. 19,750 here on the NASDAQ.
Is it?
Wow, no way.
All right, then there we go.
saying it's 13 to 17
Iron it up,
degrees Celsius tomorrow. Thunderstorms all
leading
day
into
today.
tomorrow, I
yeah,
heard, so.
that's okay though. A little bit of rain, to wash away the sorrows.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. The shorts have already washed away all my gains, so we don't. No more sorrows need to be washed away here now for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
As NVDA is now breaking through the high, so I'm glad that I got out there, guys. I added to the position, I tripled it up, and I'm like, we're just not breaking down. And that's the thing. I can't just flip the bias like that. To be honest with you, it's like, well, Joe, why don't you flip long? If you just do that all the time, you're just going to be chopping yourself up, and you're going to be really, really scratching your head and going bald really, really quick there. But yeah, I don't got anything else going on here. Obi, are you got anything in the sim going or?
Yeah, I'm kind of in this Tesla short here, a short at like 280s, letting it go against me a little bit, but yeah, just waiting. So I've been kind of shorting along the way, pretty light, kind of getting in lightly there, but yeah, definitely coming into where I definitely should be stopping out and will be stopping out as if it does continue to tick up a little bit higher there. But yeah, we've been extending pretty aggressively off of that move. Again, I got to put on that anchored VWAP. That's what I'm forgetting to do. Whenever that catalyst comes in, I got to throw on that anchored VWAP. Shout out to Brian Shannon there for that anchored VWAP kind of indicator there, kind of coming in really clutch on trades where you have significant volume. Maybe you have short-term participants. It's a good indicator, I find, to kind of see, give a gauge of where the average participant might be sitting off of a given event or starting from a given event. And yeah, anchored VWAP is pretty great for that. You can see that extension coming in. You can even throw on today's VWAP. You can see today's VWAP, the intraday VWAP, all the way down here, right? But you throw on that anchored to that volume that comes in, you anchor it to the event, and you can see that this VWAP coming in a little bit more handy as price is extended off of the average from the rest of the day. The situation has changed. The landscape has changed. This point of this news that comes in definitely changes the landscape, and the anchored VWAP is definitely useful in looking at that at the landscape going forward from that time onwards for the rest of the day. And you can see that we've been kind of extending off of that one as well. Coming up in the 285s as of right now is Tesla as of right now. But let's see, we pull back, we break this trend, maybe we take a little bit of a pullback. We are pretty extended on this market as well, 19,750s. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, we got trade the pool, guys. Every trader knows that if you want to grow, you have to risk more. At least that's how it used to be. Trade the pool is changing that. Starting at $47, my guy Stevenson there, you get a real shot at trading with up to $200K in company capital, while your risk stays capped at that one-time evaluation fee. You don't need a large deposit. You don't need years of experience. This is a limited risk trading platform built for any trader who wants to grow without putting everything on the line, just a small skin in the game. and you're trading with real capital. Here's how it works. You pay a one-time evaluation fee starting at $47. That's your total risk. From there, you trade real shares, no CFDs, using company capital. Head over to Trade the Pool and start your journey today. There you go. Stevenson, my guy, yeah, so I know you've been crushing it, so good work there, my friend. And then Halar, yeah, exactly. I went to tag you the other day, and I didn't see your name in there. I forgot what I had to say to you. But yeah, Hal, again, we had a nice trade on, I don't know if you've been were watching here earlier, so we had a nice trade on iBit, and I was going to take this long here, but I didn't pull the trigger, so hesied on that one. But then we got chopped up here in the TQs, right? So we took 2 losses on the TQs, and then we took a loss here on NVDA. But again, you can see how orderly the losses are. They're not anything crazy. I'm not doing anything erratic along those lines, right? So we'll document this stuff, well justified. We had the setups there, but the market is really, really strong today. So we're gonna need a really, really definitive signal that says, hey, Joe, hey, Obi, we're ready to turn around, and then we're gonna look to take advantage of that. So I'm red on my prop firm on the day, took 2 losses and hit my daily loss and log out. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's part of the game. So I think such an underrated skill in trading, Obi, I don't know if you can agree with this or not, is just having the ability to walk away and coming back the next day. I don't know how you necessarily... I think that's the most underrated skill in trading, is accepting that, hey, you suck today, but guess what? I'll be back tomorrow, I'll accept my small loss, and then I'm going to come back fresh and early. I'll do my TA, take a couple-hour break, I'll do my technical analysis, I'll go over where I was wrong, write out my game plan on what I did wrong and then what we can do to improve. But just having that ability to walk away, I think is a skill that is really undervalued in trading.
For sure, man. I definitely agree with that. That's a skill that again, I'm still working on. I'm building, but I have built that over time here as well. Again, trading is definitely one of the hardest things to do, and you have to be able to take a beating. You have to be able to come in day after day, know that you're probably going to lose a lot more than you win, and you have to maintain that mental to continue to follow your processes, continue to follow your procedures, continue to follow your rules while you're getting beat down by said market. So and that definitely takes a lot of grit, and it takes you definitely have to build that ability over time. It doesn't just some people may naturally have it, but again, I definitely naturally did not. But yeah, I have horrible days. I have good days as well, and you just got to keep rolling with the punches. Just tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow's another trade. Where is the next trade? That's why I always kind of reiterate that over and over again, because it builds on that mentality of being like, okay, well, no matter what happens, like, okay, this didn't work. I didn't follow my rules. I didn't do this. This is how I can get better. This is what I'll do better. This is the new rule set. This is what I'm going to improve on. Okay, where is the next trade? Like that is the process that you have to adopt and pretty much indoctrinate yourself with to really survive in this game, and keep a level head. There's going to be losses, and again, something I'm realizing, and we've been talking about this. Some of the best traders in the world. 20, 30, 40% win rates.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's so it's like that tells you that they lose 70 up to 70, 80% of the time, right? So but you got to understand how the math works there. If you're managing your risk, and then your tail winners are much larger than your tail losses, then things definitely can work out pretty nicely, even with an average win rate of 30%. I think that's something I'm trying to adapt to and wrap my head around as well a little bit better throughout my journey. Currently on my journey.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, it's like just find the little things that agitate you. Like if in the morning, if you're a grumpy person, just make sure you eat and do all those things. Make sure you have good quality sleep too. I know Obi's big on that. I'm big on sleep as well. But just try to avoid all those things that can potentially like kind of get you agitated or anything along those lines, because this will most definitely do that to you. But just like eat in the morning, make sure you get well rest, and then come in being prepared to what might be put in front of you on the day. But yeah, here we go. PSN, my guy, I know you've been asking quite politely multiple times. Burak here, Ugar. Nice look here on Parsons Corp, but you can see that we have liquidity issues here, my friend. I don't know if we would necessarily be trading this. And then here you go. I do like that you pointed this out. It's now broken through a 3-week consolidation. So if this volume is really supporting this move and then sits on top of it, you might be okay on that front. Let's see what they actually do, because I know nothing about this stock. So we'll type in PSN, see what we got going on from a market cap standpoint. So $6.8 billion market cap. Parsons Corporation is a provider of solutions and services for the security environment. Unprecedented global infrastructure demand and digital transformation. The company operates through 2 segments, federal solutions and critical infrastructure. All right, so a different sector, not overly familiar with it, but this breakout is a positive sign here. Whoa, okay. I mean, there's some good trading here for the better part of a year there. Whoa. You got there, my guy. Is it? What do you mean? I just said, whoa. It looks good. Pull it on the screen. Put it on there. It looks pretty good.
Like random turkey, I don't know what this is.
What do we got going on here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, some turkey or the quinoa
Turkey,
there and
quinoa,
stuff. Yeah, there you go.
salad.
All right, so we're eating good, though. Put it back there one more time. Yeah, so this is how Katina Man's eating.
Yeah, but I don't know what that, like this is questionable here. I don't know.
Yeah, we're fired up. And did you warm it up, though, baby?
You okay?
Yeah, I hit you.
You're the one holding the plate.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Are you okay? That's a savage answer. But yeah, I mean.
I was wondering if he's okay.
Yeah, he was okay. You're made of steel like that. Okay, Pug Life says sleep when you die. Okay, all right. I used to live, Pug Life, I used to live by that when I was in my earlier 20s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, now I'm a midday nap type of guy. So.
Yeah, I used to go with that because I remember one time, like, I think 50 Cent came in on an interview and he was like, sleep is for the broke.
Yeah.
And I was like, I adopted that model and then I was like, that's not going to work for trading at all.
It's not going to work at
all. You need to be well rested. You need to be on the optimal amount of sleep. And Ramin's saying in my ear now that she sleeps when she's driving. I hope you have a Tesla or some sort of full self-drive.
Drives a monster truck.
Oh boy, yeah.
Grave digger.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know. I don't know if I want
yeah. If Ramin's on the road, just let me know. I'll stay at home for a little.
The locker baby woman.
Yeah.
On the road is not.
And she's drifting. Watch out for your local cul-de-sac as well too. So she's out there drifting. So if you see anything along those lines, someone drifting, you're like, who is that? It's probably Ramin. So. But yeah, all right, guys. Like Palantir is still ripping here. Really strong stuff here in the market. Let's see how much Palantir is up here on the day. It's another hot dog cannon. From Tina Man.
Liberated.
Yeah, 4.3. Yeah, the markets are now officially liberated, Obi. 4.3% on the day. Palantir is up. Let's see what Amazon is up. Now considering it's hovering around that 195. There's those high levels of open interest at 197.5, I believe. So by the end of the week, with this catalyst, we can get there. There's no questioning that. So there we go. Only 2% on the day. But NVDA is really strong, and I'm glad that I got out of this. We're only going positive on the session, just under 1% on the day, but you can see this really strong bullish price action here in NVDA with a low of about 106.80 and now trading at 111.20s. So a good look there. But Palantir doesn't look like it wants to stop as it continues to climb higher and higher there.
Oh, 88.41 is currently trading at 88.40. Palantir continuing to push up. So shout out to Sean for that 85 bid, and that's coming in real hot. Over 4 points. Now, almost over 3 points in the money off of that 85 there. So good stuff on that. Market tailwind, definitely a strong factor for this market-wide bid. And some tickers pulling a little bit higher than others. TSM pretty strong as well. Looking at SMH, 215.01 is the current day highs on SMH. NVIDIA as well. We got past that 110. We were talking about that 110 potentially being a level of interest on NVIDIA. 110, well, we broke out of that. We hold, we consolidate, we break out of these highs at 110.50s. Current high now is 111.35, so now really extended off of, really starting to extend off of that VWAP there on the day is NVIDIA. This is a 1 minute chart. Okay, I was like, why are there so many candles? I normally use a 3 minute chart to look at my charts and trade on, and of course I use 15, 30 minute hourlies, dailies, weeklies as well. A little bit of a multi-time frame approach is always a good thing in my opinion. Let's take a quick look at some of these tickers that I was looking at in the morning. You guys know I like to go through kind of what I had on my morning trade plan and go through some of those tickers, and let's see how those tickers are doing as of right now. So I can pull this up right here. It's my morning trade plan. This was it right here. So 9:20. I did get in a little bit late. I didn't really sleep too well last night, and I'm like, okay, every day maybe I've been trying to risk down a little bit, so maybe only risking $100 at most on a given idea. I definitely did not follow that rule today, and Joe, as my daily risk rule. Way past that as of right now, but that's okay. We can talk about that. I will talk about that to myself a little bit later today. But Adobe, I was looking for a level hold. I observed that 375 was holding pretty well on Monday and Tuesday. I'm looking for that level to come in, and look at that higher low, higher low, higher low right off of the open. Boom, bid steps in. So that trade did come in. How much volume is it doing though? Not that much volume. So far it's done about 1 million, so I don't know how liquid that move was, but definitely was on the table. J&J continuation, so sold off pretty aggressively yesterday. You can see that VWAP continuation. I was looking for more of the same. That did not happen, so that did not work. We've been holding above VWAP since then on J&J. NCNO was in an earnings name that gapped down, so I was looking for that gap down continuation, and I saw it bid up off of the open, so I was like, all right, off my radar, because it is doing exactly the opposite of what I'm looking for. So next one was Court. Again, today was day 3 of that catalyst that it got. Again, I think it was an ovarian cancer drug. Bid up on the first day and sold off on day 2. Today coming in, I'm like still doing decent volume, very directional both ways, and look for the day 1 range break. So look at that. That actually came in right off the open. Day 1 range low is at 87.70. Opens at 90s, breaks down and starts consolidating below that 87 mark. How much volume has it been doing on the day? 1.5. So yeah, that was definitely doable. That one did work out pretty well, and it goes from that 87 all the way down to a day low of 83.45. So definitely left that one on the table there. Let's take a quick look at CoreWeave as well. CoreWeave. So CoreWeave, pretty strong off of the open. Day 4 of this IPO, very strong into the close yesterday as well, as it pushed past that $50 mark. And I was just looking for more of the same. I was looking for that continuation off of the open. It was doing this shake and bake, so I kind of looked away, but it did give us the move eventually and gave us those higher highs and higher lows for a push for some fresh highs at 64.61 on CoreWeave. NMAX was the next one here. NMAX right there. So let's see. I just wanted to keep eyes on because we did kind of have that bit of a pullback there going into the 8 p.m. close, and in the morning we were just consolidating underneath that 200. So we did get some continuation off of the open today on NMAX. So that swing short, if you got involved yesterday in the after hours, you had to wait after hours there for that one. Coming in pretty nicely here on NMAX. Pfizer was the second last one I had eyes on. Continuation, looking for lower highs. Didn't do what I was looking for as it bid up. So that one was right away off of the table, but you can see how strong it was yesterday to the sell side as it traded lower and lower, pretty much closing at the day lows there on Pfizer. Walmart as well. Walmart continuation. This thing keeps bidding up pretty much every day. Now that I've mentioned it, it's probably not going to do it tomorrow, but day 1 right here, strong push. Day 2, breakout of its highs right there, holding a prior level. And look at that nice little level hold at that $89 mark. Yesterday, opening range highs right at that 89. But when we do break, look at the trend, the momentum that comes in with expanding volume of that 89 break on Walmart. So you can see that TQs were nowhere on my morning plan, and I basically got really aggressive with TQs. So that goes to show once again that why don't you just make a plan and trade the plan. You know, you don't have to touch anything else. Even if it shows up, it's okay. I got to do better at just focusing on the trades, on the plans that are working. You can see I planned for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tickers, and only 2 out of those 8 actually showed up to work exactly as I was looking for, or not necessarily exactly, but it gave me good good price action. It was the kind of price action I was looking for to get involved with those tickers. So keeping an eye on those and having those 8 names, I do have them all on watch off of the open, just looking at them on an 8-panel view, being like, all right, I've gone through my morning plan a couple times. Let me hunt for what's actually doing what I'm looking for, and then I try to get myself involved in those tickers, and I think that it definitely increases the probability of doing well, because I've already kind of thought through what I want to do with the ticker if it's doing what I'm seeing. So yeah, 2 out of 8. Definitely not everything is going to work exactly as planned. That's a great example of that. But maybe every now and then you get a little lucky and you get that 20%, you know,
Win rate accuracy.
not really win rate, but like 20% of your watch list actually comes
into play.
I see what you're
saying there. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Yeah, I agree with you, Obi. And just to pull up my notes here, guys, I'll do that for you here really briefly. My game plans for today where well, the first rule was don't suck. That's a pretty good one, I think. There, right? that's probably the best rule you could just give yourself. But
first
yeah,
rule, get good.
Yeah, Tesla and IBIT. Those were my 2 plays on the day, and that's what I essentially traded, other than NVDA and the TQs. But Tesla and IBIT were the number 2 there. But yeah, there you go. Number 1 best rule there is right there. Obi is just. Don't suck. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So there you go, guys. You're enjoying that one. But yeah, we're short some NVDA again. We'll be patient. I do like this topping signal here, guys. We are slightly extended, but it does look like some of these big names are just taking a breath. You're not really getting those sellers quite engaged just yet. Like Google's still hovering around those highs, as well as Amazon with that news catalyst coming out. You've seen the volume really step in on Amazon. When and I see, and then Adara came out with the news. We'll pull it up real quick. And this is what you want to look for, right? Breakout volume. You can see that the overall market was participating and trading higher, but Amazon was just hovering around in this consolidation zone, and you're like, what's going on? But then as soon as that catalyst dropped, you see us punch through some of these resistance zones, and most importantly, that volume steps in aggressively, and then that's when you can go from 192 all the way to a high of 196 there on AMZN. So there you go. If you are identifying support and resistance, is that a channel? In which case, isn't an iron condor a better trade up than put call? Oh, sorry, I don't really understand like what you're looking for. If you're what you're trying to explain to me. So what I can do is just give you a brief explanation on how I built this thesis here on Amazon a while ago. I know I've been talking about it quite a bit, but I'll try to help you out, attempt here. So essentially what it is, right? Regardless of the vehicle that you're using, it doesn't matter about the percentage metric, right? Like, okay, you say you want to put a stop at 50% volatility, that's fine. But what if your 50% is mid-range? What happens with the stock? It's chopping around in this, and the chances of it coming back into that mean are significantly high. Right, so essentially what the thesis was standing, and what I'm applying to is support and resistance, is you want to be able to identify where the stock is holding up and put your stop, regardless of the vehicle that you're using, whether it's an options contract or common stock, is below those support zones and above those resistance zones, right? Just in case you get that liquidity grab. So what happened essentially is I'm in mid-range here on my first trade on those contracts, but I just placed an order below this area. It's the exact same thing regardless if I'm using shares or contracts. And then you calculate what that value is. If you have a good options platform, it will determine, hey, at 185, your loss is going to be X amount. Okay, we get stopped out. So what do? I see this next print the following day, and I do the exact same thing. Right? Okay, if it breaks through this low, then I'm going to get stopped out. I'm not going to use that 50% volatility gauge to be like, hey, I want to give it 50% of the volatility or IV, but that's going to put me right here, or it's going to put me in the middle of this range. No, use these support and resistance zones and then calculate your risk based off of that. And that's just how I do it. That's one way, and I'm not saying that my way is correct, but I think from what you're getting at is like, hey, you're using these. but you're getting stopped out and you're getting hit heavy on some of these contracts. And now what you're referring to is the iron condor. Yeah, that's a credit-based trade here. And how I would necessarily establish this trade here, guys, is that I would say, hey, I would build a thesis on my short put, and I said I don't believe that my short put is going to go below 182, and I don't believe that my short call is going to go above 212. And then that's how you would establish your iron condor in between those ranges. But that's not necessarily what I'm doing when I'm buying specific contracts. All right. So yeah, let's see what Adaira's up to, guys, and hopefully that answered your question and gave you a little bit more insight. But we're going to see what Adaira's up to.
The show is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a U.S.-based manufacturer that is rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. So whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under ticker WKSP, you can discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport. Back to you.
Yeah, guys, sorry for the position board. Yeah, they're just doing some maintenance on it and some upgrades. So they'll get that back up as soon as possible. None for those who are asking. And attempt, yeah, any no problem anytime. But what do you got going on there, Obi?
Yeah, nothing much. Just watching this Tesla. Still kind of dabbling in the idea of that short there, as things look like they might be pulling back a little bit, but slowing down. We're still well within the trend to the upside. We've been holding that bid, and this could be pretty much grinding to the upside. So I'm just, like I said, I think I said yesterday, consolidations. I'm trying to observe consolidations a little bit more because I'm starting to find that the way a consolidation kind of occurs, when and where it occurs, can definitely be very telling for on a day for continuations, for failure to follow throughs, for a lot of different things. So I've been kind of watching consolidations a little bit more closely, especially here on Tesla. So I'm trying to learn a little bit more from that. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, just watching the tape here and watching this consolidate above that 280 mark here on Tesla. So we are accepting price a little bit higher technically as of right now, and you can see that futures as well. You can just draw a trend line here to define your trend on the futures, and you can clearly see that we are or have been pretty much in a very strong uptrend that's been accelerating to the upside here. Consolidations didn't really last very long, maybe about 30 minutes at most, and nothing really over an hour in terms of a consolidation here on either the NASDAQ or the ES. So some fresh highs coming in. Wow, TQs all the way at 60. So the short definitely was not the right idea there. And I think Sean given the props as again you're still long that Palantir. EQs 57.85. 57.81s. Wow, let's go. Yeah, 57.81. So on that pullback right there, Sean getting long right there. Yeah, you can see the position on more Trader TV Live. You can see Sean and Neil's positions right there. You can see Palantir from 85.75 and TQs from 57.80s, and Neil is long DJT from 19. So let's take a look at what DJT is up to here. So DJD, a little bit of did they have news in the morning? It seems like there was a bit of a news pop that it got in the morning session with this 1018 candle here on the 3-minute, and kind of reverted chopping around VWAP as of right now. I know a lot of people had eyes on DJT, maybe a few more of the meme names as well, because of all of this craziness that might be going on in the small cap world. GME pretty much sideways, but nice little double bottom here. I'm seeing 22.26 is a bit of a double bottom there, and now we've been consolidating basically above this VWAP level here. Market's looking for another leg to the upside as both the futures take a little bit higher, printing fresh highs on the days. You can see that NVIDIA is also showing you that strength. Amazon to the upside. Oh boy, 196.99, 197s almost. So we're coming into that 200 mark, Joe, on that Amazon. And yeah, some fresh highs. There is the fresh highs there on Apple. Apple was the one that was lagging behind a little bit there, not really making its fresh highs just yet, but we just got that push through on Apple. So finally Apple catching up there to the rest of the market that had already pushed past its highs. But let's see how much higher Apple can get. This one's been a little bit muted, don't you think? A little bit more muted than the rest of them.
Yeah.
Apple has been a lot of other tickers giving us that strong volatility and momentum, and Apple's been a little bit lackluster relative to the other Mag 7s. But I think Apple's kind of shown us to do that kind of sort of thing over the past year or so. Didn't really get involved with AI as fast as everybody else. Still really hasn't as much. So maybe less speculative volume.
That two-tier rollout of AI, Apple Intelligence, did not work out very well. So let me see you dropping the ball on that one and doing some shuffling over there at the Cupertino headquarters there. So, all right. NVDA continuing to squeeze, second attempt on that short. You can see, I just don't think this market is ready to turn around just yet, especially with that positive news. And you have the likes of the Mag 7 to continue to climb higher and higher. So there it is. That's that second attempt on NVDA. IBIT being the best trade of the day as it continues to climb higher and higher here, guys. Up about 2% now on the day. I wonder, what does that put us exactly at on the underlying asset itself, Bitcoin? The king of cryptos. Let's see what we're trading at. Are we around that? No, only 87,000. So again, still chopping in this range here. And I like how Sharif mentioned that is like, yeah, we're just trading within this to about this 10K range. Sorry, that was a little bit dramatic. But yeah, so you can see around from 77.5 to about 87.5. We've been consistently just dragging around here. So let's see if we get that little bit of pop above this some of these resistance zones, and then we head into this prior support. And one thing to note is that we need volume and momentum in order for us to break through this previous level right here. You can see that's going to come in quite well on BTC, and in order for us to get through that, we're going to want to push, and we're going to want to see that incline here on the volume profile. So, I mean, good look here. Like, this is choppiness, and you can see all this volume. But as we start to go on the declines, a nice low YV is good, because then that means there's less fear in the market. So, JF Trader TQQ is having a great day. Yeah, it's fantastic. Honestly, these moves in the markets is a good look. Come 4 o'clock. I got some more stuff here that we can go over to see just from a nodes perspective. So I mentioned to you guys before that the average weighted tariff was about 2.7% with a projected increase that will raise the average to about 10.9% if it's 25% around the board here. And with every 100 basis points increase in the weighted average price, it's roughly about 10 BPS of core inflation. So be weary of that. One thing what happened to Tesla?
Something's coming in.
Tesla?
Yeah. Tesla's dumping. Would you look at that? Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, it's coming in pretty nice here, guys. Pulling in, you can see the volume starting to pick up. Yeah, everybody's saying Tesla flush. It is starting to pull back here, so really good look. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some news on this. We'll wait and see. We'll hear from Madera if it's out there. But yeah, there you go. I mean, it's not that crazy. All right, it's about a 6-point drop there, though.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Here's the thing. I've been shorting. I'm like, I want to short all of these prices.
Yeah,
it's a little fugazi. I don't know how that. Like, I need, but a little bit of news coming in, selling price action coming in with that volume. So 280 broke back down. Nvidia taking a little bit of a pullback as well. Looking at the rest of them, let's see what Adara has with the news.
I do have some news coming through here, though. I'm not seeing anything Tesla specific as of yet, but apparently Ed Conway of Sky News has reported that Trump's reciprocal tariffs will be set in 3 bands. So there's going to be a 10% group, a 15% group, and a 20% group. Apparently, these tariffs are going to vary by country and by industry. This is, again, Ed Conway from Sky News, citing sources close to the White House. Apparently, though, it's still unclear if the EU's 20% VAT will be considered a trade barrier. So keep an eye on that. Also, now we have some comments here in Tesla from the White House. Apparently, Elon Musk will depart from public service when his work at Doge is complete. So basically, they are, sounds like, dismissing the report from Politico earlier today, suggesting that Elon Musk would be stepping back from his role as a special government employee. Now, the White House is saying that actually Elon's not going to leave until his work at Doge is complete. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. So there you go. You got some more Elon news. So I think that's the best thing for Tesla and his businesses. So yeah. What do you got going on there, Obi?
Yeah, no, the Tesla again short. We were talking about this one there. I was like, all right, I was like, yeah, it's getting pretty close to my out. I was like, if this gets all the way up to 285s, then yeah, I definitely have to punch out of this one and try again. Initially got long. Again, I do want to reiterate, just trading in the sim today, trying to take those reps and trying to make good decisions, trying to make better decisions than I was in the morning session there. But yeah, Tesla short coming in pretty nicely now. I do have to do a little bit better with just being more patient. I was not as patient as I could have been here. I kind of shorted in and around here, and I continued to short as it broke the day high. Again, knowing that like I'm totally wrong above that 85. But okay, if you're wrong, if you know you're wrong above that 85, then just be patient for price to come in. Look at the 84s, maybe start dabbling in the 84s, and then when this bid starts to break down, that's where I can start to get aggressive, and I'll have better prices that way as well, and a more I guess conducive average to the move that I'm looking for. So we're coming back into that anchored VWAP that we had from the event, from the news coming out. So that selling bringing us reverting back to the mean, but all in one candle. So good luck trying to take a breakdown short on that one there. I think if you had orders in, maybe yeah, you're getting 281s. But me building into the short, I took, I think my average is 280.52s. So yeah, I was holding 280.52s, about 3.5 points against, looking for a potential reversion to VWAP if this catalyst cracks through its anchored VWAP. And it seems to be coming in as of right now. Shout out to, I forget who it was in the chat, but they pointed out this new IPO. It's a REIT IPO that just happened. Just came out, SMA, and it's doing some decent volume as well as of right now. So keeping eyes on that one. Wow, Tesla's really coming in. I don't know if I should be posted for a decent chunk, but you know what? I'm gonna try to keep my cool and just use effective rules for exiting the position, right? So, okay, so I'm just going to be continuing to watch the tape and maybe a little bit of the chart as well as this potentially comes back into that 280. That 280, again, we could consolidate here. We could chop, hold 280 and then continue back to the upside. I have no idea, but I was looking for the reversion to the mean and it just reverted to the mean as of right now, pulling back into that volume weighted average price from the event. So again, if I'm looking for more, I'm obviously asking for a lot more than what the market, I guess, gave me in a single candle. So whenever that happens, sometimes I kind of struggle with figuring out whether I should be taking a lot more off because it happened in a time frame that I was not expecting. Again, price action can come in all sorts of time frames. It can take, the same kind of move you're looking for can be elongated over a 2-3 day scale, or it can just come in intraday for in a single candle, right? Very possible, but yeah, bidding back up above that 280. So it seems like we are holding that. So again, I should be doing maybe a little bit less talking and more decision making here as that VWAP holds pretty nicely and we get that aggressive bid back up to those highs. So 280s coming in, holding key on Tesla. Volatility definitely in this market with the news that Elon might be stepping off of Doge and maybe potentially diverting more of his focus to Tesla, right? So we got the strong bid off of that. This SMA, pretty strong push on that one there, 32.75. So it's done some decent volume so far, 1.72 million traded on the day. And I didn't really look at the S1 for this one, but thank you in the chat for pointing that one out. Didn't really have eyes on it, but it seems like it's doing some decent volume on the day. So just keeping eyes out for the next trade. Oh, wow, Tesla's coming right back, eh? Okay, all right. Well, I guess that was the trade. I got to do a little bit better to make faster decisions on that one. Market's continuing to bid back up. Let's see what Adair has to say.
I'm just reading a little bit more here about the situation with Elon Musk. So again, Politico, as far as I was seeing, initially reported earlier today that Elon Musk would be apparently stepping back from his government role, though he'd still be involved in the White House. Now, Caroline Levitt of the White House is saying that the scoop, which she's saying is from Axios, is garbage, quote unquote garbage. I looked into this. Axios has not reported anything about this story as far as I can tell. So it seems like it was still a Politico report. But it is worth noting, apparently Elon Musk and Trump have both publicly stated that Elon Musk will depart from public service as a special government employee when his incredible work at Doge is complete. So the Trump administration not ready to let go of Elon Musk yet and denying these reports suggesting that that is in fact the case. Back to you.
So thank you for that update, Adara.
Yeah, exactly.
What you looking at?
Yeah, I'm just looking for these potential topping signals, and I don't think we're gonna get them just yet, right? We might have to be a little bit patient. It is the lunchtime hour, but those were those attempts on NVDA and then on the TQ. So just sticking to the stop, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. There, Ramin. But yeah, there we go. Just why you just stick to the stop, right? I wouldn't want to be shorting all the way through here, and as the TQs start to squeeze, so that would not be that would be a bad time, right? So again, you want to you want a pizza instead of French fry, as they say in South Park. So otherwise you're gonna have a bad time. All right. So just get out when the plan tells you to. So all right, guys. You know what time it is? Bear versus Bulls. You don't have to remind me today because Ramin reminded me. But it is time for the playmaker. What are we going today, guys? 1,400 votes, 59% to the long side, all the way up here. So we're very dovish here on the day, guys. So yeah, good luck here. Why can't I grab this? Here we go. So let's get right into this playmaker. Yeah, like wow, just look at this, man. Good stuff here, guys. Good stuff. Lots of data, countless data. You know what I'm going to do here, actually? So what I'll do is I'll calculate these wins and losses, and then we'll get a little accuracy gauge going on this as well, too. Here's the equity curve from that cumulative P&L. But yeah, 73 data points going on the day. All right, we're going long up here. This is probably not going to be a good one, guys. But who knows? Maybe we climb higher. I talked about the open interest at 110 on NVDA, and I'm surprised that we are now north of that because we had about 23,000 contracts on the put side, and then a vast amount on the call side as well too. And now we've exceeded that. We're sitting above that. So we have traders trapped on the wrong side. We need to get that pinning type price action. So we'll watch out for that one. And then I also mentioned earlier this morning, 197.5 is going to be that first area of potential resistance in Amazon. But is this catalyst strong enough? All right. Now let's document this before it's too late. We're going 560, 579. We're going long here. Ooh, that might be a tough one, but we'll take it. So 565, 89, 560. Okay, we'll go to Dara. I'm going to document the stuff here, guys. 65, 90.
Keep an eye here on the whole TikTok buying group here. So Amazon and Oracle and Meta. So Amazon here, according to the Trump administration, is definitely putting in a bid to buy TikTok. The Trump administration official has confirmed that Amazon has put in a bid to buy TikTok, as the New York Times reported earlier. ORCL, keep an eye on this one. Oracle was initially one of the top names in consideration to buy TikTok, or in talks anyway. Still pushing to the upside, though, in this report. META on watch as well. Meta, Snapchat, any of these social media names can sometimes move on talks of TikTok being bought, because if it is banned in the U.S., it does stand, people will likely turn to other social media apps like Meta's Instagram. So keep an eye on META, Amazon, and Oracle here. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Dara. Yeah, so we'll be keeping an eye on it. I like how she added the point as well, too, that could send a boost into some other social media platforms like Snapchat and Meta as well, too. So you got Instagram Reels and then you got Snapchat Reels as well. So there you go. It is the 2nd of April. All right, and we're going to go long up here, folks. I don't know about this one. We might be getting stopped out, but 73 complete data points. I know Obi likes this. I personally really, really enjoy doing this, so hopefully everybody's doing that. But I'm going to add the accuracy percentage somewhere along here, and I'm going to create another chart, and then we'll get that going. But as of right now, looking pretty good, still positive. Look at this equity curve here, Obi. Pretty good stuff here. I think a lot of traders would take this one, so yeah. There we go. Good stuff on the Playmaker poll. Let's see if this comes into play. We're looking for 567.79. That is going to be our home run target. If not, we get stopped at 564.79. All right. There. That is. Let's see what we got cooking up here, guys. I don't think anything's ready to come back in. Wow, Amazon absolutely continuing to keep that forward momentum going here, guys. Now as high as 198. 198. So good look on Amazon. Beautiful bottoming signal here, guys, and that's why we base these trades. Gorev, Los Polios, all my VPA traders out there. This is what we're looking for. I've seen it happen in Amazon before, and then we take advantage of it once again there, Obi.
Nice, the good stuff there on Amazon. We are kind of looking a little bit different now here on Tesla, consolidating sideways as the market pushes a little bit higher. So 19.8, we passed that 19.8, 19.850s incoming. We were looking at that 19.750, and oh boy, what a bid up we've had. We started off at the lows, at the day lows, in and around just above 19.3s, and then now over 500 points almost of a push into that 19.850 mark there as of right now. So let's see if we can push a little bit higher there as we get closer and closer to that, back to that 20,000 mark. That's what we were talking about, right, Joe? A little bit earlier, but Tesla kind of slowing down, consolidative sideways there. So let's take a quick look at what else is moving around as of right now. Let me know, do you guys do intraday scans? Because I don't think I have it set up on this one. Let's take a quick look at that one. Thank you. So you know what? Let's make a scan. Let's make an intraday scan. How about that? So we got top screeners. We got this overview. We can just overview is fine. So let's go to filters. So we'll reset the filters and let's figure out what kind of tickers we're looking for in the intraday. So we know a lot of tickers are bidding up as of right now, right? So let's see, symbol type, that's fine, doesn't really matter. You know what, first of all, let's look for the first thing. Let's look for relative volume, right? Let's look for relative volume. We want that to be above, let's say above 3. We want over 3 times relative volume, right? And let's say it's about the middle of the day, so let's go to volume, volume times price. So I want something that's done, that's traded maybe, let's say about $50 million worth of volume. So that's there as well. So how many do we got? We got one match. What? That's an intraday. Do we got to turn that down a little bit? All right, let's take that down to 10 million there. Okay, so that's giving us some more volume, some more tickers. Sorry. So let's take it down to 5. So we have a little bit more there. So we got 2. We got relative volume. We got dollar price as well. Yeah, sure. Let's take a quick look at these. So we're looking at what has done the most relative volume on the day, and what's also traded above 5 million notional as well. So in the overview, we can go down into in terms of columns. How do I change the columns here again? I'm pretty sure it should be in here in the overview. Columns, safe columns, trend following. It's not really giving me the option to sort by relative volume, because usually what I'll do is I'll put up a relative volume column and then sort by that. But that's okay. Let's just we can go by change. We're gonna go by volume traded. How about that? So volume traded 20 million CQLU. So let's see how good this scanner is for the intraday and go through some of these tickers here. So we'll go to a 3-minute chart and just run through some of these as of right now. So CTS, not really doing anything too crazy. It's a low price ticker, so nothing too crazy coming up on this scanner. So I don't know how good this scanner is on the intraday. I know that TradingView's changing up their scanners as well as of recent. So this one might be a little bit out of service. But you know what? Let's try to change it. Let's see if they have any intraday filters. Current trading day. Okay, here we go. Current trading day. There we go. So we have 6 matches on that one. So nothing. So it's not really picking up on anything here. So this scanner, maybe not the best for intraday scans. So try to do that one. We can just go back to the volume leaders here and take a look. It's the same kind of names we've been looking at: Lucid, Tesla, Nvidia, Ford as well. Ford's been on this list quite often as of late, as it kind of tries to bid back up above that $10 mark. You can see what it's been doing over the past couple of weeks, just kind of consolidating in that $9 level, and we got past that 10. Now we're trying to hold higher highs and higher lows back into this level, but beaten down pretty aggressively is this chart. You look at it on the weekly here, Joe, you can see that we've been pretty much selling off lower lows and lower highs all the way since 1999, when this stock was pretty much at its all-time highs, even adjusted. I guess no, adjusted, we did hit that all-time high, so I do stand corrected. So the adjusted chart, we did hit all-time highs in January of 2022 on Ford, and then pulling back in to that $10 mark. So yeah, a little bit of consolidation. Looks like there's a hold here at that $8.70 mark. $8, you can see low, 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 and a little bit of range highs as well coming in. So maybe some resistance 13.5s, maybe some support at 880s. I'm just going to throw it on alert there at the 880s. That seems like a decent place to maybe make a decision on Ford, and up here as well 1380s. But that's a decent one. Something that stands out there on the weekly. Palantir still at the highs. Oh boy, that one. Look at this one on the weekly, man. Absolutely crazy runner there. It kind of reminds me of ANF. Remember that run that ANF was going on? Oh boy, look at that right here. All of 2023, I was looking at this chart almost every day and being like, wow, this thing just runs day after day. $20, $30, all the way up to $200. $196.99 is the high. But take a look at that, kind of breaking back down off of its trend. And yeah, I had some anchors up there as well. So once that trend support kind of breaks, you start taking out horizontal supports, boom, ANF to the downside. So giving back a decent chunk of the gains that it had in 2023, 2024 as well. But we've given back all of 2024, and we're back into some of those 2023 prices. But what an absolutely wild ride this one was on Abercrombie & Fitch. But yeah, you ever get involved with some of these tickers like the retail, like
No.
you know, I know people are not looking at ANF as much. A lot of people just look mainly at the Mag 7s, even for like options.
Stuff like that. No, like car companies and like retail spaces. Yeah, no thanks. I want essentially no part of that. I think like with clothing, it's too much of a hit and miss, right? One thing, like 1 year something's in like hot, then the next year it's not. You know what I mean? So for me, it's just a space I personally don't like, whether it's the likes of Abercrombie & Fitch or Nike or anything like that. It's like, or look at Ford. It's essentially been dead money for almost 30 years. So. I don't want to partake in any of those things. Like I like emerging stocks. Again, I told you I bought some Hood, looking to acquire some more there. Amazon's like fintech and the tech sector, right? Because I think that's what drives the markets forward and is technology. But that's for the retail and car space. I don't really want to partake in any of that stuff. Did you ever buy any of those?
No, not Abercrombie & Fitch, but
like Nike or anything like that.
No, I have. Let's see, what do I have? If I can remember off the top, I have a lot of Bombardier.
Okay.
So that one's a good one, Canadian company as well. I have Apple. Okay. Apple's a decent chunk, and I think I have a. I don't know what sector. It's an industrial ticker. I have some of that as well. Green for life.
You have GFL?
Yeah, so I have some of the GFL as well. So not necessarily anything that's how would you say, common or like normal. It's not really popular. But definitely
still like low key good companies.
I think so. I think they've been working out pretty well. I don't really.
I think
believe in diversification because it's just like like Warren Buffett said, like if you
is horrible.
You know what Warren Buffett says about diversifying, right? Diversification and stuff. He said if you know what you're doing, it makes a little sense to diversify. And it's like if you have playbook setups for swing trades and long-term setups, then it doesn't really make sense to try to be in all of everything. It's like okay, we can.
We'll just go hard on one thing.
Get a few things. Get a few good names that I think are undervalued. And then kind of build on those, and those tickers have been working pretty well. I'd say again, Apple's one of them as well, right? You can see Apple. I do have something that does relate a little bit to the rest of the market. But
for me, like I could care less about value stocks. It's just like show me consistent growth and then like you're profitable, good earnings, right? Like so, I like the likes of Hood. It's just consistent growth. Each quarter, it's like a beat and raise. Uses across whatever platform it may be, could steadily steadily increase. So yeah, that's just what I'm looking for. I like from a Canadian standpoint, Enbridge would probably be one of my bigger picks on that front. Let's see what Adair's up to here, guys.
AMZN dropping a little bit, but on watch here after the company announced that it's going to look for April 9th to be the date for the launch of its first 27 Kuiper satellites for its broadband internet network. They specifically say that this network is going to rival Starlink. So keep an eye on TSLA as well. Of course, Starlink and SpaceX, both managed by Tesla CEO Elon Musk. So Amazon again announcing April 9th as the target date for the launch of its first 27 satellites. Now here, also maybe the reason for this Amazon drop, I'm just seeing this now, Charles Gasparino of Fox Business saying that according to sources he's heard from the White House, there's about a 0 chance for this Amazon TikTok deal. So now apparently just within the same day that we've heard Amazon bidding for TikTok and had the confirmation from the White House that Amazon has made this bid for TikTok, Charles Gasparino saying that the chances of this deal going through are, quote, next to 0. Back to you.
All right, there it is.
So does that mean the reason why we were bidding is now kind of being put into question? Maybe.
See?
We shall see.
Yeah.
On that one. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a pullback here. I am a little, I'm watching. I'm a little intrigued by what Amazon might do on that action. We've been trending pretty nicely for the past few hours. Again, we got that strong bid, pretty much market wide. They're coming in around 1150 and giving us that. The intraday news on Amazon coming in at that 1150 and giving us that strong bid there as well. So throwing up an anchored on that move, you can see that that price is sitting all the way down here at 195.60s as well on Amazon. Let's see if we take a little bit of a pullback. We're also kind of breaking a bit of trend that we've been holding. I don't have moving averages on this one, but it seems like it was a nice little curl to the upside here. We can throw up a trend line to give us a general idea of that uptrend that we are attempting to test as of right now. If you take it to the wick lows here, you can be like, all right, trend doesn't break till down here, and that's acceptable. If you're taking it to VWAP, you can be like, trend doesn't break till down here, and that's also very acceptable. It really depends on how you're defining the trend and how you're basing your rules based off of your definition of the trend. That's what matters a little bit more there. But yeah, Amazon, a little bit of a pullback. 198.34 is its current day high. Again, I want to see if that 200 support becomes into a resistance, as it has been showing us since we did tick back below that level. But this market is pretty overextended, man. I kind of I don't think I've gotten my 1 ATR alert on the spider just yet, but it's definitely getting pretty close to that point if I haven't gotten it. I think I'd have to check back on my desk. I'm pretty sure I've gotten it sometime in the past couple of hours there. SPY moving a potential ATR from its open. But what can I say? These markets are definitely getting a little liberated.
Yeah, it's Liberation Day.
It's Liberation Day for sure.
Liberation Day.
There
you go.
The bid is definitely coming pretty strong here.
Most definitely there. I didn't mean to do that. I doubled my position right there. So yeah, didn't want to do that, but that's okay. We'll see. We'll take one more stab at the TQs here, guys. Nice topping signal. We like that. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a breakdown. But that 0 chance is crazy, SPF. I mean, you got to take a consideration from that one scene from Dumber and Dumber when it's like it's about 1 in a million, but you're still telling me there's a chance. So,
so there's a chance.
Yeah, so you're telling me there's a chance. I mean, so we'll be patient on that one. Let's see if we can get any form of breakdown here in the market. We've just been blowing through some of these short signals, and now that the fact that it's like, hey, that TikTok or Amazon buying TikTok might not come into play. Let's see if we can get a pullback here to VWAP. That would be really nice if we got to move back to the volume weighted average price here in the TQs, Obi. So we'll be patient and see what we can get going on with that here. So hopefully we can break down a little bit, just being a little bit more steady and patient. What's with the, yeah, I know. Well, no, I'm not going to hold on to that for all the way up there. We'll look for the move back to revert to the mean. So we'll be slightly more patient to see what's going on. And it looks like the SPY and everything is starting to pull back. I don't think we're going to get that like capitulation type price action because of how strong the day has been. So again, you just got to wait and see what the market gives you, but you can just see the strength on the time of sales as well too here, guys. You're not getting those participants on the bid, even though it does look relatively balanced here on the level 2, but you can just see the strength displayed in the time and sales. So yeah, that's one thing you want to keep an eye on at specific areas. You don't always want to hyper focus on it. You can see these sizes are relatively small, but then you go, you just get that flush of strength continuously. So for me, that signals a really strong market. So we'll be patient and see if we can get any form of breakdown here, Obi, on the TQs.
Yeah, I think it's very telling, like how some of these tickers are getting sold off and then just being bought right back up as well. So again, I just got eyes on Mag 7, but something something that just popped into my head was I should probably take a look at the map. I'm the map on Finviz, the stock map right here. So to see what the sectors are doing. So let's explore some of these maps as this market continues a bit to the upside. Yeah, lots of green as expected, but what is distinctly different is my question as of right now. So beverages, consumer defensives, some of consumer defensives down on the day. You got PG down 1%, Coke and Pepsi as well. Tobacco, okay, Philip Morris down as well, almost 1.7%. Okay, I want to take a look at that one there. Well, let's see what Philip Morris is up to. I'll take a look at it with you guys here. Wow, yeah, distinctly different. Look at that, getting sold off on the day. Here is Philip Morris holding that VWAP as well on its way down. Let's take a look at TMUS as well. Communications, eh? All right, so telecom services on the downside here, and TMUS 270 reject right here in the pre-market, kind of coming in, that selling coming in, distinctly different than the rest of the market. What do you got going on, Joe?
Yeah, all right, guys, it's time for an ad read. ProfitX in sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. That would be nice. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back of up to 3%. They $300 there, guys. So there you go, 2% cash back on up to $300. There you go, ProfitX. You know, Katina Man and Neil were placing some bets on that one, so good luck there. Pizza Rat, let's see what everybody's up to here in the chat. 5 minutes could see more downtrend, but could flush on short soon. MACD is talking, says Pizza Rat. Okay, we like that. Again, Pizza Rat, an IBIT, by the way. Yeah, we're still hovering around those highs. Hopefully you're locking in some profits on those contracts there, brother. Farhan, and then Joseph, would you guys be able to take a look at Wolf if you have a sec? Man, when you ask so politely, absolutely. There's no chance. Timeout. No, in all seriousness there, absolutely. We'll take a look at Petco Health. I guess I should start to invest in this one here shortly too. Because of the old dog. But again, if you want to look at it from a liquidity standpoint, Raptor, aka Raptor.
Hey, Raptor.
Yeah, Toronto Raptors, right? Again, from a liquidity standpoint, you can see that we're having issues on that front. Let's take a look and zoom out from what we got going on from a daily perspective. But I mean, you can't really complain hovering around the volume weighted average price. Nice strong opening drives, volume supporting that. But a nice breakout here. Who's the individual who asked us? Farhan. Really nice breakout. And one thing that we can confirm here is that the volume is supporting that breakout right here. So that's a positive sign. And then you can get that continuation to the top side. So from a long-term investment standpoint, I don't think I would be involved in this name. But just going back to what Obi and I are referring to is like I stick to a certain basket of stocks. I want to see some consistent growth. I don't really care necessarily about value or anything along those lines. And if I were to pull this back, it's not looking good here in Wolf. Down to 338 from what was our high here. The IPO on the 21st, so $31. That's a hefty haircut. It's a 90% drop in this underlying asset. So not something I'd be looking at for the long term. And why you're trading this, I'm curious to know. Did you hear something from a catalyst standpoint, etc.? Just put it in the chat and I'll be sure to read over it. But yeah, just again, good breakout. Positive news. Let's see how far this can go, but make sure you just have a trade plan implemented, all right? COSIC F, what am I waiting for, my friend? Let me know. And yeah, I'm interested to see if there's anything you got. Ford Raptor, yeah, because he's Canadian, so Toronto Raptor is kind of what I'll call him, because hopefully he's a tamed little guy and isn't skirting around all over the place and making causing too much trouble. But he'll be well trained. Because I know how to. Do you have any pets, Obi?
Yeah, I got 2 cats.
Oh, you got 2
Yeah,
cats?
yeah.
Nice. Right, cool.
Damn. Nina and Anna.
No way. You blanked on them.
Yeah, no, I looked over and then I saw 282 halves on Tesla, and I was like,
so you're just thinking about.
And then I was like, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, no.
That's more. Obviously, the market is
cats,
significantly more important than remembering the name of our our pets.
Yeah, no.
So there we go. But see, here the issue is you got 3 Raptors. Nice there. Jensen. But here we go. This is what I'm referring to. On these pullbacks, we just want to look at the volume by time profile, and we're just not selling off. You get all these micro pullbacks in the name, and then we just bid right back up. Are we going to continue to squeeze higher? I don't know. We have some strong catalysts. You've seen what it did to Amazon. We're now above some key levels on the options chain in NVDA, and Google is continuing to climb higher as well too. So I think you're gonna have to be patient and just see and just kind of give what take what the market is giving you essentially. But let's take a look at Apple. What's Softy been up to today, Obi? I know we don't really talk about it too much, but a nice strong day from Microsoft here, guys, continuing to climb higher as long as alongside the Meg 7 there, my friend.
Yeah, no, Softy definitely one that I've been watching over the past couple of days. We talked about it yesterday as well. I was like, prior day on, was it Monday, I think it was? So yeah, Monday comes in with a pretty aggressive buy and balance along with Apple as well. Coming in the next day off of the open, both of them continue to bid up. Coming in today as well, off the open, both of them continue to bid up along with the rest of the market. So yeah, kind of got me thinking, being like, all right, well, this bid coming in pretty much every day of the week. Right off of the open, let's see what the rest of the week, are we finally going to get a week full of bidding? So far, yes. We have been, but let's see what Trump has to say at the end of the day today. Again, it seems like very it's very up in the air. He could say one thing one day and another thing the next, and the markets could just dance around and kind of chop, consolidate, and do whatever. And that's why, honestly, like I'm going to go back to what I was talking about yesterday. Honestly, at the end of the day, I do think that price action is king. Even if if you lock me up in a room, I have no access to news. I can see the chart, I can see the volume, I can see the tape and the price action and the book. Like, I should be able to make good decisions regardless of what happens in the outside world. And sure, having in those stops for those outlier events when things go crazy, obviously going to help you out on that. So at the end of the day, yes, is it gonna move the markets? Yeah, probably, maybe. I have no idea. But do I have a set structure to react and capitalize on moves if they do happen in a way that align with my playbook? That's the question that really matters, right? So we'll see. Bids definitely coming in. A lot of people calling bottoms earlier on in the week as well, and a little bit of last week as well. So it seems like that is definitely coming into fruition. Tesla almost back to day highs here on the day. And so somebody pointed out in the chat, they said, why don't you look at Chewy as well if you're going to take a look at Wolf? And I pulled up Chewy as well. Chewy's doing pretty well on the day right now, bidding up, printing fresh highs pretty much at the high a day right now, 33.87, low a day at 32.70, so up nicely on the day. A bit of a push off of the lows, currently about 3.5% off of its day low, which happened right off of the opening, right off the open. Opening range low is the day low. Interestingly enough, we grabbed prior day's consolidation lows, kind of that double bottom low as well. So nice little continuation here. It's interesting to observe that a lot of these price action kind of things, they happen regardless of, well, sometimes they're like volume based, but like whether it has significant volume or maybe it's just doing average volume, a lot of these technical trades I'm finding do tend to show up pretty nicely.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of traders will tell you that price is king. And I think that's why somewhere along the journey, it's like you start off with like multiple indicators, and then eventually you just start to weave them out because you're like, okay, it's essentially lagging the data, but this is what you have right in front of you. I love it when I point at the screen like you guys can see. But again, like I have the volume weighted average price on my chart. I don't have any moving average. That's just my personal preference. Like I could tell you where the 9 is going right now without even, like here, I'll just draw it here. And if you guys can confirm on your chart, like this is the 9, this would be the 20, and you get the 50 down here, etc. So again, yeah, just a lot of a personal preference. I know going to the money show, etc. A lot of traders are like, yeah, you just got to look at the chart at the end of the day to see what it's telling you because they're all derived from what price action has.
Oh, I read something so beautiful yesterday, just based off of this topic. Let me, you know what? Let me pull it up, so I don't like botch the words. But you know what? I'm just gonna go back and I have it on my app here. I usually like to read on the subway. Coming in and going out as well. But it was basically along the lines of it takes forever for us to, like the learning curve is pretty aggressive, but it takes a lot of time to learn that trading the markets is not easy, but the methods and the procedures are pretty simple. Right, and it takes a lot of experience to kind of come to that realization here. Okay, right here. So this book. Shout out to Jose in the back. Way of the Turtle is the name of the book here by Curtis Faith. So this here. So they did not realize that although trading is simple for the reasons I outlined in the earlier part of the book, it is not easy. It takes a lot of time and study before one realizes just how simple trading is, but it takes many years of failure before most traders come to grips with how hard it can be to keep things simple and not lose sight of the basics. So that really was kind of eye-opening to me, where I'm like, yeah, like I've gone through so many things. I've gone through all these books and all these courses and all of this, and at the end of the day, some of the trades I'm taking have very simple, structured rules. Yep. Right? The idea and the formulation of the thesis is maybe you know thanks to you know talking to other traders and reading those books and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the execution can be really straightforward and simple. Let's see what Adara has to say.
Keep an eye here on TSLA in the latest installment of Is Elon Musk Leaving the Trump administration? Now we have CNBC reporting that apparently Donald Trump has already told his cabinet that Elon Musk will leave the administration in the coming months. It's unclear if this is them rehashing the previous report from Politico. The wording is almost identical, but nonetheless, keep an eye on TSLA. These headlines can move the market. Again, I have yet to see if this is a new report or if it's the repeat of this Politico report earlier, but to repeat, basically, we had Politico reporting that Elon Musk was going to be stepping back from his role in the Trump administration, though he would still be a very visible presence in the White House. Then we had another comment coming through from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that report is, quote, garbage, though she actually miscited the source, saying it was Axios when it was actually Politico. Now CNBC seemingly reporting that Trump did tell the cabinet that Elon Musk will be leaving the administration. So keep an eye on this story. It is ever evolving, and we will send you back to the guys.
Thank you very much. That reversion on Amazon's coming in pretty nice there as well. We were looking at it a little bit earlier. That is where the selling kind of started to pick up pace. And it seems like we are slowing down a little bit here. This second 15-minute red candle here as of right now. Okay, that ticker is halted. 11 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. 196 halves here on Amazon. So not really getting involved in that one, as I have a little bit of a short here on Tesla. But Amazon seems like it was the better candidate for a little bit of a pullback. Again, catalyst driven near some of those highs. That TikTok news coming in being like, okay, well, maybe it's unlikely to happen. And we've been we've switched hands in terms of who's in charge since that kind of came in. But let's see if buyers do step back in. Bigger picture, buyers are still in charge on this chart. You can see higher highs, higher lows, even though we've been selling off for the past few, like 30 minutes or so. Buyers still technically in charge, and let's see if they step in at a higher level. You can see it can step in, pulls back, step in a little bit higher, step in a little bit higher. Let's see if they step in a little bit higher here. 196 is here, and I'm seeing Adara sing for the news. Let's see what's
this better be good, Adara.
Oh boy!
Oh my God!
Oh, don't worry, it's a good one. I apologize for the cost interruptions. We have AAPL, which, just to clarify, opened the day around 270, tapping the $300 level. CNBC reporting that, guess what? AAPL is now also a potential bidder from TikTok. So just to repeat, Amazon has also been thrown around today as a potential TikTok bidder, but now CNBC, citing unnamed sources, is reporting that AAPL is also a bidder for TikTok. The stock is moving. I do apologize for the interruptions, but I suspect there will be more on this very news-heavy day. Back to you.
No, definitely don't apologize. Because you were excited about that one, you're like, oh, because I know AAPL is the one that you like trading. So I'm like, all right, this better be a good one. So yeah, no, keep coming with that news. Much appreciated. Fantastic job Adara is doing most definitely on the Amazon call today as well. Came to you with that very, very quick, especially when it broke out. A matter of moments later, Adara came out with that news that Amazon was putting in a bid on TikTok. So, all right, guys, let me know when we are good to go there, Ramin, and then we'll fire up that. But you guys can't see the position board right now. We'll take a look at the trades briefly. All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. So there you go. And yeah, Derek catching a lot of love in the chat there, doing a fantastic job as always. So we'll hit the bang and some Law and Order for Dara. But yeah, some of these big names starting to pull back in. If we can pull up my chart here one more time, that'd be fantastic. So we're short right here, guys, right at 61s, I guess we'll call it, as we continue to bleed. But I doubled up the position, but let's see if we can get this move back into this 60 level, and then I'll look to take some off there, Obi.
Yeah, so that's selling coming right in here. So about 7.5 minutes left now for this 15-minute candle. So we're printing. This is the first time in the day, Joe, that we're printing a second red candle on the 15-minute chart. So some selling coming in consistently here. And when I say that, I mean for the NASDAQ, not necessarily for the ES. The ES we did have a little bit of a pullback for about 30 minutes there for two 15-minute candles off of the 5,700 there. But yeah, some strong selling coming in. So we pretty much bid up for majority of the day, and with only about roughly 2.5 hours, just under left in the trading day, we're finally catching a little bit of selling. Let's see, is this the top for the day? Is the NASDAQ going to hold highs on the day at 19,900, just 100 points shy of that 20,000 mark? I got no idea. Tesla, a little bit of a held offer here at that 284 there. Let's see if that one can potentially bring us in. Amazon's already kind of started to sell off. We were just talking about that. Now with AAPL coming in with a little bit of a bid, does that mean that's more reason to give back more of the move that Amazon had off of the news of the TikTok bid that got us that bid off of 192? Maybe, perhaps. We're seeing that on the tape, but let's see if that continues. That could just be alongside with the market, but a competitor in the midst there for that TikTok bid, AppLovin and Amazon potentially kind of on that. But interestingly enough, I forget who it was, but Buddy came out and said that Amazon's not really going to get that.
Zero chance. Zero chance. Yeah, that's funny.
Him saying, and you know what coincides with a little bit of price action as well. If you look at Amazon on a 15-minute chart, take a look at this. Would you look at that right here? Absolutely beautiful. Take off some of these indicators. Take off that VWAP.
There you go.
can see. Boom, boom, boom. Strong trend. This is the first time the trend kind of breaks and selling is coming in. So let's see if we make a continuation down into VWAP all the way down to 194s there on Amazon, currently trading 196 halves. And then, ultimate risk up to 198s. But again, that's a little bit, and if you measure that, that's just slightly above a 1-to-1. I don't really like measuring my trades like this, but if you want to put an RR on it, you can see that again, you can, okay, let me pull this in a little bit so we see the quantity. So it's a 1-to-1. Risk to reward ratio 1.1. But in this moment, you got to ask yourself the question: does the probability of this trade give you a positive expected value to take it back into VWAP, and that would make it worth taking the trade, right? So that's a question you got to be able to answer. Right now, I am not going to answer that here. But 198.34s as of right now is the highs on Amazon. Let's see if we continue to tick back up. Again, only about 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the trading day, and we're pretty much trending up for the majority of the day today. So is this going to be one of those days where we just trend up into the close? Pretty much almost every day we've been getting a pretty strong close, if not an open. And today we've already got a pretty strong open. So let's see if we're poised for a close as well. But Day Trader Cut saying you watch Lance. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he has that new course that's like absolutely free, and I've gone through it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I guess it would be pretty good if you're starting off, or even if you have a few years of experience there on that one. So shout out to him for putting that out there. But Amazon. More selling coming in. I'm just waiting for this candle to finish printing. About 4 minutes left there on that. 282s coming back in. So we are pulling back off of those highs. And with the 15-minute candle about to close, and the second red candle on the 15-minute chart on these futures here, the question becomes, do we now finally make it back down to VWAP? Are the buyers finally a little exhausted here? I didn't really see an exhaustion coming in from the buyers, but let's see. I'm looking for those sellers to potentially step in and take us for a reversion to the mean, which is all the way down near VWAP. I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there. If buyers are hella strong on the day, which they have shown themselves to be, we could very easily make a higher low and just hold above find some prior structure and hold above that as well. So eyes on some of those levels as well. I got my main watch Tesla here right now, as well as the TQs. So what do you got on watch?
Yeah, I'm just still sitting here in on this TQ short here. We are in up here. Again, this would be our third attempt, so still got some room at the plate, but we're starting to get that move back down. So, not looking too bad. Are we going to get into 60s? I think this is going to be a key candle in order for us to break through. You can see that we're running into some support levels, and we're consistently rejecting that. So if we get anything below that, I'll take a little bit more off here. And I like what Obi's saying. If we get that move all the way back to VWAP, you see with the likes of Google heading lower. Okay, so there we go. We take another little punch down lower there, Obi, to 60-17s. Let's see if that can be sustained. It looks like Google wants to head south here. So yeah, that's a positive sign for the shorts. Let's see what Microsoft is up to. If Microsoft decides that it wants to sell off a little bit, yeah, you can see it's starting to pull in towards VWAP. I'm surprised that Amazon's still holding up relatively tough, considering Adair said that guy, there's a zero chance that Amazon's going to be able to acquire TikTok. But we'll be patient. We'll take a little bit off here on a new lower low. That's a positive sign. There we go. And just another couple percentage points there. Still holding on to about 60% of the position. Going to hold on to it about 59.80s, and then we'll start taking out a little bit more than that. But yeah, Havana Woody, appreciate you, my guy, and always the DMs. Just saying, like for me. And obviously I do this at times. I know how important the time of sales is, and sometimes I sway from it and just focus on the PA, but it's like, what is the tape telling you? The tape does not lie whatsoever. If it's strong, you'll notice that it's strong, etc. It won't fake you out. It won't do anything along those lines. You can identify what exact transactions are happening at that exact time. And I think that's a skill that took me a long time to acquire. And what I did is I continuously went back. I had a platform where it allowed me to watch the tape for every session. And then I had my strategy, the VWAP breakup. And then when I was successful, I would go back and I would watch exactly what happened on the tape. I wouldn't even look at the PA. I would look at the tape, and then that helped me identify what exactly I was looking for on the time and sales. But let's see what Adair's up to, guys.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market. AppLovin actually dropping a little bit here. It did pop on a reported bid for TikTok, as reported by CNBC. But I just wanted to go over really quickly everything we've had with Tesla in the last 3 hours. We're not talking deliveries. We're talking about this massive push to the upside, and then the resulting dip, though, we're back near basically day's highs. I just posted this on X, TTV Research. You can check that out on X, but just a rundown here of what happened. So basically, Elon Musk, in his role at Doge, was classified as special government employee, or an SGE. That means he's only able to work up to 130 days a year, though his term can actually last any number of years. It was initially set to end in 2026. Then we had political reporting that actually Donald Trump has told his inner circle that Elon Musk will be stepping back at the White House, specifically from his role as a special government employee, though he will be still serving as an advisor, and you're still expected to see his face around the White House. But then we had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt denying the story on X. She called it garbage, and she said that Elon Musk will remain with the administration until his work with Doge is complete. So that is the quick rundown of the TSLA ups and downs, just for those who missed it, who are just coming in here after lunch. Basically, we don't have any clarity here. CNBC just had a headline seemingly repeating the Politico story, but it's unclear if they're still reporting that Elon Musk is stepping down. So keep an eye on TSLA. Lots of volatility today, and just a quick rundown for those who missed any of those many headlines. Back to you.
Thank you for that there, Adara. Yeah, I just took off half of what I had remaining, so we're sitting on about 30% of the position left here, Obi, on that short on the TQs.
Yeah, no, this is coming in, maybe potentially coming in for a third bar down here on the NASDAQ and the ES, third 15-minute bar. Let's see, we couldn't really get above 19,800. We're pulling back into 19,750, which was a bit of an interesting level. And then that prior structure is sitting at that 19.7 mark here. So we're pulling right back into it. Like, can we get a little bit lower, 50 points lower? This market does seem to be giving signs of a bit of a turn. Again, spider reversion, softy reversion, and Amazon taking a little bit of a reversion, Alphabet as well, Nvidia as well. So giving up a little bit of that bid, breaking some of those trends, the trend is slowing down, if anything. The question just becomes, if we're going to see a continuation of the trend, I'm asking myself, where could that potentially be? Is this one of those days we give it all up and V-shaped recovery all the way to the bottom? I don't know, man. It's almost 2 o'clock. It's 1:46 right now. I don't know if that's going to happen in 2 30-minute candles. It can happen. It's probably going to be catalyst driven if it does. But a little bit of a pullback here coming in pretty nicely. I'm looking for the reversion to the mean, Joe, and it seems like we are definitely reverting a little bit here. So I see that you are short the TQs. Nice short there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Obi. So
you have your yellows as a short?
Yeah.
Okay, true.
I'm a simplistic guy, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Short.
It's all the one same color thing. For selling, one color for buying.
That's it.
Nice.
That's it. That's just how I roll. It's not hard to please me at all. So yeah, that's it. We'll hold on to this, guys. I told you we only have about 30% left of the position, so we'll be patient. See if we get a little bit of a squeeze here, or run into. I think on the Qs, this might be an area of interest that we might need to watch out for. That's a 475.31. That can be that next level of support. But just continuously watch out. You can see there's still some buying pressure here. Sellers push the price down, but then each individual 5-minute print here is established and printed with some buying pressure there. So be wary of that and just watch out for what potentially may come. I'm not going to say that we're going to squeeze all the way back to the highs or anything like that, but just something to obviously be cautious about because we want to be able to identify as many things as possible. Yeah, thank you, Mean Gene. I mean, it took a while to get it going, right? Like I tried the short on NVDA twice, it didn't work out. I tried it on the Qs, it didn't work out. So you can see that's why it's just so important to get as frustrated, again, and full disclosure, right? So I'm trading IBIT, have a solid day. Never mind that was an accident. But nice solid day, nothing to complain about, miss out on that. But then I just got chopped up here in the TQs trying to get that short, but then you can see it just continuously squeeze, and then eventually you just have to be patient enough to wait to get in on that nice entry. So yeah, I had to take that one, and if I blew through it, then I wouldn't really complain too much on that front there, guys. So I'm going to take a little bit more off here at the lows, so nice little fill there on the TQs. We'll continue to piece this out. I'm going to take the majority of it off here at 59.50, 59.60 as we run into that support level. So yeah, we'll be patient. Microsoft is all the way back at the volume weighted average price there, Obi, and as well as Google. Google is now coming back. So you can see from its breakout range. So you can see its breakout range here on goggles, and then now we're coming back in to test that. So let's see if that can act as support. If it decides that it wants to bounce, then I would suspect that we might see a little bit more of a bounce here in the overall market. But NVDA is starting to pull back in as well too, my friend.
Yeah, so a few of these tickers are making their way back into VWAP, but interestingly enough, the one ticker that I am attempting the short on is relatively strong. Tesla still holding near its highs at 282s while the rest of the market takes a little bit of a pullback. So that's giving me a little bit of information here. If the market catches a little bit of a bounce off of this 19.7 or the 19.7 halves, does Tesla break its highs? I think the probability of that definitely is a little bit higher there. If the market bounce comes in, Tesla is barely sold off, so it's showing that buyers are still continuing to be in charge while the rest of its peers kind of pull back a little bit, maybe revert a little bit to the mean, revert a little bit back down into VWAP there. Alphabet coming in really hot as well. Amazon, Nvidia, Apple, Softy got all the way back down to VWAP. So the only one that's really lagging behind right now is Tesla here, holding this consolidation above that 280. We did get that strong flush all the way down in the 276s earlier, and that flush only happened in Tesla. So maybe the selling of this range maybe had just gotten taken care of in that action. But let's see if more selling does come back into Tesla. I think with the market, if the market continues to pull back a little bit further, if we break below that 19.7, then maybe Tesla can mosey its way down into VWAP. VWAP currently sitting at 271.16, currently trading at 281.82. So talk about an extension off of VWAP. That's over 10 points above there, and it's been holding pretty well as well. So again, just to give you guys a look, we can run through some of the mags and see where they are relative to their VWAP. Sure, Amazon pretty strong as well. Google real quick, all the way back down. Microsoft all the way back down to VWAP as well. You can take a look at Meta. Meta's back down into its VWAP. Who am I forgetting? Google, we did Google. Amazon, I think we've gone through all of them there pretty much, and Apple as well. So Apple back down into VWAP. So Tesla showing some relative strength.
It's crazy out there.
Keep an eye here on MSFT. It's only pushing to the downside, as Joe and Obi just mentioned earlier, but this one has also apparently reportedly expressed interest in TikTok, according to 3 sources cited by CNBC. Apparently, Microsoft was floating around a roughly $40 billion offer for the app. This seems like a lot less concrete than the Amazon offer. So again, just to clarify, today, names that have been floated as potential buyers for TikTok: AMZN, Amazon, AAPL, APP, and now MSFT or Microsoft. Microsoft, though, not even getting a pop on this news. It's right by VWAP. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara, for that. Coming in now finally. So look at that acceleration with about 7 minutes left on this 15-minute chart, 15-minute candle here. So about roughly just over half the candle left. We're accelerating back down. 19,700s is the next level, in my opinion, here on the Nasdaq. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bid off of this prior structure, or does it mean nothing at all? Nothing at all is this price action to Tesla as it continues to hold above that 280 mark as of right now. So the boys in the chat just talking about this ticker that's going crazy right here, making me laugh. Top W, this IPO that happened today. Look at this crazy halter, man. We got to go down. Wow, 1 minute. So this is a 1 minute chart. Have you taken a look at this? The boys in the chat were talking about this as well. Top W. Look at that.
The IPO today,
yeah, that's
right?
the IPO that happened. Boom, boom, off the open, all the way from look. If you know that IPOs are doing this, maybe we just buy a market on open for the IPO. We just get it on a market on open, and then just risk to that initial candle low. And I don't know what the risk would technically be, but it seems like the reward has been pretty nice over the past couple of days there. Every single IPO kind of giving us a very strong movement there. CoreWeave maybe not as much, but that bid does come in eventually, day 1 and then day 3. Today, not as much. CRWV is the ticker, and you can see it's a little bit choppy choppy sideways. I was going to say to the upside, but to the sideways side is choppy on CoreWeave. You can see it's just consolidating, so maybe more of the same. You can see what it did, right? Maybe like things like the stair step. Day 1, we kind of popped, we pull back, we consolidate, failure to follow through, we push up pretty strong. Today, we're consolidating sideways. So the question becomes, if we are going to continue, I want today's range, I want to keep an eye on today's range, 64.61 day high and a day low at 51.40. So both those prices definitely going to be interesting going forward there on CoreWeave, as today, day 4, gave us that continuation all the way. This thing IPO'd at what, 14? Was this the one that IPO'd at $14? No, this one IPO'd at an opening price of $39.44. I remember coming into the week, we were like, oh, it's going to be 55 to 60, and then they dropped it down to 55s, and then 45s, and then it was 40, and then they IPO at 39, so below their price there, but holding up pretty nicely. We failed to follow through, all-time lows, 36s, so we failed to follow through below that, bit of a held bid there. So we were talking about the S1 on this ticker here on CoreWeave, and everybody kind of wanted a piece on their S1. Let me just show you guys here. If you just search up CRWV S1 filing, and it should be the first one that shows up. There it is, sec.gov. This is the CoreWeave S1 filing. You go right here to the second page. Look at these underwriters here, man. Look at who is on the block, literally holding up some of playing defense on this ticker. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Barclays, Deutsche Bank, Jefferies, Mizuho, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, B of A Securities, MUFG, don't know who those guys are, Guggenheim, Needham, and Galaxy Digital. So a lot of big boys on this one here on the IPO on CoreWeave, and it's been performing pretty well on that. Maybe some defense played by those players at that 36 mark. I have no idea. I wasn't really watching it on the tape there, but definitely. I think we can always look for a little bit of defense if you have some good underwriters and they have a history of playing defense as well. So something to watch for. It seems like the trade didn't really come in on day 1 as I was expecting, but I guess it came in on a multi-day off that 36 on day 2. So bit of a mistrade on my part, but I'm watching, I'm observing, I'm seeing how things kind of change. We talk about how strategy can. We were talking about edge erosion yesterday, and it's more like the way the price action carries itself out kind of changes. So you have to tweak your methods of execution in and around that, and adapt to the new landscape, and a little bit of that happening here. Maybe potentially on.
I had to do that because I mentioned before. I was like, what I was doing before, what you formed consistency in, doesn't necessarily work all the time in different market environments. So now you have to be able to adapt and change, and it takes some time, right? It takes you're going to go through frustration, etc. But if you just continuously learn how to adapt, then I think you're better off in the long run for sure, Obi.
For sure.
Yeah, very, very valid stuff. Guys, I was mentioning this level of support here at 59.60 on the TQs, and then you can see that it prints that indecision candle right there, and then takes a nice little bounce on the 3 minutes. So yeah, this was attempt 1, attempt 2, and then just sitting, being patient, waiting through it, and then attempt number 3. And I guess that's usually how it works. Third time's a charm, I guess, Obi, as they like to say. Good morning, says Jeffrey Miller. It is 2 o'clock, my friend. I'm curious if you're over on the West Coast. Sounds like you are, considering you are talking about the morning. But I'm sure you're aware of what time it is here. But dang, I always bid too low. Morning, the day's over. Yeah, well, I'm assuming he's on the West Coast, right? So I don't know what time it is over there, maybe. But yeah. Is that where you are, Pizza Rat? You're on the West Coast too, aren't you? Over in South. I'm not going to say South Central, but
Cali.
Cali, yeah, Cali.
What
but
time
yeah,
is it in Cali?
what time is it in? I think it's like, what is it, 3 or 4 hours behind or something? 1 o'clock. Okay,
Yeah.
so no, you're not there either. So it's 1
You're an
o'clock.
hour
It's in the
behind.
afternoon. So you might be somewhere else. Okay, well, you're in California, Jeffrey. It's 1 o'clock. So
Maybe he's just waking up.
Yeah, he's just getting it going, waiting for 4 o'clock to come into play, and then he's just gonna base trades off of that one. So West Coast, the best coast, says the trader. Golf, all right, we see it. All right, well, it's debatable, but we'll leave it at that. Short, I wish I was on. Oh, okay. So yeah, sorry guys, I totally forgot about the playmaker. Did we? No, I don't think we definitely got stopped out on that one. So yeah, we'll take the loss up there on the playmaker. It was a short, right? You guys were right on that, or you were wrong, but we were close to getting that short in. We were really overly extended on the cues, and I didn't necessarily like our timing. What did it say? It's 11 a.m. Okay, it's 11 a.m. in Cali. Why did it say 1 p.m. there, Obi? That's only an hour behind. On your thing.
Maybe that's because I.
Yeah, it's
hold on, let me try again.
It's definitely 11 a.m. Yeah, so it is definitely. Yeah, it's 11 over there, right? So.
Yeah, it's 11. I don't know why that said.
Why did it say 12?
You know what? That's on me. I used Bing. So.
Oh, whoa! What do you have against Bing there?
Well, it's it's a little slow.
All right, I see it.
Slow there.
11 a.m. So there you go. CA, we're getting fact checked here. Yeah, we were totally off on that one. So our apologies there, guys.
I swear that's what it said, right? You saw that.
I seen it. It said 1 o'clock. So which wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, right here.
So
Look. Oh, Colombia, Cali, So I searched Cali, right? So this is what I searched.
Man.
What time is it in Cali? But if I had searched California,
yeah,
it's gonna give me 11.
there you go. So they're in Cali.
That was.
So
Didn't
there was our
understand,
mistake. Yeah. We were in Colombia. We were in the wrong country there for a little bit. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes, it's close. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you get a little lost. You end up in Colombia.
It
like
happens. Colombia, California, same thing essentially, right? At the end of the day, really, really close. So yeah, there you go. Cali, Colombia, it is. So yeah, our mistake. But yeah, guys, we're starting to break through. I mentioned this level here, 59.60 on the TQs. Let's hopefully break through this level. It looks like that momentum to the downside is starting to pick up. Amazon. It's lagging. It's not really pulling back that aggressively, but you can see this nice, strong, aggressive price action as we broke out. Derek gave us that news, the bid on TikTok. But as it starts to pull in, and some of the other big names, Google is now right into the volume-weighted average price there, Obi. Meta went south of VWAP, and then now NVDA is starting to approach it as well too. So we might get some more downside in the market and see if 59 comes into play here on the TQs. Oh, it's 201. Yeah, there we go. We're having so much fun. We just lost track of time here, guys. But yeah, Obi, anything you want to leave them off with? Or?
No, nothing too crazy there. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully you guys have a great rest of the trading day. And yeah, happy trading.
Happy trading, guys.
Take it easy.
Betrayal.
Happy trading. I actually asked in the chat while they were doing West Coast versus East
Liberation
Coast,
Day.
or which one do you like better? I just threw in to Joe specifically, Biggie or Pac, but I guess he didn't see it. So he's East Coast, so he's obviously going with Biggie.
He's East Coast.
I think look, man, you can you might be East Coast. Obviously, we're here, so we're on the East Coast, but I can still prefer Pac. Music to Biggie. I think that's a reasonable thing. The shorts have come into the market. Obviously,
it's
one of the
somewhat reasonable.
Well, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah. No.
I might have like one Tupac album. I don't really.
Oh, really? So you're Biggie then?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's not even close, man.
You know what?
To me.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you this right now. With Biggie, it's about what he's saying. Like for Pac, most of the time, I love the way he flows and sort of like his feel and the passion for you get into it, but you feel what Pac was saying. You feel his music a little bit more. Like that's the best way I could explain it. But I don't think you could argue that he's as good of a lyricist as Biggie. But as I said, the market's coming back in here. We're still green. The market's still green, but since 19.9 on the NASDAQ, we've been pulling back. That TikTok story that Adara brought, or at least, saying that it could probably not happen, Amazon, I think it's obvious. Like, do you really think that one of the big boys is going to be able to get TikTok? But you never know. I did take the reversion short on Amazon. We're in that. Intel off the top. I still have that DJT off VWAP. Like, that's just not going anywhere off of VWAP. It's just sort of hanging around there and been in it all afternoon. I turned it into a scalp trade because, hit enter twice. I turned it into a scalp trade because it wasn't going. Right? So it was like, while the news was happening, and you saw my plan of action was, let's just hold it and see if it can't completely squeeze. And then it kind of holds and it slowly, then it starts bouncing off VWAP. I'm like, okay, if it bounces off VWAP, then I'll just dip by it and scalp the trade because it's clearly something different right now. So my stop is underneath this 19 support a little bit tighter. It's just, you got to be able to change your action in there. There was no continuation on that DJT story. So we'll see what happens the rest of this day. At 4 o'clock, we're probably going to get a little bit of action. It'll be rapid fire. Myself and Adara will be trying to cover everything that is tariff related for everybody. But right now we're just in that Amazon reversion. Intel went to prior day resistance, so like it broke out. I was in that Intel at 22, it broke 22, and then it got to yesterday's resistance spot. And so that's back into VWAP. VWAP retracements are the name of the day, and Tesla is on another wavelength. I promise you this is one you guys are going to talk about, or that you guys asked in the poll. My frustration is I averaged up on a Tesla trade. I'm like, okay, let's do it. Throw a stop, average up, and then put a stop higher after our initial entry on the news. And then let's just go to the meeting. Got stopped out while I wasn't at the desk, and then it came right back into that price at 75. But that's the issue. And we'll get into this a little bit more about averaging up in a trade. Sometimes when you have a good entry and you want more, it doesn't necessarily mean that you want to move your stop too much higher because you don't give it as much room. But a great day for Tesla, no questions asked, as it's on the crest of this 285 level, which has been resistance before.
Yeah, Tesla, again, we talk about this all the time. Great name to trade, little tough sometimes to get the right pricing and sort of get what you're looking for. But wow, okay, what the hell just happened to Intel? We have a great trade here on Intel, guys. This is looking like an absolute insane way to trade this thing, and I do agree. We did get, wow, what just happened? Okay, I guess it's the market obviously giving some back here. Yeah, so all good on that one. My bad, as it is the market giving some up right now. No, Intel, we were short into that high, and it wasn't even, we were just getting carried away a little bit as it just kept on going. And then eventually I was like, you know what? Like looking at some of these levels, getting right back to sort of where we were yesterday in the afternoon, 2250. Kind of lucky that we did have this drop down. We knew we wanted to be short here, though. We'll talk about Palantir is by far the biggest stock. We were just lucky enough that as we were pushing some laps through, this came back into 85, which just matched right there into that. And then by the time, we still had some orders upside because we were still long, but, getting out up here when we got back earlier, but at the end of the day, we took some out, then we let this thing run all the way to 88 and change. Palantir, monster name today. And definitely glad that we have that one, PLTR. So, all right, man. Intel's an absolute monster. It's going to be my P&L number 2. PLTR number 1. We wound up losing on the TQs. Got a big trade still, but coming back in a little bit. All right, Joe is ready for us there at the screen. Great job for Obi filling in for Sharif today. And we've got Joe filling in for the rundown, so let's go.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and happy trading. Today, it is the afternoon rundown with me, Make sure you get those votes in with Obi and I during the midday show. But first on the docket, we have Amazon putting in a bid for TikTok, set to put in a bid up about 1% on the day, breaking out on strong volume. Let's see if that can be sustained. And if it's a buy the rumor, sell the news type event, guys.
Yeah, well, right now they're selling the news, at least on Amazon. I'm actually going to make an adjustment live. It's sort of showing it is what it is. Like, we were sitting in a meeting, as I said, throughout lunchtime. So when that news hit, wasn't even there to trade it. Get back and watch the story release that it's unlikely that that deal could ever happen. You're not getting TikTok. And then it just did a trend reversion. So the trend line, in this case, is obvious because the news spike is right here. So that's the first point. Connect all dots, reversion. It's now put 3 lower highs in on a 3-minute. So I'm holding it into VWAP, which is different on these two charts. Okay.
Impossible.
Oh, I know why. No, this is, yeah, okay, anyways. Why black chart has VWAP at a different price, but I'll go with this. So it needs to get into 94, but I'm trailing it out. Either it breaks trend or we get all the way into VWAP on Amazon. I know we're short right now, but one thing we were observing the last few days is all of these great looking bottoming tail candles on some of these stocks. So yeah, short reversion trade right now, but look at this bottoming tail under 190 on Amazon and the recovery. In a general sense, I tend to think this is at least heading to 200. Tonight can change a lot of things, obviously at 4 o'clock, sentiment in the market. But if things continue as they are and there isn't much of a disruption, that's a great reversal candle and a couple of days of holding to the upside. I think next test would be 200 and maybe even higher than that, so long as things don't go completely haywire in the market to the downside, which can happen. That's the issue with looking at something technically. You have to remember that events, data, earnings, all that can throw it for a loop, especially a little relief rally like this in Amazon.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a mover of the needle enough. We know Amazon does have AWS, and it's a big story there. So obviously to get more traffic and collect some of the revenues there from TikTok traffic is going to be big for them. I don't know, like I said, nice to be up 1.8% with the market up only 0.5%. Amazon's been a struggle for a minute. So as we know, down here into 190, I still am nervous about stepping in and buying this name. I wonder if it's, again, to dip in and look at some of these plays, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I've just already been dipping, and we're only right back to where we were middle of last week. So I'd like to see us clear the 200, be over there for a little bit before we get too excited about Amazon. But hey, man, a good story is a good story, and we know that a lot of these names can pull the trigger very, very quickly. I don't know, where's Meta? Okay, Meta's at the very bottom, but I was going to say that little story that I was like, wow, who cares about really the glasses there? They sort of took off there for Meta, and we got back up to 590 for them as well. So little small stories sometimes can mean a lot. So we'll wait to see if there is any story or truth here to this Amazon rumor, I guess. But at the end of the day, you know, how much is this really going to matter for Amazon? Obviously, we still worry about, we have numbers this on Friday. We have non-farm payrolls. I think that's going to be huge, especially for the retail side of things. So that's really what we're looking at for Amazon. We know the cloud should be strong. So TikTok just playing into that a little bit there. So yeah, the big one that we thought would be number one, Tesla. Let's go find out about Tesla. And then I assume Alex Karp. Of course, whoever put Alex Karp there would be with a K, would be the right name for Alex Karp. So
I think well, that was probably intentional for the fish.
I would say it's not intentional, but we'll see.
Well, I thought maybe there was just the whole like making the joke of, anyways, I don't know. Tesla, let's go.
Tesla, a lot going on with Tesla here today, guys. So Trump tells Inner Circle that Musk will leave Doge very soon. And then we also had deliveries this morning, a big anticipated number here, guys. So Q1 deliveries estimated about 390,000, but coming in a little bit short of that here, guys, 336,000 roughly. Still positive on the session, a good rally here in Tesla.
Story of 2 days, story of 2 catalysts. What was that TikTok?
AppLovin. So it's the same type of thing.
Yeah,
so Steve Wynn, just to add to that story, it's Amazon apparently looking to bid, AppLovin apparently to bid. The AppLovin bid has Steve Wynn involved. So just hearing that in our ear. But we can look at APP. Sharif. What's up, Sharif? He's not even here. Adara had reported that earlier.
Yeah, AppLovin didn't
AppLovin at 300.
AppLovin's already pulled back a little bit. There was a slight spike down on not much, maybe like 20, 30 cents lost a bit on Amazon, but nothing's really changed on that stock. So Tesla, tale of two cities, or that's the book, tale of two trades. The morning, it was trending to the downside on the short. Despite, I didn't get it until the open. And like I said this morning, the term I used for this was getting away with shorting it in the uptrend more than anything else, because I got it almost like a great wick fill at 58 change into like 59.30 something was a local high. But that's one of those, I was sitting to average in higher. It just only filled the one, trailed out, got a win, and then short at the top, got enough out on the spike down for about $1 again. So that when it ran the stop, I was actually up still. But then I went, as I said, I went long and added to it and then put in a trailing stop that was too tight and triggered me out, unfortunately. So yeah, it should have been a great continuation long on Tesla. Let's just very quickly, 200 period and resistance is right here in the high 80s on Tesla. Like 287 is a 200 period moving average, and you can go right back into this day. So 27th, 25th, where effectively you broke out 85 and then, but it failed closer to 90. So each time it pressed, it would get that move into 90. So I think if you're trying to revert this and it breaks 85, history has told you, it hasn't been wrong till 290. So any reversion short, probably I don't think I'd be trying to start it at 86 or 87. If we break out that top, I think you wait till 90 to go. And dips, I was thinking dips into prior high, which is yesterday's high. That's 77.5. And if you don't think Tesla can move that much, then you haven't seen Tesla.
Yeah, I was going to say we are flat on Tesla today, which is kind of too bad because there was big opportunities there. We just started the day short Tesla. We never got going on the long. You know, we have part of trading and being on the show is, of course, that you look for all the opportunities and you try to pay attention to the chat. You try to look different ways. Not an excuse for not being in Tesla. It's just I didn't really think it had this kind of move in it. Now, obviously, you know, the extension comes from the rumors about Doge, right? And so with Elon Musk, you know, leaving, not leaving, staying, you know, until he's completed, so on and so forth. I think now that the rumblings are there, it's more likely that he'll probably, I would think, sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. I would say that he's probably going to be exiting pretty soon and getting back to business here with Tesla. Just lost way too much money personally. He has there in his net wealth. He needs to get this back going to the upside. And it looks like we're about to do that, a breakthrough 300. We always talk about not wanting to be long at certain levels or short. I think you go short until we break above 300. And right now, this has been a downside play all afternoon here for the market. And you can see Tesla is actually holding its levels. So yeah, for me, Tesla looking pretty strong today. I don't think if you're going to short based on tariffs, that would be something completely different. I think you could short the market if that was going to be the case. But at the end of the day, Tesla looking pretty good up here. The fact that it's holding up while the market has pulled back from 19, like we almost got back to 20, by the way, 19.9, right? All the way back in there for the market. So far so good here on that hold for the NASDAQ. But yeah, I like Tesla here. It just seems to be much stronger than the market. I would not short it at these levels.
And everybody, introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ. It is Worksport, ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And discover Alex Karp is spelt with a C.
Mm-hmm. There he is, Palantir, Chief Investment Officer here, guys, cutting the IT team by 60%. Abolish the IT organization to drive agility and innovation. Still positive on the day, up 2.5% here, PLTR, guys.
Agility is very important. Very important. You want to make sure you have like open hips. You don't want to back issues, that kind of thing. I don't think Alex Karp is concerned about that kind of stuff. He doesn't seem like that kind of dude. But let's throw it up. He's the best hairstyle of all CEOs in the S&P.
I think so.
Well, sorry, I should say the NASDAQ now because they're in the NASDAQ.
I mean, I'm trying to show it over here. I don't know. Ramin, what's going on, Ramin? How are you doing?
We're good.
There's Alex Karp, of course, there. Karp. Shout out to my guy Joe over there. For sure. I look, Palantir has been an absolute monster. We did obviously get a little bit lucky because as we were gone, we didn't get out. Like once we had bought this down here, we put this order there. I mean, we talked about 85s. You can go, it's just, lucky to get filled, obviously, but we got filled at 85.11s, pretty much the low of the day right there for Palantir. Obviously not the low of the open. I mean, we absolutely rocketed upside right there. But yeah, all right, I like the stock, obviously. Lucky enough that, we got out there as we had some offers sitting. We had some offers sitting here as well because we were long off VWAP, but we did get that dip buy, which did load us up, which was able to, once we got back, we talked about that back from the gym right there, got some out, and then we had some top ticks there as we were in and out, and then boom, right there to the downside. We did get out of half of what we had left once we broke that 87 mark. Look, government spending, right? We know that Palantir is going to be there. It's a defense name. It's an everything name. It's an AI play. It's a big data play. If AI is going to be part of the story again, I think Palantir is going to be one of the stories that we look forward to in this coming year. I still like the play. It's not overly strong this year, but if you're going to look at it, it just had this huge scale up there to get to the PE of like 400 or something like that. Now that you're coming back down, remember from the beginning of the year, we were pretty lucky that we're still in the green, but you did have a move down there early January. So it's too bad the year-to-date number doesn't start down here. But there it goes all the way up to 124 and a nice pullback as we start to settle down. Still a very, very high PE. You are paying for that growth, but not many are going to be able to do what they're doing, at least right now. They have the infrastructure in place. They have the government contracts, and as we go. So if this world does get a little topsy-turvy, if it's not already, I think Palantir wins. And very
topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I know. So very, very connected Palantir is to the NASDAQ. Like, it's just amazing. When it runs, and then when it, Palantir was up 5% at one point, NASDAQ was up like 1%. And if NASDAQ is down 1%, Palantir is probably down 4 or 5%. So the beta to the market is definitely a plus there for Palantir.
On the defense thing, again, I've been talking about Europe and defense spending for a while now, but it was Norway's sovereign wealth fund. They're making they're discussing whether they should change their rules regarding what they're allowed to invest in to include defense stocks.
Wow.
Because all the defense stocks in Europe have been going up, and they're like, well, if there's growing spending there, why wouldn't we allow investing in it? So this is where, if that's what Norway's sovereign wealth fund is thinking, defense spending, it just goes from one place to the other. Want to shout out Fugazi Bear for noting that you can't spell DeLorean without Elon. I agree. It's in there. I don't know exactly why we're talking about DeLoreans, but they're cool, and you got to get into 88. The only point I would make about Palantir is just never forget prior resistance turning into support. It's one of those. I wasn't here. I wasn't looking at Palantir, but when Sean's showing that 85, it's just yesterday's high, and it'd be Friday's close. So Friday's close, yesterday's high, and then there you get a level that comes back in. I think if we get down there, it's a logical place to look for a dip buy. And on the daily, yet another name, bottoming tail candle at 80, and then a little bit of a relief rally. Not at the 50 period yet, though. And a lot can happen after 4 o'clock tonight. Next, a little bit of Bitcoin.
All right, guys, Bitcoin sees $768 million in outflows in March. Still positive here on the day and rallying the past couple of sessions. Let's see what the big boys think about Bitcoin.
I love Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin.
I like gold.
Not going to hate on it. But we're still on the higher time frame, we're still in the same pocket on Bitcoin. So it's great that we're getting a rally and we're finally moving away from 85,000 to an extent. But we haven't really broken, I'm not going to draw a trend line here. You guys can get the idea of what it would look like. We haven't really broken this downward trend on the way to that prior breakout on the daily, which is, this is like 73.7 or whatever it works out to be. So I think you still have an issue there. Break that trend, I think you're going to retest over 90. If you don't, we're still kind of working our way down. So there's a lot that can still happen for BTC in general. This afternoon, I got wrapped up yesterday looking for Bitcoin to move in the afternoon, and it did absolutely nothing. And right now it's going sideways. So usually I'd think, yeah, this is something you want to buy off VWAP. It broke out at VWAP. there's your price. But I'm looking at a few other things. Like Amazon, if it gets to VWAP, makes sense to me. Well, I think we revert that and back into a long. Apple lost. Apple's still in the pocket. Like it's holding 223, which is a dip into VWAP here. So that could be in the pocket as well. This is one I have my eyeballs on. But right now it's under the volume weighted average price. I think I'd trade this at VWAP maybe over IBIT. I don't think I'll look at it. Yesterday, it was a waste to have it up, looking for something to happen in it when it just wouldn't. Like the short worked in the afternoon on IBIT. It just didn't give you much.
Yeah, look, we were looking short early on everything, and we talked about the sort of the relationship between the Nasdaq and crypto in general. Let's look at some. They call them different kind of coins. We'll just say altcoins for now. Where did it go? Oh yeah, there it is. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on. We'll refresh it and then just let it go because a lot of people are excited about Ripple right there. XRP. Last 7 days, man, we got that. Decision. I think it was 2 weeks ago there, and now it's down to 214 again, so we'll have to watch out for that. Solana, not greatest, but at 130 seems to be holding out okay. Dogecoin down there at 17, yucky yuck yuck. Cardano as well at 68. I mean, this Cardano ripped to 110 or something on that tweet there about being added into the, or not added, but being a part of or some sort of a role in, what am I looking for? The crypto reserve there as well. Not much else going on here. Ethereum still, man, like 1900. I still can't believe what Brian was mentioning. They're down 45% year to date on Ethereum, and that's pretty bad. So, yeah, look, we'll just keep on doing this. Whoa, this is Intel, by the way. Like, how badly was this traded? Only to be the second best stock around here. All the way up, all the way out, added more, then it absolutely tanked. Wish we still had the load there, and this is why it's kind of good sometimes to take that break. And I'm like, oh man, what have I done? I need to go, be a little less aggressive. If we just hold this into like sort of past support right there, then the trade becomes monstrous. But as you're losing, you take some out on the way back up there. So we'll talk about Intel as we go through this rundown. But right now, one last one. I see you, Meta. What are you up to?
It's a good one there. Sean, Meta planning to drop $1,000 smart glasses with hand gesture to control as it takes on Apple rival, all right? Also, inking a multi-year deal with TKO Group, UFC, and Dana White here on today's session. Let's see what Meta can do. We're negative on the day here, guys.
White.
Not doing anything good right now. Nasdaq's still actually up 0.2. So here's the Nasdaq up 0.2 above VWAP, the volume weighted average price. Meta down 0.5 and underneath the volume weighted average price. It's relatively weak. It's been under pressure. It's battling with its 200 period moving average. Remember the other charts that we've been showing you? It wasn't that many of them, but you saw Palantir's chart, you saw Amazon's chart since we had the bottom, kind of steady up days since we had that little wick bottom. And unfortunately for Meta, this is putting a little bit of throwing a wrench in this plan for a strong bounce off the 200 period moving average again. It's a big couple of days here for Meta because, and we said this morning, if Meta loses this support here at that 560 where it bounced before in the 200 period, it's not absurd. Like remember, like the August low was 440 on this thing. Like that crazy day where everyone was like freaking out in the morning and it was just free money to go long. That's $140 from here. That's almost 25%, probably like 22 or 23% from here. And it's not crazy if we do have a really bad leg for the market again, we get another pullback, that you can see that level. I think that's a load up area for Meta. I think this afternoon, if I was going to trade it, I'd probably lean to the short side, but I think there's probably other names that I like a little bit better for the short side of the trade than Meta. But at least from the chart, a little bit concerned. Not concerned in the long term, and it is a stock that is on my list of things that I'm, not a long list, but it's one of the ones I'm dip buying. So like I did buy off the 200 period last time, and I am going to be buying if you even see anything with the 4 in front of it on Meta. I like the valuation too. It's actually fairly reasonable relative to the Mag Sev.
All right. No, we definitely. Mag what?
No, I said Mag Sev. It's like finish the word.
Lazy.
I know.
We're all lazy.
I get lazy
these days.
sometimes.
Yeah, that makes sense anyways.
I feel like
All right, not much to talk about with Meta. I mean, we talked about that was going to be one of the top stocks for us to be buying there. I'm actually looking right now at the TQs with a pushback into VWAP. It's really had VWAP all day. That's where we were initially short. We went from short to long, and now we wait to see if we do get that drip down, and we are getting it right now. 59 coming into play there. We did take some more out right here on Intel as it comes right back in. So I'm going to add to this position. We are still long in 57s. Oh, sorry, here. That was Intel. The TQs right now. So we're right here right now. I think we might as well take something if we can, which of course we can. So let's go just a little bit. We'll punch into some 04s there, watching out for VWAP. And again, just understanding that that is where it is. So we're going to have to just kind of respect it. We don't want to get carried away here. Obviously, as many traders are looking at these, hour and a half, we have the Rose Garden. Is it called the Rose Garden? That they're going to be making this announcement there, and very, very decorated. It's the very, very best garden ever. So they'll be there and ready to go on that. Just looking at where we may want to think about getting stopped out right now. I like to use VWAP as the levels, but we've already sort of tested down there into 70. So I think a break down below that level and we can squash. So we're not going to be layered into this. I think as we come in, we're basically at VWAP now. Let's try right here. We'll get out 58.69 if it does break lower on this one. So there we go, TQQ 58.79. That's that. Did I say 79 or 69? Hold on a second. I got to cancel that. All right, so I put 56.99. That was from before. So right into there. That level is, 58.69. Okay, so let's do that right now. 58.69. We'll just stop out there immediately. If it breaks that low, then we are gone. We do have another bid, as we said, waiting to get longer. They're down near 57s, but I think right now that we're getting into 80s, this is good enough for me. So let's put some bids on right now. As we broke below VWAP, let's give it a little shake, rattle, and roll. Does anybody know which wrestler that's from?
I should know this. You know what?
Very, very correct, Neil.
No, I know. At least when my mind was in something else and I was typing something in the chat to Nick W. You know when your mind's somewhere else and you get thrown on the spot with a question, you're like, crap, I should know it. And now I'm just completely blanking and it's not making it any better. Because I have that other song in my head, which I'm trying to not have it in my head right now, Sean. And it's
the Honky Tonk Man.
It's not even that.
That's why I was like, that's not a hard one. It's the Honky Tonk Man.
We'll do that. Man. That shouldn't have been that difficult.
Shake.
Just a couple of quick housekeeping notes. One, that DJT lost 19, so I got out of it. Wasted. Bro. Trust me. No, got out of DJT off of VWAP. It'll end up being a flat trade. Wasted. I thought it was going to be a big one, so we were like, let's average into it and build into it. Then it turned into a scalp trade. So I scalped it. It'll be mostly a flat trade. Amazon's coming into VWAP. I'm covering it VWAP, and I'm looking trend reverse off VWAP on Amazon. So this is the trend line. My trail is at the trend line. At least I have been manually moving it. I just realized I did not move it again. So if it breaks trend, I'm out. If it hits VWAP, I'm out and looking to reverse into the long on either the break a trend or just a straight bounce off the volume weighted average price. Intel, I'm bidding under. No, that's wrong. Let me just move that. This bid should be 2176. I want to be bidding out in front of this jump zone here. Like Intel caught a bid at 11.18. I know because I was still in a little bit of the short. It stopped me out. I jumped right back in and then stopped out there, jumped in, stopped out there, got the top. I'm getting out in front of 75. Or if it breaks VWAP at this point, I'll just trail it to 22 even. Might even reshort it at VWAP, to be honest with you, on Intel. But I think Amazon's going to...
All right, I got to get away from
I think Amazon's going to be next for me because if it's going to bounce, I like the strength overall. We showed that daily chart. I like what's going on there. I was just double-checking Apple as well. Now, Apple's still trending down. Better play to look for the Amazon bounce if we can find it. And KK14, you are right about the Dow. You are right about the S&P, where they're testing red, but we're not actually red yet. The ES is up 0.16. Yes, we are trending back in, but we're not red yet on the overall market. We haven't gone red to green. The NASDAQ's still a little bit green. The ES is technically still a little bit green. But I get you. We've been trending down for a while now. It feels as if the market turned when that Amazon, what do we call it, like correction of the story or update or...
Oh, Amazon, yeah.
Since then, it's like everything pulled back, even though it had nothing to do with the overall market. It was just TikTok story.
Yeah, there is impending doom, of course, as we know.
Oh no!
Apparently, with
All
I've been liberated today. I mean, we're having a great day. It's a well positive day for us today, and that's pretty much all because of Palantir. We got to stop doing this right now because we might not even get back to green here on the TQs. Like, that's twice now. It happened actually maybe even 3 times now on the triple Qs where we get stopped out there, then it blasts, and we get stopped out there, then it literally blasts and goes up 300, 400, 500 handles straight there to the upside. And then it just happened again right there again where we got taken out at that wick, and then basically part of that move to the downside. Then we get right back in trying to play off of that, and then we make that money. We don't make it all back because it has to go back to the upside, but we'll wait to see. Good trade there, making a little bit back on the TQs as we get stopped out, and it's not a wick out. It's when you put the stops there. Like, this is the thing: when you put your stop order at a level and it stops out, then you got stopped out. It's trying to see and trying to be on the stock, which is what I'm always watching, is to try to say, okay, did we misplay maybe our hand there? Like,
you know what a wick out looks like?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll show you one.
Let me just show you. Let me show you what.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because when that number happened was right at 10. Yeah, right there, right at 10. It's like when everything was fine, and then all of a sudden the number created that move, and then it was down. For me, that would be more appropriate. But what was the example?
Well, there's a couple. One of them, the news one is a great example of a wick out. Like, and that's why you put out that what the economic calendar is going to be, because you're in a trade and 10 o'clock can hit. Another one to me is like the breakout, like the fake breakout, like on CoreWeave at 60 today. It broke 60, but it didn't really break 60 the first time through. It triggered in anybody that had a stop order for 60, but it never actually, like, there was never a bid above 60. Like, dark pools printed 01s, triggering people at 01s, but it never actually went above the even dollar in any real sense, other than people getting triggered in. When that happens, I find, like, I just punch out right away. I'm like, oh, it didn't actually break. And then the second break was actually really good on CoreWeave. So there's a couple of things that are wicks. It's like, if it's almost like nothing happened except for triggering some people.
Yeah.
That's the way to look at it. So, okay, like, if Amazon's going to break the trend in here, I'm just going to, I'm going to wait for the
What
stop.
are you?
I'm just punching out. I was about to move the trail from there to there. I mean, it's already at that price. So I just punched out of the stock. So grab the reversion on Amazon. I always feel this way. Trend reversion on strong stock, on a strong stock, get the fill, take it to VWAP, or if it clearly has a defined trend in the VWAP, when it breaks that trend, just get out. And then even here, I think looking for the long is going to make sense, but I do want it to close this bar above. That cannot work sometimes. Like here on trend, try to close above, you do a long here, probably somewhere in this candle, and then it breaks down and then you're out. But I still want to give Amazon a chance because I feel like the strength is in this name. It's this or Apple, and I just feel like Amazon's looking stronger. That's all.
All right, we're just getting out of some of these TQs as a nice level here for sure as we go up now 30 handles into the money. So good trade there. I'm going to try to wait now 459.40s. I actually just put an offer right now 59.20s right at that top right there to see if we can get that. That's 25s. Then we can get up to the 50 period, then up to the 200. And then we'll see how liberated we do feel today as it is starting to go back up. Intel, good outs there near the lows. So we're really happy with the way Intel just traded and treated us. So we're going to punch out a little bit more here as we get some half prints there. You might have just saw that start to get executed. We'll wait for, now we got to start to maybe get out. We really want these futures to go. There it is. There's our 22s. Let's go. Let's see what we can do here, if we can have these hands or not. As there goes the futures, man. Nicely cooking. Now, up to the upside. So good. So fine, we did get stopped out, bought it back, here it goes. And that's the thing, like, get stopped out for 10 or 15 handles kind of does suck. That's why I'm like, my mood is like, hate getting stopped out, but it's nice that it comes right back. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, if you're going to get stopped out, then stop. Okay, first of all, I know we're live on the air, and you know, in the morning we'll have 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 plus viewers. Right now, I want to thank everybody that's joining. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe, by the way. Over 6,000 of you watching right now. And if all of us, not that all of us are trading the Qs, probably none of us are, or let alone the TQs, but some of these levels, this is a level that is also on the NASDAQ. So when that gets run and people have been dip buying this, their out is probably very, very similar to mine. So I think I got to either do a couple things, and that is take a little bit more risk and just layer down to that next level. And if we're wrong, yeah, then we'll lose like 30 or 40 more cents. Or we either use less shares coming into these levels, let it break, and then do what we did, buy the bottoms. And hopefully it's a bottom. And that way we have some momentum with us. There's another out there at 33. So it's working out for us, but it will be red today on the futures. But what we're red on the futures is we're almost double on Palantir. But again, we were pretty lucky to get, well, hopefully it'll be more than double, but we'll be pretty lucky to have gotten that fill and then not have gotten out. So it just goes to show that, you know, sometimes if you sit in a trade for long enough, it will work out for you, and scalping out is not necessarily always the best. But I do think today with Liberation Day, I don't want to double talk, we have been scalping out, and especially now that we're an hour and a half away. Remember, it's 3 p.m. Central Time, I believe, 4 p.m. Eastern, that we're going to get a discussion there, an announcement. And, you know, what happens when it's 20% across the board, everything? What if it's, they start to list the different, and Neil's going to be on the recap show, so that's going to be great with Adara, and they'll be probably talking all about that, man, having the different sectors up. Like, all right.
Following, because I think there's going to be some crazy price action across the board.
Sure. I mean, what if Canada follows with lumber? Then you're going to see housing,
oh my goodness,
you know, take a hit.
I already wouldn't like the housing stocks. I'll tell you that much. I think it could get be really bad. Yeah, I don't like it at all, because I feel like there's some places where it could only be nasty and there might not be anything good about it. But there's always the chance that it's lighter than expected. Like, let's say it ends up lighter than expected and everyone's all happy. And
I think that's what people are thinking now. I mean, look at we had the close. NASDAQ closed yesterday at the highs. The TQs right now would be gorgeous if it closed near the highs, because right now we are still in about 20% of this long. Looking now, that's 59.80. So we've gotten all these levels, man, that we are waiting for. We talked about what we were waiting for, and we got that into the 50-period moving average. We got many outs, many outs, you know, the best of the outs right there. And then we'll wait to see if we can get 59.75 as our next one. And we just got Intel also. So we're starting to print right now all over the place. Let's just get ready. I mean, we did talk a little, we didn't really talk too much there about what we were expecting. And I was just thinking that, like, if it does come out and maybe there's a little bit of a relief, what could be announced for China? You know, is it going to be something that the Chinese can get behind? Is it going to be too aggressive? FXI right now, you know, that's going to be something to watch in the after hours, as that should be able to move around. Stock-specific names like Alibaba or whatnot may be a little bit different. I think it's safer to look at some of the ETFs and see what's going on with those, of course. And again, just wait to see what exactly the rumors and the truths are coming to fruition at 4 p.m. Before VGK, I don't show this enough. This is the European, we talk about this is the European ETF fund. And I was just about to tell you guys that, like, across the board, Europe is like super strong. Like, I know that a lot of us just live in our own little world here, especially in the United States. But like from the beginning of the year, so the S&P 500 is down 4%, NASDAQ's down 8%, I believe, ish. And right there, I mean, we can do the math. This is from the beginning of the year, which is right here. I guess it's actually going to look better for them. So top to bottom, they were already up 17%. Then if we draw that again and we get rid of it and put it back to where we are right now, and we say the low, that's Jan 1st right there, and we go to where we are right now, we are still up. I know it's hard for you to see, 11% right now year to date, as opposed to the SPY down about 3 or 4%, give or take today. So just wanted to say that, like, Europe is pretty strong. You could definitely have a look here to see if there's any weakness in Europe, where the VGK and some of those other names land tonight. So just another quick look for everybody that will be here late. there it goes. There goes the TQs, man. Nicely cooking. I mean, it's basically now 10 straight upticks for the futures since we got stopped out and back in. Ay. So far, so good here. Could always be cleaner, but let's go. We'll take the longs as we see them. $2 still on Palantir. Palantir making the move back up. I think we'll take advantage of that as well and take a couple pieces out here at 93, and there it goes. So, yeah. So far, so good. A nice move back there for PLTR as well. Should have bought a lot of things at VWAP, but we were focused on the futures and glad we were.
Yeah, it's a good out on these shorts. I'm just going to move we said we'd move if Intel, if Intel broke VWAP, we're going to jump out of it. It's actually, look, it's broken trend. So technically speaking, a lot of times I would have punched out. I'm not thinking about this one for a long side. It was Amazon that I want. But if we break out above 22, then I'm out of the stock or we get to the low. Actually, the name that I was looking at in the chip space for the long, because it respected VWAP so well, I didn't trade today. I didn't trade it today, day trade. We traded Micron yesterday. But like everything else, strong move, pull back into VWAP, and now bouncing. Like Micron because of the daily chart, as we mentioned yesterday. So I want to go, if I don't get Amazon, which I'm still just sitting on the bid, after that trend break on Amazon, we punched out of the short, but didn't get the long. I can move to the quarters. Let's see if we can't get this one in front of 195, but I also like Micron in here as it holds on to VWAP. So look for any dip that gets me close to VWAP. I'm not saying it gets all the way back to the high, but you got the 88 even dollar level. You've got the volume weighted average price. A lot of things that can go well for it. And just a bit of a reminder, on the daily chart, this is one of the other reasons I like it down here. All kinds of support on the daily chart that it's bouncing off of here for MU. So just sort of scanning when I didn't get the reverse in Amazon, what do I still like to the long side for sure. And Charles Zhang, can someone please justify why Tesla is up? I mean, it's not necessarily about justifying. So this spike on volume, it was already bouncing after the deliveries numbers. Sometimes you see that. Like you get an exhaustion of a move to the downside after deliveries, but the spike in the breakout was on the talk that Elon will be stepping down at some point, although they said once his work with Doge is done. And if you were of the ilk that his time away from being focused on Tesla and the many companies that he runs and the negative sentiment around it, if that's a lot of the reason Tesla was up, well, some shorts probably were like, this is a great place for us to cover. Because anybody that was shorting it at any one of these levels recently is deeply in the money. Like there's very few places where it set up a short, any hedge fund or anybody out there, that they wouldn't be in the money on this. So I guess some people probably took some profit. Not necessarily, it doesn't matter why, the price action speaks for itself. So what did they just say? Somebody
could be maxing out their ad business.
Yeah, so there was just a report, I don't know who it was from, that said Amazon's ad business could be maxing out. All I heard was Amazon. I didn't actually hear the rest of the story, and I just got it now. So I'm going to cancel my bids in that situation. I like Micron off VWAP. I like Amazon too, but if I hear a negative story coming in, I can choose the other one. So I'm going to go now bid over on Micron and just cancel on Amazon. As simple as that. You know, like you don't have to fight a stock if there's news.
Oh, that's for sure. I'll try a short. I know something about their advertising business. We'll try it.
Yeah,
just right here. I don't know. We're going to give it to 75s. If it breaks, it breaks. So we'll wait to that one. Short there on Amazon. Yeah, so you guys want to look at some new names. We did talk about a little bit of new names today. We do have a new IPO, SMA. I want to thank whoever that was there in the chat. We do have a super chat. I just was asking for some reports there from traders. What do you guys want us to look at? So we did get some there. SGMO, a little 70-cent stock there. Sangamo Therapeutics, 64 cents, up 11%. SMA, a lot of people looking at that. Hey, what's going on with Google? We definitely will have a look at that one for you as well in just a couple seconds. So we'll look at all of those, man. SMA, SGMO, and Google. But yeah, there it is. Another successful IPO today. 32, 33. I mean, it's not like, oh my God, we're going ham, but it's going and it's doing something right now. So there it goes, man.
Oh, there's a cost.
SMA. I don't know enough about, the shares released or anything like that, but it was a nice move. And we always are looking for top breaks. We saw what happened with CoreWeave and all of these names. Right now, look at the way the time in sales is moving. So right now, price. Okay, position board down temporarily as we work on upgrades. But right now you can see that SMA doesn't really have the juice for it. So we'll pass on that, and then I'll throw over to Neil in a second. Here's this SGMO, just because you asked. Obviously, you're just looking to see if there's any sort of action on this name. Whenever I see something like this, it's pretty easy. You've now broken through this level here at 70 cents. So obviously today it's looking for that life raft, right? And maybe it gets it down here at 30 or 40 cents. The big play, if you're looking here, I would think anyways, would be that you're hoping that maybe you can get a reverse split and do some sort of a pop one more time. So I would say, You know
what they say in Monty Python?
No.
The Holy Grail.
Oh.
Anytime they run into an issue in Monty Python, the Holy Grail, run away, run away. Sometimes it's just what you got to do.
Yeah.
To be able to run away.
Yeah, run away for sure.
And to the point of those IPOs, remember WXM from yesterday?
Yep.
We're like, when they spike, make sure you get your profit. WXM is the perfect example of that today. It lost. It's actually halted up, but it gave up more than the move. And
Down
actually got
goes
cut in
Amazon.
half from $4 everywhere. So just be careful with that. It is halted to the upside as we speak. Let's go on over to Adara at the desk.
I looked into SmartStop, that IPO. I could not find how many shares were offered, but the one thing I did find was apparently the IPO was valued at $864 million. That would have been as of late March. But I'm seeing again around, basically what I'm seeing here is under $1 billion. I'm seeing anywhere from 810 million to 972 million. Most recently, 810 million. With SMA, they were trying to price the shares between $28 and $36, end up opening here around the mid-range of that $32.50. We also had another IPO, and that was TOPW that came out much earlier today. TOPW literally halted its first candle. It's been pretty halty. This is Top Win International. These here opened just below $5 a share, initially priced around $4. Back to you.
Yeah, you don't want that top double.
We got a little bit of, we're looking to get a little more out if we can. We got out of about 20% only as we just dipped right into the 30s. We just put some bids down here. So we actually got those fills on Amazon. Our best fill, I think, is 35. So nice little, 35. So 36s. So 40s and 36s right there on Amazon. Not a huge win. Obviously, as we talked about scalping out, that's why we took out 20%. Now we'll wait for lower here to see if this story actually means anything. We'll see if we can get some 19. Okay, we just got some more there at 40s again. We have my next bid is at 28s. I think that's kind of where it stopped. And then we'll look to see about maybe here at 15 and then down below a little bit. Remember where our stop was 75. So break, we're already kind of 1-to-1 here. We look to be a little bit lower on Amazon. And again, because we're scalping, it doesn't need to be a perfect setup or anything like that. We'll just take it where we see it. And if it wants to stall, then fine. If it wants to continue to go down, well, we will be able to hold at least half of that. I only have half worth on the bid. So if it does come in, we'll take something out like I just said there in the 20s, high 20s, and then hopefully around 15, and then we will let it breathe after that. So far so good here for our friend Amazon, as we've talked about TikTok today with them and everything else. So Google's a big position for me in my own account, but it's not necessarily a good position.
Super chat on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay, you can go. Yeah, I was taking it because.
Oh, go. Yeah, take it.
Yeah. So I did want to say thank you to Mitchell. We did ask for some different names, so thank you for bringing that up right now. And yeah, of course, Neil and I will look at these for you. So Mitchell, you want to know, and thank you again for the super chat, that $10. What was the question exactly? Yeah, what's going on with Google? So honestly, to me, very, very nervous about their next report. And it's pretty simple because I'm thinking that, hey, it's not great. Like, if there's any reports there about the search or anything like that might be a little awry or a little bit not expected, I feel like it's the first time in many decades here that Google is kind of like on the defensive, where we are now worried about some of their revenue streams, right? I mean, I'm no longer just going to Google to find answers. I'm actually not even doing that at all. I'll open up Perplexity, I'll open up ChatGPT on my phone, and most of the things I would use Google for, sure, if I'm looking for a website or I'm looking for a link or something like that, then definitely Google will be something that I would go into. But if I'm just looking to find an answer, we've seen Sharif literally ChatGPT for everything. Like, he just asks it, what is the price of a Tesla car? And he just puts that into ChatGPT. You know, before you'd put that into Google and come up with 10 links, all of those 10 links would pay Google something, even if you clicked on it or not, because it was part of the sponsored ads or whatever. Nowadays, I just feel that that's just not happening as much. So I'm a little bit nervous about search. Sure, they have Gemini. I understand that. They're building it into their programs, but it's too easy to use other things right now. And I know YouTube is on fire. I understand that, but it's not on fire as much as my account. So I just, like right now, it's been a huge move to the downside. I don't think I want to step in front of this and buy it. I obviously understand where the strength lies. It's going to be in YouTube, and the PE being near 17 right now shows me that there is some reasons to buy it on valuation, but 17 can turn to 15, can turn to 12. And I mean, at the end of the day, this is definitely risk on if you take Google well under the 200 period and you are catching that falling knife. So if that's a recipe for you, then fine. But for me, I'm not buying any more back into Google. Let's hope that the market can return to greatness and we can make Google great again.
Why not?
That's I just think it's a big risk right now.
And a shout out to John Manzoni. Gemini has been improved a lot recently. Maybe you can ask Gemini who's going to win the Final Four. I have no idea. And I wouldn't suggest that's the way that you place any bets.
There we go, Amazon.
By asking AI what's going to happen. Unless you can find an edge there. But hey, if you want to do so with top tier odds and total control, then ProfitX is going to be for you, everybody. Why? Because ProfitX, we running it? I can show the screen if you guys want. Because I actually have Auburn up right now. That's Intel. I got Auburn up right now, and I'm waiting for, and again, the thing about ProfitX is you can make a market, right? So you have API access, which I think is pretty valuable because you can essentially go in there and maybe arb against other books if you want to do things like that. You can have cost-efficient trading of the book. Now, obviously, as it gets closer to the event this weekend, you'll see a bigger book on something like this, on the national champion. One of 4 teams going to make it, anybody but Duke, because I don't like them. But it's basically like day trading. Like you make offers, you make bids, you can swipe the book, you can post hoping to get picked up at a good price, at good odds. So I think it makes a lot of sense for people who want a little bit more flexibility to be able to make their own price. And if you get it, you get it. It's fantastic. It's all in one place. And you've got, of course, all the major markets out there. I happen to be on CAA because that's what I'm into, guys. And don't forget, you can use the code TRADERTV to get a 2% cashback offer up to 3%. ProfitX is a smarter and faster way to play, everybody. So don't forget that code, TRADERTV. Sign up. The offer is 2% cash back and up to $300, and then you can trade in your bets. That's the best way to put it. It should make a lot of sense to everyone out there that is a trader.
You can get
I know the position board's not working right now.
Oh, that's right. Oh, shoot.
So 2 things. Oh, it's upgrading. It's getting upgraded. I did get into that Micron, and I'm still in Intel, but I'm trying to add to Intel. If I'm going to trail out at 22 and it's going to respect VWAP, I'm just going to short VWAP as well. So I think try to pick a particular spot. We like that price at 22. That's where we're shorting in the morning, essentially right in here in the high 90s. So we'll just try to grab that again. I'm sitting at 95. And then Micron came in, gave me 1 fill at 35. Was trying to get more closer to VWAP. It hasn't happened. I'm offering out in front of that higher low, which oddly enough, just like Intel, this resistance here is resistance from earlier in the day and yesterday's highs on Micron at 88.80. So both those levels are working for now. I did look over to Apple to see if that would show more strength, and it is. But it's not distinct enough from Micron. It doesn't really stand out. It's starting to hold that higher low at VWAP, but I'm not completely convinced that we're good to go on it. There was something else I wanted to look at. Oh, that's what it was.
What was that?
No, we were talking about the IPOs, and I showed that whatever that other one was, DMX. Or it was
WXM.
WXM, and I forgot to bring up Newsmax.
Newsmax.
Right? Just
that was the story.
Yeah, just for posterity, just so everyone can see it. Obviously, there's a great story to the upside, but look at it. It's looking pretty nasty. You're down 72%, and at $60, it's still up 6x from the issue price, and yet being down this much. That's all.
All right. Yeah, exactly. We just got some bangs going through right there as Intel. Huge win, man. 55 cents right now in the money as that continues to go lower. And then, yeah, Tia and everybody else that is like, what's going on with your Amazon trade? Money. Just a little bit of that right now as we go short on Amazon. Amazon now 40 cents in as we continue to go a little lower. We just shorted it there. We got that news about maybe their ad business there. Plus the market's down. I mean, we were looking for shorts anyways. We had sort of emptied out of our Qs position. We're getting out of our Palantir position as well on the way down as we approach VWAP. So that's just still from here, like 5% left of that trade. TQs, we just got some more out right here at the 50-period moving average as well. So we are starting to get a little, I mean, we could be wrong. Let's get some more out on the Qs if we can right here, right now. But it's we're definitely not wrong about Amazon because this is the first trade that we've had on board today as it continues to go down. We are well positive today. Today's going to be a great day for me here as we've had some good trades and some bad trades. You only have one negative symbol today. It is still going to be the TQs because, again, we got too short there and then we got the problem with the Qs is we got stopped out right there. So we'll have to look. Today will probably put us negative on the week for the futures, so we're going to have to be careful with it. And it's just about being honest. I use, like, you heard Obi talk about this, and it's like when we're using bigger shares and, you know, I don't have, we can talk about it. It's, you know, when you're wrong and you get crushed and you just have to be right. And hopefully that when you're right, you do have a decent amount of shares still on board so that you can, you know, take advantage of these kind of moves, right? And unfortunately there on the futures, we did have a little bit too much there. We got wicked out right before it goes all the way to or stopped out right before it goes all the way to the upside, able to buy it back, but we never buy back as much because it's one of those moments and we just got to get better at that. And we talked about it, but our net is at the highest spot we've been at all day. And we want to thank Palantir for that. We want to thank this for that. Want to thank this for that. Right there on Intel, that was like, wow, right to the downside again. But there's a stop out right there as well. So we did get stopped out, bought it, sold it back in there to the downside. Tesla too, look, remember what we said? Look at the market, man. It hit VWAP. That was a good move down there, right there for Tesla, down to 278. So maybe if they're okay, position board still being upgraded, but we are, well, let's upgrade our net right now by just getting out right there. That is 50 cents right there in the money for Amazon. And this has been an easy one. I mean, I think that for those of you that are looking for trades, looking to sort of mimic or whatever, we did talk about this Amazon, why we liked it, what the risk was. And remember, I don't know if you guys heard me or not, but we are risking 20 cents. My stop is still there, breaking of 75s. On this trade. So we went short here at 60s, break of 75. So right now that was 20 cents. So right now we're 4-1. This is a trade that, again, we built out for you, talked about it, and there it goes. To the downside goes Amazon and really starting to bleed now. So 70 cents now in the money for Amazon, putting our day to the moon right here. Thankfully, anyways, this has been happening. TQs, we've been getting some out there. Look at, wow. All right, why don't we just, I mean, we're at VWAP. I feel a little silly dumping them all right now. We've already absorbed this all the way to the upside, some good outs. But yeah, we are falling like a rock right now. What is it? Chevy is like a rock? Well, right now the market is definitely falling back in like that Chevy rock. Like a rock? Yeah, I think it's Chevy, right?
You're right.
There it is, man. And it's Amazon now. Almost $1. Here it is. Let's just get some pieces out here at 75. Okay, let's go. There's that club, Joe. There it is, man. I don't know how many of you have entered the dollar club today, but it's right here, right now on Amazon. And we just gave this trade to you guys. So again, you know, if you're in it, great. It has been a downside move. We are now an hour away from liquidation day happening, and we're going to wait to see if what exactly does wind up happening here as people getting liquidated a little bit right now down to the downside, especially if you're an Amazon long. There it is right now. So good on us for having this trade, but the trade's nowhere near over as we will wait heading into. Guess what's about to happen in 10 seconds? Let's see if Fabian's.
Automated?
No, Fabian has it set up. I want to see if it hits.
So it's automated.
He said it was automated, right? The power hour?
Well, we'll find
okay,
out
so here we go.
Seconds.
We're going to find out very, very soon. We are now entering the power hour. Oh, yeah. There it is. All right. So there it goes.
Does it
Thanks,
stand
Fabian.
out enough?
I don't know. Is there a noise to that? I didn't hear it.
It's sound effect.
I would like
cool.
a whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah, I'd love a sound effect.
Or something that just goes power.
Oh, we
hour.
don't hear the sound.
Yeah,
effect.
maybe I could say power hour, or you can find that online. Yeah.
Just have Sharif doing the flex. Although that's
no.
Fabian's like, no, sorry, Ramin was like,
no. Ramin's like,
Ramin
no.
No, it would be cool. Fabian, Ramin, if we could also hear that sound. I like it when we can hear the sound effects as well. That'd be cool. Just very quickly, we didn't Intel hasn't gone to VWAP because the market everything just came down. But another stock that I do like here, there was a story on Hims and Hers, by the way, just for everybody on Hims and Hers. So yesterday there was talk about Zepbound connection and going to be available. And then you had Eli Lilly come out and say, we have no actual exclusive deal. Any licensed practitioner, essentially can get you Zep bound. So it was nothing specific to him. That had it go into the downside. Faded it off of the prior day close, which is 31, but now 30 is holding under VWAP. So I'm on a short continuation short, I think, here on HIMS underneath 30. If we can get it, we need that Mean Gene. That's a good one. And it's obvious that you would say that, Mean Gene. You need Macho Man Power Hour. May he rest in peace. Yeah, he passed away. Right? He did. Macho Man passed away.
No.
Macho Man? No, he didn't. Oh, I'm thinking Ultimate Warrior.
I think Ultimate Warrior might have.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking. Yeah,
Now I'm a little bit confused.
No, I think it's Ultimate Warrior. I think I'm wrong. I think it's Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
But anyways, HIMS I want to short into VWAP off of that 30. Bit of a continuation play after gapping down because they do not have any exclusivity with Eli Lilly's Zep bound, which I like Eli Lilly. Like the 700 level on Eli Lilly. Don't like what's been happening on the daily chart. While we're here, because I'm waiting to get this fill. Eli Lilly here on the daily. I don't love what I'm seeing like recently on it, but 700's been a good spot. I reloaded there, but I had sold twice in the 900, so I was just buying some of it back at the 700 level and didn't sell the most recent time at 920, which I'm beginning to think was a mistake. But if it gets above if it fails the 50 and 200 periods one more time, if it tests it and fails it, I think I'm going to be trimming that on the long term because that looks like a shelf which could be in a bit of trouble. And you know what's been going on with the GLP, right? Like it's a very long bull flag from 700 to 950. If you put up a monthly chart might show it a little bit better than a day, or a weekly chart might show it better than that daily. But if it loses 700, I think it's in trouble. Do like it a heck of a lot more than like HIMS. I like them better than Nova Nordisk. Which I've taken to saying Nordisk instead of Nordisk.
Nova Nordisk. Okay, yeah, we have.
That's how you're supposed to say it.
Yeah, I think so. I believe that's right. Okay, so we'll take advantage just really quickly here of the TQQ movement back to the upside right now, and it looks like that's going to be the right trade here. As we got some out again at 58, 59 and change right there. As we went back up to the upside, we did take advantage, obviously, as we talked about it, with our love for Amazon. As that made that move, we're almost out of Amazon. We're actually still holding 25%. That came right into 194.50, like 70s there. So we were talking about that dollar. Look at that retracement back up. So this is the kind of stuff that we continue to talk about here every day on the show. And that is like you never know where these moves are coming from because like that was a huge move down. The market was looking like it still wanted to go. Looked like we were going to test VWAP again. And then all of a sudden, WAP makes that move right back to the upside right there. So a good bunch of outs. We got a bunch out there as we went right back into that level. Remember we talked about sometimes getting stopped out at these levels, trying to figure out what levels exactly you're looking at, so on and so forth. Well, right there, that held beautifully at Amazon, 194.63s. Our best out on Amazon is just to have a quick little look there, 194.75. We also have a 78 and a 75. So those are the two outs that are down there right now. So we play in front of the quarters. We'll do that every day as we... Nobody says anymore. Yeah, all day, every day, right there. So we'll do that, and we'll just try to take some profits as we look to make a little bit more money here on the open market. There's only now, as we enter the hour of power,
Just give us the button. Give me the button.
Kind of matches our shirts.
Give me the power. We don't usually wear the same style shirt.
No,
I noticed that earlier and I didn't say anything. But we have this like blue,
so good, man.
sort of checkered thing going on. But Obi's
Obi's. Yeah, Obi wins,
clean, like that clean look.
Look at this
very
guy.
Well groomed.
Look at this guy.
I need a haircut, and I said it. I'm going to keep saying I need a haircut until I actually do it.
I need to borrow some of his hair. I mean, that's.
Well, I mean, I could take some too. The flow, Fabian's got the flow. Obviously, Obi's got the flow as well.
Yeah, Fabian.
Well.
Yeah. Can we just glue it on? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to.
Glue. Come on.
Neil, glue won't
get
work.
that weave going.
Glue won't work.
No, you're not getting it. Ramin's not cutting her. She's not.
Yeah, man, I would. Yeah, for sure. Adara, maybe.
Adara?
If Adara came in completely buzzed one day, it wouldn't surprise me one bit, I think. Oh, get a wig. Okay. Yeah. I mean, for charity. Yeah. Yeah, see?
I mean, I would shave my head for charity, but I don't think it would be of any use
Adara
to
has
anybody.
no problems doing that. So we will, I mean, we could do Trader TV Gives Back. Oh, yesterday,
That's
actually.
what I want to do. I should do, if I'm doing a 5K, I should do one. I do like a charity 5K for my first athletic event since tearing my Achilles.
So,
did we mention this morning?
no, that's why I'm here. Yeah, so I'm going to have to mention this immediately. I actually don't have it. Brendan, find us a picture. Someone sent me one yesterday on Instagram because we were a sponsor at Chefs for Change. The position board looks the same to me. Chefs for Change right there. This is our caterer. Won something there or was there. And again, we had sponsored this, the Trader TV Live. Our sponsorship logo is right beside Uber's on the sponsorship board. So I'm going to go find that for you. Trader TV Live gives back yesterday. Chefs for Change raising money. I believe it's for children in need of hunger, but I'm going to double check all of that. Anyways, charity event yesterday, Chefs for Change. There, you guys can Google that. And we are very, very proud sponsors of that particular event. And it was, again, sent to me by my cousin, actually, who was there and said, oh my God, I see Trader TV Live here. Where are you? And I was not there. But yeah, Chefs for Change there yesterday. So I want to thank everybody for your continued support of the show as we continue to give back. So that was really nice. And,
all about paying it forward everywhere that you can. And shout out to everyone that does that on the regular. And if you don't, there's lots of ways that you can pay back. Give to charity. You can spend time.
Anything.
It could be a soup kitchen. It doesn't really matter. Volunteer. Do whatever works for you. I think volunteering is fantastic.
Exactly.
And all kids should try to do it. Big shout out to the entire crew. There's a lot of positive words in the chat. So I want to shout out to everyone in the chat that's definitely feeling the good vibes from that. So appreciate it. As we are in a power hour, it is back up. Oh, that's right. They just put it back up. We have to take fills. Oh, this chart I can't zoom out. Wouldn't it be great if these wicks were real sometimes? I know Micron never went to 100. So we're trying to bounce off VWAP on Micron. I tried to pick some up off the 88. It bounced. Looking to still grab that 88.8. I did get into HIMS as well. So we grabbed short underneath 30 on HIMS. HIMS. We're going to get...
HIMS.
I think it's kind of obvious to see, like, when it broke VWAP, it bounced off 29.5. When it broke it again in the afternoon, it bounced off 29.5. So 31 top, 30 VWAP, 29.5. I mean, bidding in front of 29.5 should be relatively obvious here, especially given the fact that you're often in scalp mode. I shouldn't say always, because anyone can do whatever they want to do. But in the afternoon, with only 50 minutes left, you're in a little bit of more of a scalp mode. Even if something happens to be trending up or down, you want to make sure you're taking your profits in that name or whatever it is that you're trading. And for everyone in the chat, I'm seeing what I love about this. A few people have gotten it wrong and said different times for when we're going to get a tariff announcement. It is at 4 p.m. It is supposed to be exactly at 4 p.m. So we might go to the aftermarket show, the market recap, and immediately just start rapid fire like we're getting an economic number, or we can go to the market recap and have a slow churn of information and we're waiting around. Point is, we don't know. We're right there for it to grab it live. Some things I expect to move. As we were talking about earlier, you could have the home builders go. Remember, the auto tariffs aren't coming until the 4th anyways. And there was a comment about not seeing anything on pharma. This is going to be about the countries, I think, and any specific sectors. So he had already said the pharma tariffs weren't going to come yet. We'll see. You never really know what's going to happen, and that's why we'll be here live for you guys. So just short HIMS, still short Intel, which was from before, and still long Micron off of that support. And for everyone watching Tesla, it's not really moving that much anymore. I feel like you're getting a slight descent. It's an ascending wedge, technically, on this, but it's about to break the channel here on Tesla. So be very, very careful. Tesla, if anything, since this little top got made, it's threatening to break the trend line and maybe make a test of VWAP. I'll be looking for this little break of trend on Tesla for the short. You got it?
Yeah, so here it is right here. So I had some people messaging me yesterday. Here it is, Chefs for Change. It is for children not that are in need of hunger, but that are hungry right there. So here we are right there. Trader TV Live. There's Uber, of course, Redpath, a big sugar company around here as one. Oh, there's Mint. Sobeys is here. Toronto Life, lots of different things there. So thank you so much, to Chefs for Change for putting this event on. There's Air Canada as well, as we were a sponsor of the event. And there it goes, man, video sponsor, so on and so forth. But it's Chefs for a Change. There we go. Oh, yeah. What the end result was 1.2 million raised yesterday. So we want to say thank you for there. It is all for one for all there. In Toronto, one in 4 children grow up in poverty right there. That is crazy stat, like for Toronto. 1 in 4 children grows up in poverty. So definitely for us, happy to sponsor that. We want to say a big shout out to Chefs for Change. And let us know when the next event is, and we'd love to hit that up as well. So, okay, that was that one. A little bit of, that's what we're doing over here. So I hope you guys can, charitable. It's tax season now. Well, I guess you have to. Now it would be for next tax year, but make.
Yeah, like it's and again, I don't know that you give because of taxes.
No, but
it's weird because I had this. I once said my stance
I hope you don't
on this,
because of tax.
and then I said this years ago to a group of friends. I don't claim. I have philosophical reasons why I don't claim any charitable giving. I won't get into it, and I don't judge anybody that claims it. As a matter of fact, I think you probably should. I just personally don't think it's right, so I don't do it. But I don't at the end of the day, I had this other thing in a general sense. You do something good. Does it ultimately motives matter to a certain extent? But if people get helped. Cares, man.
Yep.
At the end of the day, that's great. If your reasons they matter, but at the end result, if it's a good charity, who gives a darn? So a shout out to that because you're absolutely right. That stat isn't. It's crazy that that's true in a city like Toronto, which, quite frankly, has a lot.
By far, it's the most wealthiest city in Canada.
Incredibly wealthy city, but like a lot of other places, obviously there's poverty everywhere. Just so back to the market for a quick second here. While the NASDAQ has been bouncing off this support, and we see the support of the NASDAQ kind of obvious on a 15-minute chart, as I said, you have this, it's kind of like a wedge pattern on Tesla, although it's really tight to this 284 top, and then you've got this trend line which is threatening to break down. So I think if we break the trend, I want to look for a short into VWAP. So eyeballing Tesla, still have that VWAP trade. Oh no, my NASDAQ chart kind of crashed. Still have that VWAP trade that we're working on HIMS, and then Micron, which is trying to bounce. And of course, as I say, hey, let's look for this trend break, it bounces off the trend line. So this is a condition where I need to see it break that trend and close underneath 280. If it does that, then I'll look for the reversion short at that point. We'll see what happens. Robert Smith, MSTR not moving, dancing sideways. I agree with you. We talk about IBIT a lot, and I said this afternoon I wouldn't look too much at IBIT. Still weak, relatively speaking, because you've been trending down on MSTR, but it's hard for MicroStrategy to move when you're not doing a heck of a lot in IBIT, and it's also trending back in.
Wow,
a little stronger,
Amazon.
obviously, but not really doing a heck of a lot is Bitcoin this afternoon.
We just got a 20 fill, yeah. I mean, I'm surprised the market's
There we go.
not really doing anything right now, but we'll just go boom on Amazon there. Short 63s, out 22s right there. It did make a move back up. We did not want to reload it. We're fine with what we're doing. If the market bleeds the rest of the day, then so be it. We are now out completely of Palantir. It is by far number one stock here today. So we'll say what's up to Kathy. Maybe she was in there buying as well. What's up, Kathy Wood? Right there, huge trade for that. And again, just lucky that I wasn't sitting here, because if I was, I would have got a heck of a lot more out right into this area right here, like where we got out right there, because that was the past high. Fortunately enough, we came back, we got out at this recent high, then we just let it go. All the way until we got to that 88 mark, started taking more out, then realized the tides were turning and went short on that one. Wow, there goes Amazon right now breaking 195 again. We have gotten out of more of the futures here as we're trying to get below. If we do break, I'm going to get out of VWAP right now, 58.90s. Looks like we are getting close to breaking that. I got to clean up all my stops, but 58.89, this one might not even go out, so I have to double check it. You can't have multiple stops all doing the same thing on the same stock, because It just doesn't happen. You can't get stopped out more than once. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening right now, and we're still all good with that play on the TQs as we wait to see Intel just getting crushed right now to the downside, and that's near lows as well. We might as well put another bid on that. Remember, we are, Ramin, in what hour? We are in power hour. Ramin, we are in power hour. We are in power hour?
And this is to my point. If I had the button, I would just
no power hour for you.
I'm just saying, I would hit the button. I would exactly. They're going to give us the power, which makes all the sense in the world, so that I could.
We would like the power.
So I can hit a lot of things. Like I could do.
Hour.
Like I could do that, but that's not power hour. That's some Super Mario thing.
There it is.
My daughter's catching up to me on Mario Kart. Very discerning.
That's bad for you, man, because my 13-year-old that is a...
He's only 8. I should still be...
Right, that is a video game maven. He still gets dealt with by his old man in Mario Kart. In fact, we were actually playing Mario Kart last night.
Oh, nice.
And I was using... what's the Donkey Kong that has... He's the badass Donkey Kong. He has the... thank you, Ramin. He has the bandana. Not Diddy Kong, not the little one. There's like a big, tough... It's Donkey Kong, but he has on a red bandana and a...
I don't think I know. I'm not that...
It's called something...
There's too many characters now. Like
yeah, a white undershirt there. I was going to call it the wife something, but the white undershirt there he's wearing.
I don't know.
Anyways, Funky Kong, I think is what it is. And then my kid just uses his Mii. Like he has a Mii created for that. And we played actually 4 Grand Prix yesterday. That was a lot of fun, though. So we go back and forth.
He likes the battles a lot.
We go back and forth. Oh, we don't do the battles.
She's better
Funky Kong, yeah.
I don't do the battles.
That's who
I don't like them. So I'm not very good at the battles in Mario Kart. Just one quick, look, obviously, I know the position board looks like it's up, but they're doing work on it.
Oh, it's not up.
It's not, like it's there, but it's not updating.
Yeah, Fabian, the position board is not working.
Yeah, so I just want to come back and maybe give a little bit of an update if we can.
Stop talking to Brendan.
Like I said, Jordan Hims underneath 30.
There's work to be done.
Got the bids out there.
I'm having this Clementine.
You're pulling back into VWAP on Micron, and this is, I keep zooming way too far. So like underneath here, you have the breakout price this morning, and if you lose this, I think you're in trouble. So I want to look to see if we can bounce again off 87.9 and try to get money fills under VWAP if we can on that. But
there's the position board.
The short's working at this point. As I said, we got that Hims. I guess we're not, like, look, I missed the fill on Intel by a penny. So I'm going to move to 93 instead of 95. And you should always cancel the first offer and then put the other one in there. So if you get to VWAP, it's still time. There's still 40 minutes left in the day, which is enough time for one last pop and fade. But it reminds me just to have a cursory look a little bit early for the imbalances. There's nothing on the board.
Almost forgot about that.
Except for, it's only 315 or 318, whatever it is. So ADT... whatever the
Amazon.
ADT. That can't actually be the
You are
ARM
a friend.
company. And ASX over $1 million, not terribly big. So looking to reload the short on Intel. We have the short on Hims, which is working down towards support. We shorted in front of 30. Support's at 29.5. It's already bounced there 3 times, so we're getting out there. Oh, and Tesla. See the position? Oh,
it's working.
Okay,
That's all I have. I don't know if it's working for you.
Yeah, no, that is right. But I swear I just looked and it wasn't working. So Tesla, and I don't know why this is not saving for me, because it's saved on my black chart, this trend line. So anyways, it broke the trend line and closed underneath. So I'm now short Tesla.
Always bet on black.
Well, it's weird. I think maybe it has something to do with the fact that it saves on this one. It's just I'm always having to redraw the trend line for you guys here. So it broke the trend line. I think it's pretty obvious. You got 28.5, you got 26.5 as a couple of spots where it's bounced before. So I want to make sure we're getting out in front of those levels. It is power hour, head to the downside. Those oranges were really good.
No, this Clementine's really good. I really hope this Clementine is not from the United States, because then it might cost us 20-25% more very, very soon. But this is
I said I thought mine didn't look that great. It was delicious. So. You gotta get your fruit.
There's another one right now. The props goes up. There goes Amazon, man. Another 70 cents. We in the money, baby. As we get out of the queues, we do all that, and we have Intel going to the downside. Oh boy, we're starting to get excited here with only 40 minutes left until we figure out what exactly Liberation Day is all about. Right now, I don't feel that liberated. The market's flat. Yeah. So I just feel thrilled to be able to trade with you guys all day, and very, very thrilled to hear what Adara has to say.
Related news story, but it's actually not about the tariffs. It's about TikTok. The information reporting that Donald Trump and his team are going to unveil this, quote, TikTok America plan. Apparently, the proposal would lead to the creation of a new U.S.-based entity that's about half owned by American investors. And then they're going to license the ByteDance algorithm and leave ByteDance with a 20% stake, or actually just under 20%, about 19.9% stake. Again, compliant with the 20% cap set by last year's sell or ban law. So apparently Donald Trump may consider this a qualified divestiture. They have about 90 to 120 days to close the deal. So again, apparently Trump is going to unveil this TikTok America plan. Buyers announced today, potentially in talks for TikTok, include AMZN, Microsoft, and Amazon and AAPL both moved on the catalyst. Back to you.
Will just stay in the United States now, it seems like, if they can get that.
He's the biggest TikTok fan that I know.
Yeah.
I don't look, obviously there's tons of people that love TikTok.
He's the biggest 40-year-old TikTok fan you know, probably.
No, I don't know any. I just don't know many people who are really, really into it.
Yeah, he is very much into it. And to each their own. I mean, all social media is very, very similar.
I think everyone look through something. When we're talking about the different AI that people use to search or whatnot, right. I'll tell you right now, it's like whatever I happen to be on. Like a lot on my phone, I have Gemini on my phone, I have Perplexity on my phone, but I could just be in WhatsApp talking to somebody, and if something comes up, well, I'll just go in there and use Metas because I'm already in WhatsApp. If I'm sitting here at the desk,
I think that's what they want.
Yeah, like I have ChatGPT up because I'm sitting here at work, so I'll use that. So I just feel like everybody needs to have a piece of that pie. Like everyone needs to have. I'm talking about the big names. Like as long as you're in the game, I think you're okay. But people are concerned about Google's dominance or Alphabet's dominance because of that.
Oh, there goes Amazon.
Google is actually weak on the day as well. So what just came out? Oh, never mind. That's not. I just got filled in the bio.
Oh, right.
No, so HIMS, we got first profit, second profit at 29.5. Tesla as well. And I do have. What?
Huh?
And there was this other wick on Micron. So it broke VWAP, but then held that support at 87.8. So that was the condition to try to add to it. So that little wick bottom. And I'm going to get more in front. My stop has not moved. It's still underneath 87.90-ish. I mean, I don't put it at 89, but you can probably guess. It's above 80 and it's under 90. So if we get out of Micron, that's the only long we have on. HIMS, Intel, Tesla, do the sell. Well, you guys can see the position board. It's now working. The other thing, I'm glad that we didn't mess around with Apple too much, but it's making a little bit of an effort. The reason I'm going to continue to watch Apple is imbalances at the end of the day. I feel like Apple's been one that's run pretty decently. NVIDIA's been one that's run pretty decently. So at 350, that's where I want my eyeballs to be. Over there on those two particular names. See if they have an imbalance. You never really know. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But that's what it's all about. So Tesla trend break, we're into that. Still shorting HIMS. We never reloaded Intel, even though it did hold VWAP. That's the one that I didn't get the fill on. But I'm still sitting there. I'll probably cancel this and just not add to Intel. If we get to like 340 and we still haven't gotten a fill, then there's no point. We'll just work away from it.
Was that a call for Adara a while ago?
I thought maybe.
No, okay, good. So we didn't miss her. So all right, 2185, we're getting some more out there on Intel. Like we said, man, we have a couple bullets, to keep firing here on that. So we'll get some more outs. Our best outs have been right here. It's dripped into 80s, but hasn't really broke that level for Intel. So let's check out what other names are moving around. What about Newsmax right here into the close? Newsmax, wow, down 75%. So we sort of talked about this. Remember we said that if 110, it's easy to say, like, we talked about this earlier today, and I said, like, if 110 breaks, then what is below that? Well, apparently nothing. So there's 110, and since then, it's been chopped in half from there. Down 75% right now is Newsmax, as we thought that this would definitely happen, as there's no way it was properly valued all the way up there when it came to market at $14, and then made that move up to $280, and now, whoops, all the way back down. So this is what winds up happening. We tell you only one group makes money, those that can hold it. The rich get richer on Newsmax, just like how the public actually winds up losing on all that GameStop action. and Citadel reports record revenues. So it's just like, you never know what's going to happen to a lot of these plays as we all get excited. Like there's a lot of people probably caught long on Newsmax, didn't understand or even did understand the risks and then just didn't want to punch out.
That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd say 90% of the people that are in there know what they're doing. It's that 10% that lose everything. And then there it goes right now. GameStop as well also had that offering dropped on them, which is part of a lot of stories, right? I mean, you get a lot of stock doing very, very similar things. Just sucks that it's GameStop because there's a lot of people that were excited about the recent earnings, and now they drop down on that offering, looking to buy up some Bitcoin.
A lot of people that buy, someone just said, who actually buys Newsmax at like 250 or whatever that price is? Remember, there's a lot of day traders just getting blown out that are shorting it. So a lot of that liquidity to the top isn't people buying in at the top. That's just Tesla again, NMAX. Like really, you have to remember, there are people that are so convinced that today is going to happen that they're just loading into the short. But as we said, as a day trader, it needs to work that day. We weren't trying it because you couldn't hold it overnight. Like if you shorted into 280, congratulations. But we couldn't hold that trade. If you did, you would just be holding it all day long today and just chilling out in the money. But there's people that are trying that as a day trader. They're like, oh, I'm short here off the prior high, stopped out. I'm short here, stopped out. You're short here, stopped out. There's lots of people that do that as a strategy. And I think the idea would be, if you have a strategy that works for that, understand that as a day trader, you'll never see that second part of it. Like you only get today if you participate really, really early on all the pops. They say short the pops, that's what they mean. And I could pull up WTF as well, like what the heck's up with that? And not what the heck. That was that. There was a bunch. Oh, it got destroyed. WTF was in a lot of ways worse. Tesla's working its way back up. It did break that trend, but if it breaks the prior bar high, I'm getting out of that thing. If I didn't already say that. WTF in some ways was worse because it just kept halting at the open. I know it's down 61%, but it was complete and utter disaster. Like you couldn't get out. If you were long this, you were in a lot of trouble. Like sometimes you can get out, sometimes you have trouble finding liquidity unless you use market on open orders and just get out on, in the open after the next halt. There was one upward halt in that move down, reminiscent of GameStop that one day. There was that one morning where people, like that liquidation morning on GameStop. That was a great day, by the way. For traders, that was a great day because the bottom was obvious. But just quickly, I did reload HIMS at VWAP. We got first target, reloaded at 30. I'm out at 30.10. So HIMS, best shorts were up at yesterday's resistance, up here where we closed. But we took a shot at it at VWAP, worked the first time, not the second. I'm not going to take a third shot at this at 3:30. We're just going to stick with, Tesla's working, Intel's working, Micron's bouncing. So far, so good. Not going to be fighting one that showed it's no longer working off of my level. Charlie Taff, Tesla 50 EMA bounce.
We have a half hour left. Yeah, Tesla should be a good one. My wife tweeted out this one, so I want to say a big happy anniversary to her. I didn't show this on the show yet. It's funny that outside today was snowing. And you could probably tell we were a little bit cold when this was happening, but it was a much nicer day on our wedding day. So a shout out to you, Marisa. Thank you so much for all of that. We're hearing more. Oh, there's the one that I showed there as well earlier. So shout out to everybody right now. Yesterday was really cool being at basketball with my son. He was loving that yesterday. It was about 70 or 80 kids there doing some stuff. Here's what we showed you yesterday as well with alpha trends. There's Ethereum down 45% year to date. This was before today, but this is actually month end. So this would be as of March 31st. So some of these numbers
my physio guy
have changed a lot. Yeah, shout out to Neil's physio guy.
He said, well, the first conversation we had about the markets, he's big into crypto, and the first thing he said was, Ethereum stinks.
And he bought Solana instead.
What's that? I converted some of it to Solana, but the rest into Bitcoin. So it's a win.
Yeah, it's a win. I mean, Solana might be down more than 45%. We'll double check on that, but I don't think so for the quarter. I don't know.
It's not worse. It doesn't matter. I put more than half of it into Bitcoin.
Right.
Which,
yeah.
Look, my crypto
holding. You? I thought it was your guy. Oh,
no,
he just mentioned it.
We were talking about it. And he's like, what do you have? I go, almost all of it's in Bitcoin, but I go in my Coinbase account, I do have a bunch of other stuff that I just kind of got into because I was invested in Coinbase. I wanted to try it out, so I put some money in there, and that's what I started going into some altcoins. And most of it was ETH, because my Bitcoin I held in either in
There goes Amazon.
wallet, but also in the ETF. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I put some ETH in there. I had some Doge, not a lot, and I had I think I had some Cardano, because you were talking about. I just wanted to try out trading in it and stuff.
Yeah.
But I held on to the ETH, and he's like, what are you doing with that? And I converted to Bitcoin. This is like a year ago, like 60% of it. Just one quick note here, everybody. The market, it's 3:30 right now, so 30 minutes left to go. No, the market just got to the NASDAQ, or the ES, I should say, not the NASDAQ, because get my NASDAQ chart back up again. Sorry, guys. The ES goes right from support right into the afternoon resistance. So it just pops into the afternoon resistance at 5,700 on the ES. So I think that's a good spot. Didn't get that fill on the bid of Micron. If we're not going to go any further, maybe I should just be offering out in here and see if we can't get the out in front of 60. And then similarly in the other direction, if now we don't drop bigger on Tesla after hitting that local top, well, then maybe we're not dropping any further. But I still I'm not reloading it another time. It looks like we're just a little bit range bound there. And Intel, it's running out of time to get that filled. Just did it again. When I was at 95, it stopped at 95. And when I moved to 93, it stopped at 93 and didn't fill. The thing is, you can see a candle up there, but if you're passively resting on an order, it needs to fill the level to get the fill. So I'm not getting traded through or anything. It's not actually hitting the offer when it gets to that price, but I'm still on the offer of Intel, and if we break out above VWAP, I'm getting out of that one. Same way as HIMS. We don't mind reloading it, but we're not going to fight it if it breaks out.
Right.
Can you just say something else about Amazon again?
I wanted to say, we got stopped out a while ago on Amazon. Amazon was huge. We didn't even have that many shares left, as we just kept on getting out down there, and there it goes, breaking out for evens or for 75s as it does break higher. So yeah, there it goes, Amazon. Just wanted to say that we were, thanks for bringing, I know you didn't bring it up for that reason, but.
I didn't hear what he said. I heard news and I didn't catch it.
Neither did I. So that's what I was trying to say. I'm not sure exactly what that news is. Okay.
Quick little movie.
Sorry, go on.
I was actually just checking to see if it hit the wire, what I was hearing in my ear. And so we do listen the same way Adara has news. Anytime I hear something, but I'm talking, it's a little bit difficult to pick up exactly what it was. It's a little different if I wasn't speaking in the same moment. But no reload on Tesla. As I said, the futures got to that top, that local top. I just prefer the NASDAQ, so I got my NASDAQ chart back up, everybody. So NASDAQ breaking that local high, so no reload on Tesla. Scalp trade on the trend break, but there wasn't any follow through. I did get Intel under VWAP finally, so it gave me the fill. It hasn't really broken out yet, but it's very close to. So the range is only about 15 pennies to that low, which means every 5 cents I'm covering on the way to the downside here on INTC. And I took the out on Micron at resistance. So kind of obvious to tell. You had resistance where this crazy wick that took us into VWAP happened at about 88.6. So it just jumped out of there, just playing inside of the range. Hertz Scrambler, is Meta going to VWAP? Maybe. I think Meta is still relatively weak. I'm not trading this one on the long side. Like Micron, I might get back into that. If Tesla takes out the top, it could go mean crazy, but this close to the imbalances, I'm usually thinking Apple or NVIDIA, because those are the ones that tend to run the best in that last 15 to 20 minutes, especially if you get the aid of an imbalance behind you. So I'm going to transition to those two at this time of day, with the exception of still being Intel reloaded off the.
All right, we just took some more out there at 95 on Intel. Speak of the devil there, because it's the only position we have left, and I'm pretty happy to do that. So let's start talking about some other names, guys. Right now, let's look at some Core Wave or D-Wave. Right now, I want to look at Core Weave. Actually, there we go. I made another name. Okay, QBTS downside today. We're only down 1%, near the lows, not doing too much right now. Core Weave, WCRWV. This is a name that we nailed yesterday at this time of day, man. It was about now when we broke through $50 yesterday. It had a nice move today as well. Continuation from that move in the afternoon. There's where it broke 50 yesterday. We were waiting for it to happen. We were watching it go, and then it was just like, wow, we kept on missing all the levels. not missing them, we just didn't trade off them. That 46.50 right there was a great level. Didn't hit it, came back in, ripped up, and then we just waited for 50. It actually false broke at 50. And I mean, it broke, but then came right back. Where was this 50 here? No, it was right here. So there it is there. There's the initial break. So we did have that. I don't know if we got stopped out. I think we did for 50 cents. Goes all the way down to 49. Then we saw again, just waiting for something. We saw that little wick and then blasted it to the upside once it next broke 50. So we're like, sometimes we get that break, fade, and then boom. So once it went the second time, we're able to get it. So this is how come it's been my number. We didn't trade it today. Number one stock today by far, like I told you, is Palantir. But at the end of the day, this break right there, this is what's been happening to many names. It breaks, comes back, then starts to go. So we've seen that also with Tesla, Palantir, all of that where, it's that first little move up, not followed up with too much volume upside. It doesn't continue. People get scared. It goes rinse to the downside. There goes CoreWeave cooking right there to the upside. Amazon, wow, great outs and great move as Amazon and the futures just go chugga chugga choo choo upside right now for the market, man.
Newsmax is halted low of day.
Your Newsmax got halted low of day. And if you needed to say, okay, I wasn't sure where the low of day was, then you could open up a charting platform. And the one that I would open up would be eSignal. So make sure you do, it's the only one I use other than the one that we have right in front of you. eSignal, the best charting platform around, also the most reliable and the most quoted. I mean, you can get quotes for any single exchange you wish. There's also level 2s available. They do show the imbalance locator as well. They have tick replay. You can go back same day, same second and look at what was happening 5 minutes ago on Amazon. You could replay that back. You could line up your indicators, your lines of resistance, anything like that. Go ahead, back test. Also has API integration. And the best part about it is we've partnered up with eSignal to give you the first month free. So make sure you do scan that QR code. Let us know how it is. If you like it, great. If you don't, then scram and find something else because there's lots available. TradingView, Trade Ideas. Our P Pro 8 platform is what it is for trading. Doesn't have any back testing or anything like that. Newsmax on watch right now?
It's just because it's...
halted.
Yeah, halted at 46.52. And someone in the chat just asked, where do you think is a good level for Newsmax to buy a dip? That's what do you even say to that? All I can say to you is, well, look where it came from. And if it goes all the way to the bottom, that's 13. Where volume came in, this is right about here. It's tough to see. It's like about $26. So you had a little gap from like 20 to 26 after the initial halt where volume sort of picked up in the middle of the day that first day. But all you're doing is grasping at straws and guessing. Let it consolidate. If it shows you a consolidation off those levels where suddenly your risk to reward is reasonable, yeah, maybe it's worth a shot. But this is the back end of the trade. It's the nasty end of the trade here. And someone asked me this morning, that's correct, Bigfoot, what the locates were like. I haven't double checked, but here at Real Trading, we did have the ability to short it. You just had to put in a request, $96 for 100 shares, which I know that sounds like a lot, but hindsight being 2020, because it always is, look at the drop. So just think about this off of VWAP. Like if you're taking this off VWAP at 155, well, your risk at minimum is to 161. That's $6 worth of risk, or possibly up to 67, where you're risking 12 bucks. So that's what you'd be risking on just a technical trade on this. Adding another dollar to that is not that big of a deal. Relative to its price and how much it could drop, that wasn't a bad price for locates. But that's all in hindsight. What are they saying about CoreWeave now?
CoreWeave's going nuts right now. Apparently, Google is in talks to rent more GPUs from CoreWeave.
Oh boy.
So, all right, man. The AI race is on like Donkey Kong right now. Funky Kong, actually. As CoreWeave says, okay, look at that. Look at that stack. You see that stack at 61, man? Numerous people all using the same strategy, and that is you can't see me. With John Cena as they all go ones across the board. Stack. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all of these exchanges all just stacking that bid, waiting for you. tempting you to break them, and down they go, and then instantly down 50 cents right there. Does it get bought back up now? CoreWeave, and I think that was a great example just to show you what goes on in this market, and that was pretty easy to see where you just had a bunch of bids there stacked, all different gateways. That could have been one trader or one prop floor or firm or somebody just trying to hold up the bid, and then once they got whacked, they took down every single exchange there, market order or something down to the downside as they hit that for CoreWeave. And again, like, that's a big story. Those are the stories that we're looking for. A brand new name to the market just hit on our ear that Google looking to, and again, you know, I don't expect anything to happen here. Maybe NVIDIA. It was CoreWeave.
It's good for NVIDIA because NVIDIA still
That's what I was going to have a look to see.
50 million, I think they invested.
Yeah, but it was, well, yeah, for that part for sure. But I was going to say that, like, NVIDIA's down nearly 20%. They're bare year to date, right? So NVIDIA, just like Meta, just like all these names. But again, if Google's going to continue on their CapEx spend, it doesn't really matter that they're going to use CoreWeave. I think that's great for CoreWeave, but maybe it does hold out that, hey, there is some more need for more computing power and the like. So we'll see what that exactly does mean for NVIDIA, Google, and CoreWeave. But CoreWeave right now, just doing that little bit of a dance. So there's Google not doing much, CRWV. And we will go to Adara just to check this out. So there it is. There's the nice move up. And you can see when that story hit, right? Some nice increased volume around 5. Seems like we're a little bit late on that. 532 is when it started to go upside there with big volume. So what's up, Adara?
Someone knew before because the biggest volume.
It did start going on 532. Oh, sorry, 532. 332, because that is when the story was actually published by The Information. Social media didn't start really getting it until a couple minutes after that. But again, just to recap, apparently Google is in advanced talks to rent NVIDIA servers from CoreWeave. I'm looking into this story to see the extent to which CoreWeave is already involved with Google and or NVIDIA. I have not found much yet, but I'm going to continue to look into that because it's always interesting to see the scope of a story or how new this is for Google, how much it could be affected. Also, I am proud to announce that the Bloomberg television stream for the Trump tariff announcement is now open. Now, it is worth noting, it has not gone live yet. Trump has not begun talking, but the stream is now clickable. It's now live on YouTube, as it were, set to start in about 18 minutes when Trump is set to begin his speech. So we're going to send it back to you.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind for CoreWeave is, remember, they downsized the offering, so it was a very small portion of the company that they even went public. So it was a limited amount of shares, and obviously NVIDIA's never selling their shares, and there's going to be a lot of holders that are not selling. So you have that pressure mechanically of there not being a lot of availability for locals. We always talk about what?
Keep going, but I was just wanting to say, like,
I'm surprised because I'm in my head. If you had told me that NVIDIA was breaking out with the CoreWeave thing, I would have believed it, or it would have made more sense. But Tesla breaking high of the day. But just to finish that thought, so it's like ARM. ARM had they had no shares available, or low amount of shares available in ARM. What the heck just happened?
I know we don't want to interrupt you, but Tesla
Tesla just ran 284 and is back at 280.
Run this town.
This has got to be a short to pop.
I don't know what Tesla.
What is going on with Tesla right now?
We're going to hear in 2 seconds here. News from Israel. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Okay, it's not great. There has been some sort of an attack. We're just hearing right now, but I don't know if the market's not really reacting to that. We're hearing it from Reuters, something about Israel and Syria, but I don't mean to brush it off. It's just that's not the news that we were looking for.
Yeah, Tesla has nothing to do with that.
Right. So, we'll obviously hope that if that story is true from Reuters, that everybody's okay. But at the end of the day, there it is. I'll just read to you what we see here because it's just the news, and I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. Israel military is attacked. Israel military confirms it attacked Syrian military bases, along with other infrastructures in Damascus. So again, it looks like it's not going to be great news for the world there, but that stuff is not settled. So as we continue to go on there, and we'll wait to hear. I don't know what, I'm just trying to close this news thing here so I can reframe it, but there it goes. So nothing to do on Tesla there. We do feel for that part.
That's unfortunate.
All right, we'll wait to see what winds up happening there, but we are just minutes away, man. T-Day, Liberation Day, Liquidation Day, Tariff Talk Tuesday, even though it's Wednesday. It's going to be a good one. Wait for us on the close. Don't wait anywhere. I mean, watch it, listen to these guys. Adara and Neil on the Market Recap Show, Tariff Talk, all afternoon.
we've been doing a little bit of that. I just don't really know what to think about the tariffs, what kind of action will eventually, where that will affect. We can look at very many car companies maybe moving around. Ford up today, GM up today, I believe if Ford is. There it is right now. Okay, let's go back to Adara.
Called BS.
Here's the reason for the drop in Tesla specifically beyond reports of more geopolitical tensions in Israel. It's worth noting here, TSLA, apparently Elon Musk said fake news to the story reported by Politico that he's going to be stepping back from his role in the Trump administration as a leader of Doge. Again, to recap, Politico reported that Elon Musk would be, quote, stepping back within the administration, though he would still be an active role in the White House. You would see him around the White House. He would serve as an advisor of some kind. Elon Musk saying, though, that's not true. He's going to stay on at Doge. It's worth noting this little drop we had earlier, too, came when Caroline Leavitt, who is the White House press secretary, said basically something similar, that the Politico story was incorrect and, quote, garbage. Back to you.
No wonder why. You see the Tesla's chart? It's like, no wonder it's like this, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up, it's down, it's around. Like, I feel like really.
He's not leaving.
Yeah, right now, wait on that. So,
yeah. And then after market tonight.
Just Intel left.
You know the tariffs are affecting the broad market. You know that just the association with any effect on tariffs can possibly drag down Tesla from a sentiment standpoint. So it's up 5 points today, and it's all looking well and good right now, but a lot can change very quickly for Tesla, especially in the next 15 minutes, which we're going to have live for you. I'll be joining Adara at the desk shortly, but I reloaded Intel. It didn't matter that my average price was better than 22. It's because I still had some shares from the top. We reloaded off VWAP. Like, it's a fail off of the VWAP level, but the idea being, there's a phrase I like, it's okay to be wrong, just don't stay wrong. Like, Intel's had great shortable levels, and it's been a good stock to be short because it looks like this on the daily chart. At some point, I suspect this trend is going to reverse. My best guess is where it has in the past, at $19. So as long as it holds the trend down, and as long as we're not at $19 or really, really close to it, I come in looking for an opportunity, I think, to short this name. And when it gets to 19, we'll probably be looking for reversals, because let big money tell you where they have stopped giving up on Intel and started to look for the buying. It's pretty obvious. Like, Intel did this at 25 before all this nonsense happened, and now it's doing it at 19. So why buy any other price on this stock until it actually breaks this nasty downtrend that it is in? And I'm not saying anything bad against the new CEO. Maybe he's going to be able to turn this one around. But I thought that in the past about Pat Gelsinger, and then he still didn't get the job done. Let's leave it. Right. I was trying to think of what's the best way to. Yeah, didn't get the job.
That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, didn't get the job done. Yeah, he did not. Okay, so yeah, bye, Pat. Look, Tesla's trading like there's index action or something on this. Like, it's just, there's a lot of volume, so much volume, the greatest volume going through right now on Tesla. As it's just like, it's not doing anything, but the volume, just looking at the level 2. I mean, we've sat here and looked at many different level 2s. Many different level 2s throughout our times. And
best level 2.
You could just, the best and the most active level 2s of all time we've been looking at. And you could just see here Tesla up and down. Look at these wicks, man. Can't make up its own mind. So I would say definitely right now, if you're in this name, it looks like the market wants to like it, this news, because Tesla just ran the highs of the day. But it's not, doesn't seem to be anything super exciting happening right now on Tesla other than a crap ton of volume. These are the imbalances. I have them all ready to go. So these are as of 9:30. So I'm not seeing any broker fills right now. So we're going to wait for 350 to hit, and then we'll go over that. So right now, there go. Look, we zoom back out on Tesla just to show you. It is trying to get back to the upside right now. I like the long better. The long seems like it's better, but for right now, I would say wait for the imbalances. As again, tariffs, man, we are now just 10 minutes away until we do find out exactly what's going to get hit on tariff talk. Is it going to be your SMHs? Is it? And again, when we talk about SMH, we're talking about the semis, right? I mean, what are we going to hear? Are we going to hear that there's some sort of a tariff coming on all imports from China? And if so, what does that mean here? What does that mean for the different car companies, Chinese car companies? What does that mean
And that's just China. There's so many different avenues. You could look at dollar stores there, some of the Walmarts of the world.
Retailers.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that's being sold there. And then we also we want to hear about the cars. Like, what are those tariffs? Is it that it's assembled here in the United States or in Canada? Will those be okay? Or where are the parts coming from? So lots to happen here in the next little bit. Let's wait for Tesla. We do now have 10 secondes until we see what is going on with these tariffs, with these imbalances. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. All right, so now we are now out. Looks like Cisco buy, T buy.
Palantir.
Whoa, 87 and change for Alex Karp with a C or a K, depending on what type of day it is there, you're feeling there. But right now, not much on here, Neil. So I guess people waiting. We've seen millions and millions.
No Nvidia, no Apple.
Millions and
no Tesla.
millions. Look, Donald, make the imbalances great again. Hopefully they will be something there. With minutes to go, man.
They were okay the other day. But those are disappointing. Cisco, that doesn't matter. Palantir is the only one that kind of is okay at 1 million shares to buy because it's done 11 million. Oh, that's right. I click automatically. If you're at real trading, see how I accidentally clicked on Cisco on my level 2. All of a sudden I'm looking at Cisco. I click on Palantir. It's back to Palantir.
You can change that.
No, I want that.
Yeah,
it's just, I actually, it was a misclick. I meant to stay on Palantir. I went to Cisco. No, with Palantir, it's not that big of a move. Usually my first thought of it's not a gigantic imbalance. At 355, I know it's a New York or NASDAQ stock now, but still at 355, you get a lot of updates, and sometimes they pair off. So if Palantir at 1 million to buy, and it's done 82 million shares done. That's why 1 million is not that much. If it happens to be anywhere near the top, I'd look to short the top before somewhere at like 354 if you can get it with a stop at the high. And if the imbalance pairs off, you get that little flush because buy imbalance turns to sell or buy imbalance turns into nothing. That's how I'd like to use it. It's almost like lately it's been a free roll because I've done it twice and the times that in the last couple of weeks. And when it doesn't work, easy out flat. Like it hasn't been running the top. It happened on Apple, and I was able to get out for like a 1 or 2 cent win, and it didn't even flip in my direction. It just couldn't go any higher because you were into resistance. That's what I'm watching here on Palantir. Into 355, and only 8 minutes to go, and then we get our Liberation Day, Tariff Day, all the announcements live for you. I'll be with Adara. We'll see what happens. Not making any predictions one way or another. I don't know what's in the mind of the president or how it's going to be laid out. Is it going to be some people get 10% and other people get 20%? We're going to find out, and believe me, we're Canadians, so it matters to us a lot.
Yeah, we're excited for it to see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a push and pull at the end of the day, so it doesn't really
want a recession.
Well, yeah, I don't know if tariffs are going to spark that or not. I mean, the business is not great right now. As we'll wait to see, rates. Rates are fine right now. I'm more important, honestly. I'm more nervous about Friday's non-jobs, non-payroll,
non-farm payroll
payrolls, the jobs number coming through on Friday. To me, that's going to tell the story. So not much on here. I mean, I just went over to AT&T, not doing anything. HPE, Palantir. Oh, there's Rivian. Rivian with a big day today, right? No.
It
was a big day yesterday, big day the other way today. Down 6 points there, 6% on Rivian. Okay, we did get out of pretty much all, well, I thought we got out of it all. It looks like we still have, wow, CoreWeave. 364. As CoreWeave right now just continues to weave and wind right now back to its day's high of 65. Yeah, I mean, isn't everyone smart?
Every now and then.
The decision goes that way. But
every now and then.
Yeah, every now and then. I mean, the thing is that this could be her also buying it right now. So buying it from yesterday is one thing. We do have Restoration Hardware after hours RH. You could look out for that one. Yeah, what's up, God? God Almighty there. Yeah, Governor of Canada. Yeah, that would be something there. I would gladly take that. But I think we're okay with Mark Carney. I don't know. I actually meant to check ProfitX if they do have government, if you can bet, because I know some sites do have it. You know what I was actually looking
they're just sports from what I can.
Poly Market, right? So hold on a second.
Just sports.
Yeah.
Just sports.
Just sports, okay. I did actually see on there, you can actually, on ProfitX, I did see that you could bet who was the first to die on White Lotus. Okay, just quickly here. This is where it is. Here it is. Who is the next prime minister?
Anyone dies? I haven't seen it.
Okay, you haven't seen any White Lotuses?
No, I'm doing.
Well, then you don't know the story, man. Someone dies every season. My
Oh,
God.
that's not a big deal.
Okay, so there it is. Mark Carney right now. The Carney man himself, 70% right now. So get out your Carney hats and get ready to go because there it is, man. It's going to be liberal, Brankles, so you better get ready for that one. It might not even be that close. 70-30 right now, the polls. We all saw the polls a couple years ago when Hillary was dancing in the streets thinking that it was a wrap, and then we saw what was happening from there. So, all right, that's a little look there. We shall be liberal come April 28th for another 4 years, according to the markets. What up, Adara?
We're going to thank our friends at Trade the Pool in just a second, but in case you missed it, we had a lot of news today with regards to TikTok. Will TikTok stay in the US? What company has been bidding for it? I just shared a post on X at TTV Research summarizing all of the many companies and catalysts involved with this story today. So check that out on X at TTV Research. But in the meantime, check out our friends at Trade the Pool. We all know the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. But wasn't true anymore. Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to just a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. Now that means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation, so you get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Adair. NVIDIA,
4 minutes.
Slight buy, 800,000. Went from a small number to a small buy. Not huge. I mean, less than 1 million shares isn't going to move it much. As you can see there, like what did it pop? Like 15 cents? That's the thing. If it had been if it flips to 3 million or something like that, you probably see NVIDIA push toward the high of the day. That's not enough to do much of anything. I can tell you this has been a big runner. Obviously, Tesla going to be in play. Actually right back into the highs after that clarification. Let's just call it a clarification by Elon. And then CoreWeave. That's probably that's the big winner this afternoon is going to be CoreWeave for sure. I don't think that's a name that we'll care too much about for the announcements coming with tariffs. But as far as looking toward tomorrow for things to trade, the way CoreWeave has been running, you can't ignore it whatsoever. So Tesla, I think that's very much in play. We'll look at some of the Chinese names, the autos, all in just a couple of minutes as we are going to have what I expect to be a wild market recap show where we'll be rapid fashion. Just whatever information we get, we'll give it to you, and we'll see the reaction and any stocks that happen to be moving in the overall market, of course, as well. Just to clear some things up, remember that down halt in Newsmax? Maybe that was the bottom. I don't know. You bounce 15, 20% in this thing, and it's not putting a dent in the moves. Remember, Newsmax was at $200 and whatever yesterday, catching a very, very small bid. 20% doesn't look like much on that chart, but it did reopen, and it's trying to get back to the top. But that's yesterday's story. The tariffs, Sean, are tonight's story. And I got to get up to the desk. We're locked and loaded to get in. It's going to be a fun one for sure. Hopefully, it's not market destruction, but you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, good luck with that one. So in less than 2 minutes, you'll be joining Neil and Adara on the big desk there as they review everything that will be coming from the... It's called the Rose Garden, right? I believe where he's doing it from. So that should be interesting there. And Tesla going out at the day's highs. So congratulations, anybody that's in the Tesla trade there. I don't know if Sharif bought or I think he was trying to lease it or finance it. Lease it, I think. The Cybertruck. But right there, shout out to Sharif getting some time off this week. Well deserved, of course. 284 right there for Tesla. I mean, our viewership is starting to ramp up, so, make sure that you do stay here. 7,000 of you are joining us. We want to say thank you to everybody. If you haven't hit the like button, please do it immediately, as you can see here. We only have on this feed right now 667 likes, so hit the like and the subscribe. And join us here tomorrow as we will definitely be here.
Hey traders, I hope you're enjoying the stream. Make sure to like, subscribe, even share. Plus, go follow us on our socials.
All right, good one. We have a better one. Fabian,
Andre made one earlier today. I actually like it. So, well, thank you for that one anyways. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, follow us all on our socials. We all got them. Wow, Tesla's really starting to go up with only 30 seconds left right now. CoreWeave back down to 61 and change as that one's falling back in a little bit from 64. Did NMAX open back up yet or not? NMAX right here is $53. All right, let's go, NMAX. There it is, $53, trying to open back up again here before the close. Thank you so much for watching. Get ready. The countdown is now on as we are now under 10 seconds. Of course, this close and bell is brought to you by Worksport, WKSP. Go check them out on the NASDAQ. Thank you, Worksport. And one. Thank you so much, Adara, for ringing that bell. As don't rush too much back there because we only have a matter of seconds. President Trump right now in our ear, getting ready to step up there. This is his big time to shine, and you know that he loves those times. So this should be very, very interesting. I'm excited for any Q&A if it does happen. If they're ready, I'm going to throw it. If they're ready, Fabian. Because there's no point in me rattling on here. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you, Obi. Thank you, Joe. Thanks, Brendo, Adara, Neil, Ramin, Fabian, everybody, all the viewers. Let's go back over. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. We're ready to go. Neil, take it away with Adara.
Hello, we're going to take a look here at these markets. I just have Tesla up right now. It's basically ranged for the rest of the day. Nice little bull flag potentially set up for tomorrow. But of course, you know what we're all going to be waiting for tomorrow? Here's the NASDAQ, and we're going to be watching the market as we get this tariff announcement. I currently have the Bloomberg television stream in my ear. I also have X up to hear anything. Right now, they're just kind of streaming the overall set there. Let's keep an eye on if Trump or if or when Trump takes the stage. Again, we're going to be covering this event. I suspect, just based on Trump's previous history with being punctual to these events, that he may be late. We might not get this by 4. Brendan and I said something similar earlier today as well. But we're going to be covering it regardless. We're going to cover it on X. We're going to keep an eye on everything to let you know when things occur and when things take place. I'm going to have a couple of different streams open too. So if some come out earlier, I'm going to be able to be aware of that. Also, the biggest earnings today is going to be RH Restoration Hardware at 4:05 p.m. So that will also be on watch for us. We're going to keep an eye on everything for you guys. If there's anything we miss, tag me on just in the chat and I'll be able to get that for you or pull that up, look into that. How are you doing today, Neil?
Well, we're locked and loaded and ready to go. I mean, it's an exciting one. You got to go from, like active trading mode to, okay, well, we're just in information gathering mode here to be able to see what goes on with the market. So yeah, there is restoration hardware, or there RH, we're supposed to call it, but all eyes and ears are going to be on what happens with regards to these tariff announcements. Just briefly here, I want to go Tesla, as you were mentioning there. Tesla actually broke the high and is actually starting to pull back a little bit here. So it did break the high, got almost to 285, and is still moving. Big recovery day for Tesla. Delivery numbers were a huge miss this morning. You had the reversal. You had the story that Elon Musk would step down as soon as he was done with the Doge, and then he rebutted that. All of a sudden, that caused a great crazy candle in here. Now you're right back into these highs. So you're in the right spot for sure. It was a wild trading day. I think we're going to get even crazier as we speak. I'm going to have my eyes overall on the market. The Qs are not moving just yet. You're going to see the market probably move around on these announcements as they come through. But as Adara mentioned, there is no defined timeline here, right? Like we know everything starts at 4 o'clock. 4:05 we could hear it. 4:10 we could hear it. 4:15 we could hear it. You don't know what's going to get said first, so we're just going to be buckled up, locked and loaded, and ready to go. And as I said, if you have any questions, make sure if you want to be in the chat here, you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So if you want to throw questions in here for myself or Adara, or even just to each other, everybody, then jump in the chat, hit that subscribe button. We're right here for you, the ProfitX Market Recap Show. Not a lot happening in the futures. And as Adara mentioned, we do have just RH. In 2 minutes, we get earnings for RH. Nothing out just yet. This is a mover. Moved 17% last quarter on earnings, 16% implied move today, 12% short float. So all indications that you can see some decent movement here. Oh, and then throw in the fact that if you do have tariffs, this is probably going to be a somewhat affected name as well. So there's a heck of a lot going on this afternoon. We're here to cover it for you. A couple of minutes until we get RH. Pretty much eyeballing Tesla and the markets just because Tesla is moving around the most in the aftermarket. Interesting to see if Elon tweets again, but I suspect, like everybody else, He's probably just tuning in for the show and waiting for the tariff announcement like we all are right now. So everyone's in wait and see mode. It's interesting that we actually rallied today going into this for most of the day. You had the NASDAQ rally, and then maybe people taking it off the top as we're starting to fall and get a little closer to the hour. So you had a bit of a comeback in the markets, but not looking too good at the end of the day as they were mostly taking profits on the market in that rally that we had. I'm a little bit skittish here because I tend to think that we rallied a couple of days to just have a bit of a fall here, Adara, but time will tell.
Yeah, time will certainly tell indeed. I was just looking at Newsmax. I saw a headline here. Apparently Newsmax has, and this is just according to a Zero Hedge here, apparently they've plunged 77% today. They've erased more than $23 billion in market value, which is pretty wild here. We opened the day, where was this, around 220? And then we closed here around $54. So if you were short Newsmax, sorry, it was yesterday. We opened today here around 190, and then we closed around $50. Either way, still really wild. Let's take a look here, though, at RH, which did just release its earnings. Oh, and it's one of those ones I have to click on the link, which probably won't work. So I'm going to click on the link. I'm going to see what we get here.
It's running it there.
Oh, actually, we have the numbers. Oh, no, I still have to click on another link that I just clicked on. So RH, it is, oh, there we go. I think I finally found them. I apologize. When Benzinga doesn't have them and when they just send us, when they just put links to the reports, it's always a little bit more confusing. But here's RH, and I'm going to zoom in on this report so my eyes can read it. GAAP net revenue here of $3.1 billion. That's up 5%. Oh, that's for the fiscal year. Okay, so sorry about that. Q4, $812 million. That looks like it's below estimates of $827 million from what I was seeing, but it is up 10% year over year. As mentioned earlier, fiscal 2024 revenue, $3.18 billion, up 5% year over year. Let's see if we have these EPS. I'm going to look for the EPS here. Not seeing them yet, but again, we are up 10% year over year for net revenue for Q4. It does look like though it missed estimates a little bit. I'm going to wait and see the Benzinga summary. Apologies for the confusion there. It's always a little bit harder when they send you links to their very small earnings reports.
Yeah, and it did pop, but then an absolute fade back in on RH. But Donald Trump is making his way to the podium. So RH, bit of a pop to the upside and then failed to the downside. But Donald Trump is making his way to the podium. I'm going to be watching the cues here as he will make the announcement soon. He's set to announce what's going to happen on tariffs. And
he's actually almost on time.
Yeah, he's actually, look, it's 4 o'clock and looks like we're going to get a prompt answer to all of our questions on Liberation Day, Tariff Day, whatever you want to end up calling it. It's here right now. And like I said, I'm going to be looking at the cues. I want to see if there's any fallout in some of the Chinese names. And the autos, of course, are going to be in play. The retailers are going to matter. The home builders, potentially. We'll see how that goes. For sure, anyone related to the home builders, those are all going to be very big and very important as well. So we don't know what's going to happen just yet, but he is walking over. And I think we're going to see him at the podium any second now. Q's not really moving too much. It was just RH that did that pop and fade. And remember, if that's already weak on earnings, things could get even worse for them if these come out big here, Adara.
Yeah, Donald Trump just said thank you very much. We'll have to see if this has the same effect as Jerome Powell's good afternoon when the market tends to move. Here is RH, though, massively to the downside. I mentioned earlier here these numbers. So EPS, 158, that is below estimates, well below estimates of $1.92. Sales, $812.4 million. As I mentioned earlier, it seems like they missed estimates, and they did. Versus estimates here of $829.5 million. Now, this guidance, though, was actually not bad. So last quarter here, they had revenue growth of 10%. Now they're seeing 12.5 to 13.5% revenue growth for Q1. Again, though, it's hard to tell what that's going to be like for Q1 of last year in comparison. For fiscal 2025, they're seeing revenue growth of 10 to 13% versus 5% revenue growth for fiscal 2024. So again, this guidance does not look bad, but they did miss on top and bottom line. Donald Trump is currently talking. He is wearing a black trench coat. He looks kind of like a super spy. He's got a nice red tie there, so repping that American colors. Let's find out what happens here in this speech. I am listening right now. I'm watching the White House stream, which I think is maybe a couple seconds behind, but I also have X up. So between all of us, we will have every bit of news you need for the tariffs. I apologize for the speed of my speech, but these markets move quickly, and so does Mr. Trump.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he obviously is going to be moving the markets. We haven't actually heard anything just yet, but once we do, we should see some rapid-fire action. There was that story earlier. I don't know if he'll comment on it. My guess is if you hear anything with regards to Elon and Doge, that might be an after he's discussed the tariff type of thing. But I would keep our ear to the ground for that as well, because originally it came from Trump that Elon would step down right away. And Elon's like, that report is going to be no good. So I think it'll be interesting to see if he does make any comments. Tesla could easily move on that. The Qs could move on that. So right now we're just in that wait and see mode. It is pretty ugly what happened in RH, however. That's not on my chart. I want to quickly just go over RH because we should always point out when it gets to a big level. It just went right to its 52-week low and is riding the 52-week low on RH here on the daily chart, about 218. So yeah, big flush. It's trying to bounce at the one spot where you might think it would, which is at the 52-week lows on Restoration Hardware. But overall, it's just about what happens next. As you said, right now you're getting sort of the usual comments, like jobs and factories will come back because of this, and mostly that's what we have. We don't have any specifics just yet. And I think the market would be moving a heck of a lot more if we had some specifics. Right now we're just getting the usual talk. There you go. Now we've got it up so you guys can all see. And the captions as well, so you're able to sort of follow along live. But right now with Dara, nothing too much. The market muted sell. There was a small downtick in the SPY just now, but nothing too crazy yet, everybody.
Yeah, right now, like some people were saying here, I think I was talking to Obi and he said it could be a buy the news event because we sold the rumor on a lot of these tariff concerns. Let's see if it is buy the news. Right now, though, he's saying that we will be implementing reciprocal tariffs. They do it to us. We will do it to them. Also here, he said that today could be one of the most important days in American history. That is a quote. Again, he's talking about jobs and factories coming back. I think watching those job numbers tomorrow could be pretty interesting. For what it's worth, factory orders actually did have a slight uptick on a month-over-month basis, as we saw earlier today. 0.6% versus 0.5% expected. Though I'm going to check this, but I believe it was a little bit below the previous number. So factory orders month over month, a little above estimates, but they were actually down versus 1.7% previously. So we're going to have to wait and see. Right now, it does not necessarily seem like factories are coming back, though the ADP employment change is positive. So maybe jobs are, but we'll find out once we actually see the impact of these tariffs.
Well, one important thing to remember is like a lot of this, like the numbers that are coming out, factory orders, and this was talked about for the labor numbers with regards to Doge layoffs, it's a little too early to have the data affecting it yet. I think that's the kind of thing you're going to see a little bit later on. So, I'm more concerned about like what kind of economic numbers are you seeing in reaction to this a couple of months down the line. Like when, and again, this can go either way. I'm not predicting which direction it's going to go, especially in labor. I think a lot of people are worried about recession, which is hard to do if the labor market holds up. But if you're hitting pressure in two ways here, which is rising prices, and of course, the labor market's starting to weaken, that's why that number, the non-farm payroll, is going to be big on Friday, everybody. So I think that's what you got to pay attention to. I'm not overreacting to any economic numbers. Today we got a little bit of a strong data number for jobs. That's not that correlated with ADP, which is coming out on Friday. And again, nothing too crazy coming out here yet from Donald Trump, President Trump, as we speak. Like we want specifics. We haven't heard specifics just yet. The NASDAQ and the ES, they're both very slightly moving right now. Just a little bit of a bounce, but not a heck of a big move at all here. And you got to watch out. We're in Canada, so every single time, and I just saw John, I saw what you put in there in the chat. If you're Canadian, you're on watch here. We have an election coming through. Obviously, it's a major trade partner. Our market's been doing really well, but our auto industry, incredibly intertwined. It's a big deal. Like one of the biggest plants is actually not that far from where I live. So got to watch out. I think this can be wide affecting. We're not getting a crazy. Now all of a sudden you're getting a bounce in the ES here. So nice little spike there in the futures. At this moment, they're starting to buy it up here. Although I didn't hear anything that I think would indicate that, but here goes the ES. Maybe it is a bit of a buy the news. That's what Obi was saying. Hey, maybe it's all priced in and we're going to get a bit of bounce. I was a bit pensive on this. I was kind of thinking we might see another leg down, but the SPY trying to break it out of today's highs. Not huge, up 1 point here. And then when you look at it on the daily chart, it's not like we've gone all that far, but nice little bounce so far as we're heading to the upside. Checking some individual names, Tesla, which was already strong. That's breaking through highs of the day as we speak. All the big names, everybody. NVIDIA breaking out, heading toward the highs.
Tariffs.
We're starting to really go here.
So basically, it was hard to hear because he mostly spent a lot of his time in this speech just talking about the tariffs from other countries. But apparently, he said the U.S. is going to impose 10% across the board tariffs on all imports. So that's a lot better than what we were expecting. However, auto tariffs not coming into effect until tomorrow. I just heard another breaking news headline, so I'm going to check on that one. Yeah, Wall Street Journal is saying that the U.S. is going to be imposing 10% across the board tariffs. This new tariff plan is basically a combination of proposals for the universal tariffs and the country-by-country rates. So keep an eye on that. Trump saying 10% tariffs across the board. Again, I totally missed him saying that just due to the fact that he's been talking quite a lot about all of these tariffs that other countries have put upon them. But again, as of right now, it does seem like 10% across the board tariffs.
And everything is flying. I mean, Bitcoin just broke the high. IBIT at $50 in here, so that just broke out through the highs. You're basically seeing an everything rally, generally speaking. Whether it's going to be directly related or not. Just quickly going to go over and show you. Like, you got General Motors breaking
25% auto tariffs
as well. Well, 25% auto tariffs, but like I said, it's an everything rally. I'm a little surprised that you're seeing this strength in GM. I get it that the rest of the market's going to bounce on that 10% here, but this is a pretty impressive move. You're going to see, like, Ford, again, a little bit surprised, maybe a little bit more muted. That said, Ford fared better. GM actually dropped further when we were getting bad news, so it makes sense to me that they would rally a little bit more as well. So if you look at what's going on here, it's not just individual names. As I said, the broad market, the Qs holding out some of those highs. And ultimately, if you look at it, like I said, on that daily chart, it's not that crazy, but it is a break of those local highs. Maybe we get a chance to challenge this trend. Could be the kind of thing where you've priced in a little bit here, and if they've priced it in and we got 10 and it's seemingly better than what everyone was expecting, well, there's a lot of people that would probably short this. Like, it is undeniable when you look at these charts. Like, if you look at the Qs, we have been trend down. You look at the SPY, we have been trend down. I bet you I can pull up the IWM. Not that the small caps matter as much, but they've been trend down on the daily, and you're getting relief rally. If you were short on any of these indices and you were looking for a spot to cover or take a little profit out, it makes some sense. I don't think you're getting yet a rip your face off rally. I think that gets determined in the next couple of days. Still have to get through that ADP report on Friday as well, but so far so good. If you're going to be along in this market, you're going to be happy with it. Palantir just saw $90 to the upside, just going through some of the names that are getting a piece of this relief rally. $90 on Palantir, that was already running today, and that's going higher and higher. So pretty much everything looking really good here. Just going to double check what's going on in gold, and as you would expect, GLD, market goes up, gold comes down and pulling back a bit. That's been a great place to hide out. Not even a blip on the daily, however. But keep in mind, if that's been the correlation, people coming out of tech, people coming out of the market, putting something into gold, well, when it reverses, you're going to see gold drop off a little bit here. So not a huge move on gold, but it did just turn red, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still listening here right now. He just had someone from the UAW come up and talk about Trump and his presidency. I guess just for the sake of these auto-related tariffs, it's not really anything market-related, though, but it is worth noting that did happen. Right now, he's continuing to talk about the different people that will be benefited. He's talking about cans of milk. This is F, actually. Ford looking quite nice. Here is the NASDAQ. Yeah, he also said that the Canadian tariffs on dairy are of concern. That was the Canada or can of milk related comment, or Canada of milk, maybe if you want to say, because I will still pun even when we're getting tariff announcements. But yeah, regardless, it does still seem like Canada and Mexico, especially with regards to auto tariffs, are a bit of a sticking point for Trump. We know that he's not really a fan of how either country has handled their tariff situation. So something to be aware of. No new tariffs, though, announced other than the 25% auto tariff going into place tonight, and then also the 10% tariff on all countries' imports.
Yeah, and that's the big line in there. And as I said, you're seeing so much strength in some of these names. You've actually seen Tesla tag $290 just now. And remember, Tesla was down this morning because of the big miss on deliveries. Then you had the story about Elon Musk. Elon Musk going to be leaving after his Doge responsibilities are finished. That got a spike in the middle of the day that it held. Now we're breaking it back out. So Tesla looking very good, very strong right now. I mean, obviously, like I said, the correlation in this particular case, you're going to see some names that have been strong, like the metals have been strong, and they're going to be pulling back in here. But you're seeing a heck of a lot of strength. I think there's going to be some profit taking. Like, it would be crazy to me, and heck, what do I know? It would be crazy to me that if you get pops like this, that anyone was trading breakouts, let's just say after market, and while President Trump is still talking, of course, as I say that, it starts to pull back, that wouldn't think about taking profits in there, because who knows? Maybe he says something in the next 5 minutes which reverses us here. Not that he did, but you get that $10 move from a consolidation, you pull right back in. I bet you NVIDIA is doing the exact same thing. No, NVIDIA is actually holding the highs. So Tesla pulling back, NVIDIA holding the highs. Don't know. I don't want to read too much into that, but it's undeniable. One thing that I can tell you is true. I'm treating the levels that get made here, especially in the aftermarket and the overnight as well. So I'll be looking at Blue Ocean, OTC Moon, the aftermarket tonight to see if any big levels get put in, because they matter. It's the same thing as looking at a Fed day. What are the tops that get put in on a Fed day after 2 o'clock? What are the tops that get put in after an announcement like this? So it's notable to me. Like, we'll try to remember that Tesla, it's not that hard, you can see it on the chart. If we hold this 290 in the overnight market, which I expect to have some action here on Blue Ocean, I would expect if it holds 290 as support or resistance, I'm going to lock in on that tomorrow, and that's going to be a big one. Other thing to keep in mind here for Tesla, like I said, it's still got that, it's got the Elon Musk aspect to it, but that 290 level looking like a good one for now.
Yeah, I think too, sorry to interrupt there, I'm still listening to Trump, so it's kind of hard to tell when people are starting to get finished talking. But he's not saying much right now. Again, he's just talking about what other countries have done to the U.S. Again, he's called it Liberation Day because he's really viewing these tariffs as a way to free the U.S. from what he views as prohibitive practices in other countries with regards to tariffs. I'm going to say it one more time in case anybody came in late. 10% tariffs, baseline rate of 10% tariffs for all countries, 25% tariffs for Canadian and Mexican auto imports. I want to talk about the DXY, though. Jojo in the chat, shout out to you, who mentioned this. We had quite the drop here in the DXY. Basically, when these 10% tariffs were announced, we go from around 103.90s to a low of 103.30s right now, trying to bounce, but it looks like maybe a lower high. DXY really dropping to the downside here. Let's see what the Canadian dollar to the USD is doing, pushing to the upside on these 10% tariffs, and the euro to the USD. So again, this 10% tariff was kind of viewed as one of the best case scenarios. So it makes sense that the euro and Canadian dollar are pumping, for lack of a better term, while the US dollar is pushing to the downside. There's nothing really new to say from Trump's talk. He's continuing to talk about tariffs from different countries in the past. So just something to be aware of here. Talk is still happening. If I hear or see on X anything of note, I will absolutely let you guys know immediately.
Yeah, and one thing to cue in on, the broad market, I know a lot of people, whether you look at the SPY or the Qs, I think if you're tech heavy, like I know a lot of people have been the last couple of years, maybe you care more about the Qs. What I'm looking at right now is we get into these highs, and we're at about 480 in here. Let me zoom in. Oh, it doesn't want me to zoom in. It doesn't matter. Here's the trend from the top. Like, we can now sort of connect. You have the highs, all-time high double top, and then you've got the relief rally that we put in. When you connect those two dots, I feel like if we break away from those points, then we can head back in and maybe retest that 500. But I don't want to I don't want to overreact to this. Like, if you break this trend, let's go. I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. All the support levels, I have no problem buying support levels on dips, but you need to break that trend. And I think we can really go flying. So you'd have to get past that 485 or so, which is more or less where we've resisted this top. So there are some big levels coming in on the SPY, on the Qs, that will be a break of this downward trend. Yes, we've already bounced and there was a relief rally, but you didn't really take out that trend line. And I think it's a place where, like, I always ask myself, what's the counterparty? Like, where would you need to break for more shorts to start covering? And I think I'm looking at that 583 to 585 level on the Qs. 483 to 485 on the Qs as an important level for that. And from there, individual names, as I said, I know we look at and talk a lot about Tesla. That's going to be a big one, no questions asked. But it's not just something. I was literally saying Tesla and wanted to go to NVIDIA. We always talk about Tesla a lot of time, but remember the chip names have been absolutely beaten up. I think NVIDIA's also got a very distinct trend that it's been putting in of lower highs. Like you can see it here, and then you put a more steeper one in. Like this is on the precipice. You made a little bit of a bottom here in NVIDIA. You didn't break 100. If you start holding out and breaking away from 115, 116, maybe the 124 break is going to look pretty good as well. These are all things that probably don't come into play maybe till next week. Maybe they come into play tomorrow. Who knows? Those Qs look pretty good. Not an overwhelming move in my opinion yet, but you have to look out to what's going to happen next year. I like the fact specifically on NVIDIA that when everything started to dip back in, it was holding the prior high. Like that immediately, I always like that. That's the first thing I want to see. Tesla pulls all the way back to the breakout, the Qs pull back. No, NVIDIA goes right back into prior high and holds the prior higher in the aftermarket. If we do that tonight, if we hold this 112 tonight, I'm going to come in tomorrow as long as we don't gap down. And my first thought is going to be long off that level. It doesn't mean it's going to work. If we get underneath, yeah, sure, I'm probably willing to reverse at all times. But I like to see that specifically here on NVIDIA showing a little bit of relative strength holding out these tops. Only a couple of points up on the day, but it's a heck of a lot better than the bleed that we've been having recently here. And as a reminder to everybody, not to be a harbinger of bad news, we did have RH earnings. RH down 14%. RH now making a fresh 52-week low. So not all good news. Looking pretty bad for them. Unfortunately, remember, earnings still matter, right? The market sentiment can only do so much for you. At the end of the day, if your guidance isn't good, if your fundamentals aren't good, and you're already under pressure, people are going to back out and put the money where it's been running. In a lot of places, the market has been doing really well. RH has not been one. New 52-week low for them.
Yeah, but I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls in the chat for awesome moderation skills, killing it every single day. Just wanted to mention that really quickly because there understandably lots of excitement in the chat today with this tariff announcement and with all these Trump-related stories. It's also worth noting here that Donald Trump just said, nations that treat us badly, we will calculate the total, including non-monetary barriers. So again, 10% base rate tariff. It does sound like there's going to be some other non-monetary barriers taken into consideration. But also, I wanted to go over these RH earnings yet again, because other than the miss, the guidance is actually pretty solid. So adjusted earnings of $1.58 per share, below estimates of $1.92. Sales did miss estimates as well, $812.4 million versus $829.563 million. But their sales were still up here on the quarterly basis, their sales rose by 10%. Annually, they rose by 5%. So reviewing Q1 revenue growth between 12.5 to 13.5%, that looks like it will be up at least on a sequential basis. But then the annual revenue growth guidance is where I really get confused about this move. They're guiding 10 to 13% annual growth, but the revenue grew 5% last year. That's implying at least double year-over-year growth. So at least not like double, but double from what we got last year. So I'm a little bit confused here. Here's a reciprocal tariff graphic from Donald Trump himself. So shout out to infographics over here. Apparently, the reciprocal tariff rate will be half of their tariff rate. So that headline just came in. There's going to be a 20% tariff on the EU, according to this chart. So
yikes. So
he's saying he's charging discounted rates,
and you're seeing the market come back on that.
Yeah. 34% tariff on all imports from China. Someone in the chat, I think it was TH, just very astutely mentioned, he hasn't mentioned China yet. That's probably because 34% tariff on imports from China.
GM is tanking right now. So the second we saw that chart, GM, well, I mean, we had already reversed a little bit. We just accelerated to the downside. General Motors now down 1.5%. I can bet you Ford is going to be bleeding a little bit. Not as much because they don't move as much on this as General Motors is. The Qs just caught a wave to the downside, accelerating through. That's breaking lows.
46% tariffs on Vietnam.
Like you're hearing the numbers, and you can see the chart. If it's 50% of whatever the tariff is in those nations, you got to understand there are really high tariffs on American goods. Like India has like some of their highest rates on U.S. cars, like 70% on some vehicles. So half is actually quite big in some cases, and you're seeing the autos take it in the chin. The NASDAQ is now red. I guarantee you, I promise you, that little pullback that we had in gold, yeah, that didn't last. Gold with a bounce, so that correlation's still going to hold. This is what we're talking about here. Like anybody, you saw that bounce in the market. You really think while he's still talking, people aren't going to take some profit that are day trade or scalping that bounce? Well, I really hope they did so because the rug just got pulled a little bit. Unless you happen to be in gold, we're right back to that downside, unfortunately. In all that mess just now, obviously the market came down, Tesla as well now breaking lower. Underneath 280, that 290 is now absolutely gone. So the second we saw that chart to see the real numbers individually by country, yeah, a bit of a dump zone here, unfortunately. Tesla down, Q's now red. GM took it on the chin there just now. Obviously, that makes a heck of a lot of sense. Not looking very good for the market. You go from a little bit of exuberance to right back to what we were doing before.
And I almost wonder if they start with a 10% announcement just to lull us to do a false sense of security. Also, we're matching in the blue. I love these windows. Because I was thinking, oh, it actually seems, no, not that bad. The market was really excited. But I have to shout out anybody in the chat who is short right now, because I know there are some of you, Daryl Flinch in the chat mentioning short. You are printing. So here are all the tariffs mentioned in the chart. Apparently, 25% tariff on South Korea, 36% tariff on Thailand, 31% reciprocal tariff on Switzerland, 49%